Once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we gonna ride right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom come. Baby, we're yeah, we
All right, fine. It works. I'm weak. All right, now we're back. I had a new scene. I gotta prepare all the new stuff. No, I can hear the feed now. It's been quiet. So, all right, we're just looking dapper, Mr. Nino. Bring back the tunes. All right, I gotta welcome everyone in like I already did like 3 times already. Zem Tenor, AK. Okay, guys, like I said, we're dressed dapper for the occasion. I love the Invitational. We got a lot of great players coming in. It's everyone that's won a tournament in our history for this season. You're muted. All right, I'm texting my brother. You're muted right now, sweet. Stitches, what's up? Okay, let's get started. They're actually waiting for me now. I'm holding it up. All right, I'm gonna switch it over to our casters. We got Salty and Slim ready to go. We're gonna be watching John Zoo's round one. So here we go. Let me make sure we're ready to go. I'm staged correctly. Our boys are ready. They're looking pretty. All right, here we go.
So it's a nice
Guys, can you
one.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
What's up?
Hello, hello.
What's up, guys? All right. Did you get the team sheets I sent you?
Yep,
Yeah.
we did.
Yeah,
We
we have
did.
Velocity and
All
Jonzu
right.
here.
He's our feed's gonna get ready. I told them to go ahead and start, so I'll go ahead and switch over to you guys' cam. You ready? You guys ready to show the beautiful faces?
By
Yeah,
all means.
absolutely.
All
Absolutely.
right, here we go. We can transition now.
We can transition.
Okay, I'll let you guys know when I show the gameplay feed. I'm gonna go through the preview,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll go to John Zoo's feed when you guys are whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, I guess just to prep. Hi, everybody.
All right, take it over
Salty
from
and
here,
Slim
guys.
on the
I'm out.
mic here. We have we're doing the first round here on the Nino PokeBros Invitational. We got Jonzu versus
Yep.
Velocity. And just to give you kind of an idea of what's going on here, we got sort of what looks to be a Trick Room team versus a balanced choose your mode team. It has Trick Room and Tailwind options, and it should be pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And for me, it's kind of fun to be on the other end. The last Nino Invitational I was playing, but I decided, you know what? Let me just kind of hang back, and it's going to be a pleasure to cast and just kind of see what the gamers can think of. And we were actually behind the scenes while Nino was kind of doing an introduction. We were talking about the meta. So these two teams kind of show like different ways like people are doing. Where we do have one team does have a Crescent, Blood Moon, or Saluna, which we've seen pick up a lot lately. And while the other is just your kind of regular basic, you have your Urshifu, you have your Fluttermane, all your good stuff. So like, since we were talking about meta, we were talking about the bane that is Urshifu. Give the people your thoughts on Urshifu, because I like it, but like it does kind of ruin a lot of things for me because I feel it's a little too strong.
Urshifu just kind of runs rampant without the what is the word, like how polarizing Dynamax was with a lot of people. But it is what it is. But we do have a lot more things to check it now that Ogerpon is in the meta. Ogerpon, I think, was important to helping kind of slow him down a little bit, because we have Grassy Glide now. We have an instant Grassy Terrain setter, and like there's 4 different versions of a new Grass type Pokemon that just does a lot of damage now. So I'm not the hugest fan of the Pokemon as a whole, but it did help me get first in my MSS a couple weeks ago. So. But I'm really excited to see this Regidrago pop off. Like, I don't know. Like, Regidrago is a Pokemon that I've liked since Scarlet and Violet. Well, once he got introduced into Scarlet and Violet. He's just really fun. He does, like, unreal damage. And, it looks like we're getting into the game.
Absolutely. So we do have the leads come out. It is going to be the Farigirl half, and we were just talking about Urshifu. But This is not the Rapid Strike version. It is the Dark Wicked Blow version versus the Instant Terrain Setter, which you did mention, Rillaboom, and an Ogerpon. So 3 out of the 4 mods we're talking about, and a Farigiraf. So pretty interesting lead coming out here, and a lot of different things that could be done. No fake out is available because of that Armor Tail ability. So what do you think this turn is going to shake out like?
Well, this is Swords Dance Ogerpon, and this is Citrus Berry Rillaboom up against the Rocky Helmet Farigiraf Choice Scarf Urshifu. I think because of the Farigiraf being on the field, you kind of need to target it. That way you have you have access to your priority this turn. So I think what I would expect to see is like some pressure being put on the Farigiraf this turn, and then you know, like some swap outs or some safe something that can take a Wicked Blow from the Urshifu.
Absolutely. And when we did get slight adjustment, it is Farafagig. But I still like calling it Farigiraf instead, as we do see the switch to Iron Hands, one of the best mons in this format. And we're going to see a Terra come out, so this potentially could be the Dark Terra. And if that is the case, this is going to do a lot of damage because it already does have the... It's going to automatically crit, but now you're kind of adding Terra Dark on top of that. So this potentially could be a one-shot. If it is into the hands, it will do a lot of damage. Now... question is, and it is into the Iron Hands. See how much it does? Oh, takes it beautifully. So
yeah.
Great switch in there, and a pretty nice little turn, and a nice U-turn to go out doing super effective damage, doing quite a lot actually. Did not expect it to do that much.
Yeah, 40% to the Iron Hands, like, so it does take it well. Nothing else is gonna live it, other than maybe the Rillaboom, but Rillaboom would probably live on like very, very low HP. So that was a good switch from Jiangsu here, and the good U-turn, like you mentioned, doing some very solid damage to where like just about anything can now pick up that KO on the Urshifu, making it a lot harder to play with that Pokemon because you can't take any more hits with it. We do have the Farigiraf to protect it from priority still, so I'm very surprised there wasn't any damage going into Farigiraf that turn, because Farigiraf like just protects the Urshifu from that priority right now, and that's just a bit scary.
Ooh, and we do see Velocity choosing to do a nice little double up there, going after that. And Hands, even though it did take the Wicked Blow very nicely, the Psychic not so much, as it is super effective damage because it's a fighting type, but Flutter Mane comes in unscathed and kind of ready here. You do have to worry about Sucker Punch, but I mean...
No, it's Choice Scarf. Choice Scarf.
Oh, it's Scarf? Oh, then you're chilling.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could Terra here. Is it worth it, though? That's the biggest question.
Well, I think it really comes down to, does Velocity have Heatran in the back? I would guess they do because of the Flutter Mane. The Heatran seems like a very, would be the most likely switch in due to Flutter Mane outspeeding the Heatran, or the Urshifu, of course. Well, actually, oh, sorry, it's Choice Scarf, so it's locked.
Yeah.
And this is Specs Flutter Mane, so this is an interesting turn in general, but the Urshifu does swap out.
Now, the biggest thing here is how much damage are you going to take from Psychic? Because if you don't think you're going to take that much, I was thinking just the same thing. Like, if Jiangsu feels that you're not going to be able to take that damage, I think you stay in and you potentially go for the double tap with the Drain Punch into the Urshifu slot, but deciding, you know what, that's a little bit too much damage, I need to fake out for later, or just something to threaten Urshifu. So, does come in and bring in the Rillaboom, able to take that just fine, but Heatran getting in unscathed and kind of in a tough spot because it is really good versus the Flutter and great versus the Rillaboom.
Yeah, Heatran is not worried about anything on the field here, and I'm trying to think, like, the best way for Jiangsu to take care of the Heatran is probably the Ogerpon. Well, the Iron Hands, but the Iron Hands is like really, really hurt to where it probably just goes down to the Heatran at this point. This Giraffe is just chilling. It has not moved. It is just throwing out some psychics. This is Imprisoned Trick Room for a Giraffe, and that is a lot of the reason why Velocity brought it, because we do have a Trick Room mode on the Jiangsu side. So the Giraffe can just kind of... It also protects from priority, as well as can help reverse that Trick Room. So the Giraffe is probably going to be a Pokemon that you will see in all games of this series, for certain.
Absolutely. And we do see these Terra come out here. This is going to be the Terra Fairy on the Flutter Mane, opting to just try to go for as maximum damage as possible. Because if you can potentially pick up this KO on the Giraffe, then maybe it allows you to do a little bit something. But I wouldn't be worried if you have to take a Heat Wave here. And it does go down. So once again, Flutter showing how strong it could be, especially with this Terra mechanic. Now the question is what happens here. Heat Wave does come out, does miss the Flutter Mane, but does connect and is able to pick up a KO on the Rillaboom. So they bit of a trade there. don't know if that's going to work out in your favor, Jonzu losing Rilla that easily. As you do see, Heatran is Life Orb, so but with the grassy terrain recovery does kind of offset that.
Yeah, the worst part about that is the fact that you cannot reset the grassy terrain now, so you have limited options to get the priority out with your Ogerpon at this point. And there's the Regidrago, which is an interesting choice to bring in here because there is a Specs Fluttermane locked into Dazzling Gleam right now, and you have already burned your Terra. Now the Drago does have Protect, so this could just be a turn to try and stall out a turn. Stall a turn, get a little bit of chip on the Fluttermane with the Heatran, so you can follow up with the Urshifu later on. So that's potentially what's going on here. I'm interested to see how this next turn plays out.
Yeah, because right now it's kind of depending on how the Heatran is trained versus the Ogerpon, because a Dazzling Gleam and also an Ivy Cudgel here because of the Mold Breaker ability probably KOs Heatran from here, so this is a pretty risky turn to have brought in Drago, in my opinion, because you basically are giving up a chance for your Heatran to get double tapped here. We do see Flutter return, and not sure what the move choice is going to be, but I'm interested because Ogerpon's kind of there, and Iron Hands comes back out. Is a little low, but we do see a Sword Dance, so an aggressive play here by Jonzu, but there's no Protect on the Regidrago. There's no Protect anywhere, and what a call! A monster call picks up a double KO because it's at full health and it works just like Eruption. Huge call by Velocity, opting, I know you're afraid of what I can do, so I'm just go for it, and pays off.
Yeah, Jonzu making a hard read for the Drago to Protect. I also was reading into that as the play, so I don't blame him. But that Velocity making an excellent call there, just saying, well, you got to deal with me. You need to stay in. You need to deal with me. And Jonzu didn't, and paid the ultimate price, and that's just going to be a forfeit right there.
For sure, definitely. I'm a little shocked. I mean, when you have a Terra Fairy Flutter with an immunity to any dragon move, you already Terra'd. It's a bold call, but sometimes, courage can take you a long way,
I think Velocity just saw a way to win, even if Regidrago just got nuked by Dazzling Gleam there, and that's like the biggest reason I could see why they didn't just protect Regidrago.
No.
Which I could see too, because you do have you do have the Scarfed Urshifu in the back, which has access to Iron Head. The Urshifu set is Wicked Blow, Sucker Punch, Close Combat, and Iron Head, and it is Scarfed. And then, of course, Heatran takes those Dazzling Gleams very, very well with the double resist also.
I mean, I don't know. Like, a huge read, and it pays off. I was just always worried that, okay, if you play it any slightly differently, right? Let's say the Dragon Energy is not the one to come out. Let's say you just stay in. I mean, you just lose your Regidrago for free. Heatran can KO the Flutter next turn. I mean, Iron Hands really isn't doing much versus Urshifu in the back. Ogerpon's not doing much. There's so many variables there that Jonzu could have put himself in a better position, but fortune favors the bold, and it did work out for Velocity there. And Regidrago came to party, and I swear I didn't expect it against a Fluttermane to click a move like that. Yeah, you gotta love it.
Yeah. I'm interested to see like what the adjustments are, because I am noticing this Cresselia is Terra type Fire, and it does not have Dazzling Gleam, does not have a Fairy move. It only has access to a Psychic move, so that may be why we didn't see it come out last game. It doesn't have it has no way of touching the Urshifu at all, being a Dark type, and the Terra type is also Dark. Let's see what the adjustments are. We have Rillaboom Urshifu from Velocity, and then we have Iron Hands Fluttermane from Jonzu.
Absolutely. And another interesting spot where Fake Out is active on both sides. Velocity will have the faster Fake Out just because usually Rillabooms are trained and have naturally higher speed. But the interesting thing is here, we do know Farafagig did come last time, potentially could swap in now. So you do have to kind of worry about that. And then Flutter can get off a lot of damage here with just clicking Dazzling Gleam and or Moonblast. So a lot of different variables playing out in this turn. But Iron Hands, I think, is the X factor here. Because if you just go for something like a Drain Punch or even a Wild Charge, you will get off a lot of damage. And I don't know if Velocity really has an out to having to take that potential damage.
Yeah, I could really see like a double up from Iron Hands, like Fluttermane being a real like problem for Velocity side, but you do have to commit your Terra, I think, to make that play, just due to the wicked below damage that Urshifu can put out. But we're seeing Jonzu opt for the Ogre Palm swap, which I do think is a good play, just because now you have access to the grassy terrain due to your opponent, and Ogerpon, of course, just being really high power as it is, and it actually took the wicked blow, like, I don't know, fairly well for an offensive Pokemon.
Absolutely, and I do gotta say that I think the one thing we've seen, just especially based off the last turn of that last set, Velocity is willing to kind of make the reads, the heavy reads, especially on these early turns, because that was pretty heavy. If Terra comes out from Flutter and you just decide, you know what, Dazzling Gleam, I'm gonna just go for damage, Drain Punch, you've pretty much lost. But opting to be, hey, I have a game to throw away, I'm gonna put my foot on the gas, and it's kind of paying off because now you get another wicked blow, and you can potentially just reposition yourself or go for Woodhammer.
Yeah, I love playing that way. Like, if you're up a game, just like, full send, see if it because you can lock in a win very, very early, as we all know. Like, VGC games can go by like that. And we're seeing Jonzu commit Terra to the Ogerpon right now. I did not see what move he went for, but I would have to guess it's the Grassy Glide. It is, and it's going to do about 70% to Urshifu, and Urshifu is going to return KO for the Ogerpon. I don't know if that Terra was worth just not picking up the KO. I would really think Iron Hands needs to be targeting Urshifu this turn to make sure that you got something for that Terra. Let's see where the targeting was. It is going to be an Urshifu, and that's going to be a 1-for-1. However, Jonzu committed Terra for that turn.
Yeah, a huge commitment there, and thinking with the, of course, the +1 attack boost that comes from that Terra of the Ogerpon and the grassy terrain, would potentially be able to pick up a KO, but Grassy Glide with the nerf this generation doesn't have as much base power, so not able to pick up there. And you've really expended a lot, especially with Terra, to make that play happen, but didn't work out. And the Woodhammer did do a lot of damage, but it just unfortunately felt like these last couple turns have just been really one-sided for Velocity, because he's getting the most out of both of these turns, as we do see Rilla come back in. But at this point, and the Heatran coming on the other side, this is not looking good right now for Jonzu.
Not looking good at all, because Iron Hands is how you deal with Heatran, and Iron Hands does not outspeed the Heatran or the Rillaboom here. So we are in a very, very tricky position. So if Velocity realizes that, notices that, then they're in big trouble here.
By all means, go ahead.
No, that is the win con, is if you eliminate Iron Hands, I think Heatran just kind of like picks up the game here from here. It is going to be Life Orb Heatran, so it does dish out quite a bit more damage than a usual Heatran. And I would think Velocity's third or final Pokemon is probably the Giraffe, but maybe not, because they have not shown it yet.
Oh yeah, and I was wondering, just because that turn had Fake Out, I was wondering like where it would go to, but it does go into the Heatran. Can you take? Oh, that's what I was exactly when you were saying that. I was like, okay, if you fake out the right slot and you potentially live, then this isn't bad, because you don't want to switch in Flutter. But Rilla is just too strong without Intimidate with the grassy terrain boost. It just, unfortunately, I don't know, especially that you committed Terra. You are pretty much gonna drop to either 2 Heat Waves, 1 Flash Cannon, any array of moves from this Heatran. Can kind of just sit here, Grassy Glide with a Heat Wave, kind of cleans it up here, and I think Velocity's all but locked this game up.
Yeah, because this is a Specs Flutter main, and we do not have the Rillaboom does not have access to like high horsepower.
Yeah.
It's just
Superpower.
It doesn't have any of the Stomping Tantrum. It doesn't have a coverage move for the Heatran itself. And versus Velocity's Rillaboom having access to the high horsepower, and I don't know. I just think I think Jonzu is pinned here. There's not really too much you can do. The critical hit may be doing a fifth of Heatran's health. And that's just a 1-hit KO.
Yeah, the Life Orb Heatran is one of the worst, I think, slept on Pokemon currently in VGC meta, just because you kind of two-shot everything with like either heat wave, one-shot some things with just flash cannon, just as you saw, and anything that doesn't like earth power is definitely going to drop to a life orb earth power. So showing the strength of this team, and it is that Regidrago on the back. So coming in just to finish it with a little bit of style and flair with that dragon energy potentially. Will Jones would let it happen though. Personally, me, I'd click X.
Everyone wants to see the move. Everyone wants to see it play out.
You gotta give the people what they want.
I mean, he's thinking here, but I don't know if without a coverage move for the Heatran, I just don't see a way. I don't see a path, unfortunately. And I just think the real problem is not having a good switch in for the Urshifu Dark. Really, like Jonzu is always playing from the back, and with a couple of smart switches from Velocity side, like always having the Heatran available for like the Flutter Mane, and making a really excellent read in game one to just blast the dragon energy to like end that game early. You know, like 4 or 5 turns early. So
and one of the best animations in the game comes out, the dragon energy. It's such a good. They really did a good job on that one. Kudos. That is a great animation, and Velocity does pick up the 2-0 in the first set of the Nino PokeBros Invitational, and it was a great set. But I just find it interesting. A lot of stuff we talked about behind the scenes is actually what happened. Urshifu really kind of dominated this performance. Flutter tried, but you know it was the sleeper in Regidrago that kind of saved the day. To be honest.
yeah, I just like Regidrago. I'm happy he's seeing like, you know, play now without like a Pokemon just being able to just double their health out of nowhere. And having access to Terra in a meta where Flutter Mane exists is absolutely necessary for it. But yeah, its damage is unbelievable and you have to respect it. And I'm glad to see that it's seeing play as just like to come out of nowhere and just like clean up games. It's really cool. And it makes sense on this team too from Velocity. They have the Furry Ref with a Trick Room mode, and they also have Torn on this team. They didn't bring Torn to either game, but they did bring the Frigraph in game one. They have ways to go fast. They have ways to go slow. And I think I really like this team, the way it's constructed, because it's just balance with Regidrago and then a fast and a slow mode. And it worked out.
Exactly. And you have all the little middle pieces you need. Heatran is a middle piece. Rilla is a middle piece. Those are the kind of the glue mons you kind of put together, and they kind of mold the team together. Because I get like you said, they have Torn on this team, and we've seen some of the more recent VGC action. Torn Urshifu, they have it. Torn Regidrago, they have it. That's something you don't normally like. Oh, I have to worry about if I have a Dragon Resistor switch in. If you don't, okay, Dragon Energy like 2 times, and yeah, good luck. And then of course I have a Dark Urshifu, not the same as the water, but I still get that maximum amount of damage I need if I need to. And then of course Heatran under Tailwind with Life Orb, 2 shots most of the format. So you have a lot to deal with, and you know if you want to match Tailwinds, hey, what if I bring my Giraffe? So it's just a really, really well composed team, and kudos to Velocity for bringing it. I think it's a really, really good call.
Yeah, a lot of mind games just in team select right off the rip, and I mean, the Heatran pair with the Regidrago does exactly what you've seen in the past with Regidrago paired with like Goldengo, for instance. But the Goldengo team is more like along the lines of like hyper offense with only Tailwind, but this one has, like I mentioned earlier, the slow and fast mode, and I think the Heatran actually pairs almost better just because it is way better of a switch into the Flutter Mane, which is the biggest issue for the Regidrago. And I'll be honest, like I don't know, like maybe it was just that game, but I've seen like, you know, from ladder matches, I don't know if I like Rillaboom without like a move like high horsepower. All grass moves is it's tough, you know, like grass is good and it's good right now in the format, but I don't know, like it's nice to have a second typing on there somewhere. So
we've just seen the change because Assault Vest was like always the kind of premier choice, but lately it's been like the Miracle Seed and things like that. So, you know, and repositioning is such a huge thing for Rilla. Being able, instead of hard switching, being able to U-turn, sometimes it's just so much better. But I mean, for me personally, I have to have a way to hit Heatran, because if I get stuck, I need to be able to do at least 50%, and without it, it just feels really, really tough because you're gonna get hit and you don't want to have to. It's just a lot to deal with. So I definitely understand that, but I mean, we did see the Chen Pao version with everybody has been running lately with the Terra Grass and kind of like, grass spam. But this one, unfortunately, I think the Heatran coverage is a little bit more needed here because you don't have too much for it. But either way, I
Yeah.
think Jonzu will bounce back for sure. But just a tough matchup for him in this first round.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll bounce back. We have about 8 hours worth of tournament play for you here, Twitch TV. I don't know if he's multi-streaming to YouTube, but
He should.
but yeah, you have about you got about 8 hours of full tournament. So it's like a full regional, if you will. But you just
Absolutely.
got scrubs like us doing the commentating. But
Hey, I don't know. Me and you are pretty good. I mean, I
no,
didn't say
no,
anything, but even when we were talking about teams, you mentioned Goldango. In the back of my mind, I was like, I was gonna mention Goldango. I'm like, he picked it up. I didn't even say anything. I'm like,
no.
see?
I think we do a really good job together.
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
You guys do an
Yeah.
amazing job together. I appreciate you guys so much, man. You would call it maybe the
For
Nino
sure, for
PokeBros Worlds, maybe,
Yeah, this is like the Nino Pokebrawls
Mm.
worlds of you. Yeah, because you have
I
to
like that.
earn your
Sure.
invitation. Yeah,
Okay.
that does make sense. Nino, why didn't you make it into your own invitation?
I tried.
Yeah,
I made it top cut, and I haven't made top cut in these online tours, so that was a small win in my book. But
Hey,
I
all
just want
W's
to
are good W's.
thank Salty
Yeah.
for coming on. He's made some time to at least make one of these rounds. I hope he's hanging with us the whole day, but we'll just keep him as much as we can get him.
Yeah.
I mean, if this next round starts, like I could sub in for the next round.
All right, man. Well, thank you guys. I'm gonna deafen you guys out, and we're gonna have Slim some more rounds for us, the goat, and we're gonna cut Salty off so he can stream on his channel on Salty Dolphin Twitch TV. So
thanks
check
for the
him out
shout-out.
there.
Give him a
as
follow.
usual.
He definitely deserves it.
All right, guys. Appreciate you. Thanks again, guys.
Peace, peace.
Have a good night, everybody.
All right, let's see. I guess we're gonna go to this pairing screen. I have a matching list where I can go through the pairings and stuff like that. I don't want to. I can just hang out for a little bit at least, but Zaddy Nino and hang out with you guys. Legendary. Yeah, we got. I'm hoping we can. Joe was kind of dipped out on me, so he's actually gonna come back in because he had Sierra taken up for the World Cup casting. But he's actually going to come back. I think he's going to come back with me or Hemi and Joe. But Slim's going to be with us. It was so nice to have Salty with us. And I appreciate y'all hanging out. Hope we have some more good good feeds. I think Jonzu's always going to be a good feed. So we always want to change up the view. I think Atmosphere may be able to give us a feed. Fede was always open to us casting. So we might even just cast over Fede's view and just hang out together. Nina looking stylish. But the thing I can do on the off time is kind of prep for the sheet for everything we need. Looking stylish. Yeah, it's the Invitational. And I think next year is going to be a lot cooler because we're going to hand out a lot more invites. And it's going to be really cool. And I think we're going to have a lot more tourney organizers invite people as well. So more, yeah. I want Tommy to give out invites. I want, Wide to give out invites. I saw him in earlier. I want everyone to kind of just be more people. Even I could get an invite. Maybe we do top 2. But I just think it was always special that, it's not. Sometimes I don't have, the best of funds to hand out money every tournament. But at least like this is like a thing that people can earn and, pay off and pay with the best of the best. It's cool. These matches are always good and fun to watch. But I did not have a view. Let me at least show the view. We can show a view of the pairings because I like to do all that stuff. Pokey Sports, you're not on the Discord already? You're not on the Discord? You're going to make it a goal then. Yeah, we had 36 invites, which I can show right now. Bro, the link is broken. It's supposed to create a conversation between you and me, Pokey Sports. All right. Is that all right? Bro, I got Michael. Dude, the Legend's always fun to play against. So, let me go ahead and... Oh, let me show this screen. I like this screen. Starting screen. The time's already up. But these are all the people that qualified, if you guys haven't seen already. Nino, bro, looking like the future star of John Wick. Bro, like, chill. Chill. But I was going to make a list of the people that actually showed up. There's a couple people that didn't make it. A couple regional champs. Roller Coaster just qualified in the wide tour. Atmosphere, I'm pretty sure, is playing. A lot of legends on here. Z just qualified. Jonzu just qualified yesterday. So there's a couple cool favorites in here. And actually, Mr. Burns actually made it. Justin Burns. He's a really good, I think he's won nationals or something like that. I know he's a really great player. Nino looking ready to draw. Dude, I was looking for you. Hemi didn't even download the game. Hemi didn't even download the game. I was like, where's Ledger? Lorcy. I think Lorcy had to work. I sent him the invite. I got it downloaded. But yeah, let me show the pairings real quick. Here, I got the, I could use the game view. Yeah, let's do that. And then you guys got to give me some time to prep. I can do the game scene, right? Yeah, this is perfect. Boom. Awesome. So that was Velocity and Wolfie, which is Jonzu. Fede won his match. Kazuki. Oh man, these teams are crazy. I'm gonna make a slideshow of the teams and all the standings. Dragonite. Oof. Fire Ogre Pawn. Rap Strike. So this is a Japanese player. Man, Among Us is back. What the heck is it doing back? Starting calling Unk my uncle Unk for the reason. Ledger my son. Hey Ryan, what's up, Racer? Let me see what else teams we got here. Won't expose the chat too bad. So we had a couple latecomers, but they're still playing. Let's see, Animus. Farafi. Oh, I guess let's look at the metagame. Since it's looking at these teams, let's kind of look what everyone's bringing. Ogerpon is still around. Ogerpon definitely came to this tournament. Is it 5 rounds of Swiss? Yes, it's 5 rounds of Swiss. Among Us is just the best poker. And then look, Among Us number 2. So who's going to win out of these two? Put the Shroom away. Shroom's trying to come back. They brought it. Shroom got brought this tournament. It's crazy. Oh, I can hear my echo. You guys can't hear that, right? That's my feed that I look at while I'm watching Salty and Slim cast. Let's see. Okay, Peculiar Beer. I was worried some people didn't check in time. Man, I don't like Bundle at all. Look at this same team. This team popular. 14 pure grass ogres? No way. You can't put the Shroom away. He regens 33% of it. There's the Bax Caliber. How many Bax Calibers? No way. 1 Bax Caliber? Oh, wait. I want to see the standouts. We got to see the standouts. Dragapult. Someone brought Sableye. 1 Tats. Only 2 Dozo, and it looks like 1. No, is there any other Tatsus? Oh, man. 2 Reggie Dracos, though. Pure Bro Ogre, so popular right now. All right, I guess. All right, I'm gonna prep the go through everyone's team sheet. We can get standings. I'm gonna get the next round prepped. I appreciate all you guys. Just give me a second. Oh, the PokeBro. What? You couldn't wait till the cut.
Sorry, it's right on time.
Thank you, appreciate it. I was just about to cut and you brought the food. All right, guys, don't look at that. I'm grocery shop. Oh, that is the most delicious bagel sandwich, which I'm probably going to down right now between the rounds. But, so yeah, I'm going to figure out my 2 next casters. I should be able to bring Joe on. If not, it'll be me and him. We're going to find out right now. Or just all 3 of us. So here's my cool next scene. We'll leave this up. Be right back screen. Oh, and then play the fancy music. I will be right back.
ミュージックスタート。いくよ。
Gosh, thank you. I forget I gotta click mute twice. Okay. Thank you so much. Whoever said I was knee deep in pasta was correct. Yes, I was knee deep setting up the next round. Thank you so much, Victory Road, for the raid. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. What up, Big Nino? All right, so I already got the match we're going to take. We're going to take Atmosphere's match. He's playing Animus. Two great players. I got a good feed. I got Hemi and Joe UX9 ready to cast the next round. The hype is big. Thank you. I can't believe I should have played the raid video. I don't even have it on this layout. Oh my gosh. All right, let's bring in the casters. They're setting up the round. The round's begun. I published it. Let's get it. Thanks for everyone for being here. Thanks again, Victory Road, for the tour or for the raid. Oh, that was amazing. My heart's skipping beats, but All right, let's go get ready to bring my casters on. They're ready. They're sitting in the chairs ready to go. Let me unmute them and undeafen. Here I come in, and then we'll go to their feed.
2.
Can you hear me, boys?
Yo,
Hello.
what's up?
All right, how's it going? All right, so as I said, we're doing Atmosphere's feed, so I would pull up his streams on your guys' end so you can watch it, so you don't have to watch my stream. But thanks for coming in, boys. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to your beautiful faces. Everyone's tired of looking at me, but there we go.
Happy to be here. Thanks for having us along for the ride.
Hemi's got a crazy background on as usual. Oh my gosh.
Chatters, how we doing? Hemi here. Good to see everybody. Happy to be here.
How's it going, fellas? You know, Joe.
Joe, you sound kind of low. Let me see if that's my fault.
Okay, it's all good.
We got to turn them up.
You gotta turn me up.
Yeah. So yeah, shout out once again, Victory Road. We see you guys with the raid. That's awesome. Really excited about the Invitational. We got some high caliber games all day long. So
Also got
lock
some
in.
Really interesting teams as well. we were just looking at it while we were on a break too. So there's some really cool teams, especially both Atmosphere and Kyle's as well, or Animus. So.
Yeah, let me pull up Atmosphere's team sheet here. Is he running Sableye?
Yeah, so
He is.
He has Sableye on his team. His team's really interesting actually because it's a team that has Blood Moon on it, but it's not like fully Blood Moon focused. It's actually
Right.
really AV Blood Moon, which we don't actually see a lot of. So
Mm.
it's kind of a really interesting dynamic, right? Because typically on like these Blood Moon teams, you'll usually see them commit to like Dusclops or something else. But it's actually just straight Blood Moon with Assault Vest, kind of like a more, I guess, neutral position on the team, not really focused on getting Trick Room up, more so just being really strong. I'm actually curious if it has speed in it because his bundles like Booster Icy, his Arcanine Scarf like Rock Slide, and if you look at the Sableye, right, like there's nothing that's really, I guess there's no Trick Room.
He has no attack moves on the Sableye. So I guess he's just kind of like banking on the other mons, you know. To...
Joe, you got to turn up. I think. Can you hear me? I got to get you louder somehow. I don't, because I hear Hemi good, but I hear Hemi good.
Let me call my tech support. Give me.
Oh no! Joe needs to know how to do this. I swear I didn't turn down Joe, guys. I swear Joe's at a good. I mean, I didn't change anyone, but I'll double check.
The Blood Moon with the Assault Vest, that's the first time I've ever seen it without, like, some sort of offensive item. So this will be kind of interesting. It doesn't have Protect. And then he's got the Scarf Arcanine as well. So that'll be interesting. Usually you're seeing the band on there.
All right. Can you see me? All right. Let's see how we crank this up.
You can turn them up on Discord too, I think.
I'm trying.
Maybe you already did that.
I'm looking right now.
But yeah, and then Water Ogre, Okie Dogie with Guard Dog. So the walls,
Hello.
That's better.
That's
yes.
Okay, way better. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
that's gotta be
Thank
better.
you. All right. Yeah. No. I think overall, like the whole team is just really interesting, right? The screens plus Okie Dogie stuff is something that obviously has been used before, but in general, right? Like the key thing with Okie Dogie is, can it beat opposing setup? Like what's the nuances of like how you're positioning it, and then also to like where are you kind of bringing it in? Is it like a late game sweeper? Is it going to be like an early game sweeper? Kind of how are you positioning that, right? So
yeah, so we can pretty much say Sableye's come into the game, and then Iron Bundle, Terra Dragon. Interesting.
Yeah, I think in general, like the Terra types on this team are definitely really like biased towards being Ogre Pawn proof, right? If you look at the Hisuian Arcanine that's running Terra Dragon, the bundle's Terra Dragon, as you mentioned, so like they're very focused on like kind of beating other Ogre Pawns. I'm kind of curious because on this team you actually don't really have any Flutter Mane resists, which is why I guess you would have the Roselli Berry Sableye with Light Screen, right? And disable so you could maybe beat specs, but I could definitely see that as being a potential weakness. So I'm really curious. Obviously, Kyle here doesn't have a Flutter for Nate to deal with, but that's definitely something that is really, I would be really interested to see the team kind of deal with.
Yeah, and Atmosphere is notorious for playing kind of teams that are not considered meta technically. So I mean, it's just cool to kind of watch him play, see how he finesses.
And just so chat can also hear about this as well. So Kyle's team actually is a really interesting choice. So first off, it's Fur Draft, Dragonite, Chin-Pao, Urshifu, Ogerpon, Cornerstone, and Blood Moon Ursa. It's actually really interesting because the Fur Draft is running Safety Goggles and Uproar, so really valuing the Amoonguss counter on this team.
Yeah, and we all know Amoonguss is just really tough to deal with in general. But we got our dynamic duo Dragonite Chenpao up top as well, so you love to see that.
Yeah, I think the output that they put out together, right? You know, Dragonite obviously just enables the Chin-Pao enables the offense from Dragonite, and then if you have a late game sweeper in Urshifu, or even you could lead something like, you know, one of your attackers plus redirection from Ogerpon, that's really significant. But I believe we are getting into the game here, so we can actually see what both players are bringing. All right,
Here we go.
let's see what the two leads are coming from them. So we have a lead of Urshifu and Fur Giraffe, and it's going to be Ogerpon and Ursaluna from the other side. How do you feel about this, Hemi?
I feel like Atmosphere is in a decent position here. Does he have Follow Me on the? Let me see here. He does have Follow Me, so he could kind of, you know, it kind of walls the Water Ursh a little bit here.
Yeah, I think the Follow Me definitely exerts a lot of pressure on Urshifu, right? So you're going to be a little hesitant to click a water move, but Urshifu does have really safe option here in either clicking U-turn or clicking close combat. So it's I think it's going to be up to Nate to kind of capitalize off of this lead. Like, even though Urshifu is in a position where it's maybe not the most preferred situation, like, it can still be really annoying if it's allowed to get out of control.
Right. And the Terra coming in. I think that's Terra Normal out of the bear. Yep.
Yeah, I think the Terra Normal is also going to let this Blood Moon put out a lot more damage. I think Ursaluna kind of relies on Terra Normal to actually be doing significant damage, right? Without the Terra Normal, I mean, your damage output's going to be a lot less significant. But close combat's going to go straight into the Ursaluna and just knock it out immediately with a crit as well. So the crit could have definitely been significant. I think it definitely did.
Yeah, the locking into the close combat is very smart there. Even if they follow me, I mean, it's going to do a ton of damage to the Ogerpon as well. So.
Hornleech coming out. The Hornleech is coming out. Is it going to knock out? It does knock out. So there's at least a trade there. I mean, I think it's a little bit more negative for Atmosphere because you do end up losing your Terra, right? You use up a really important resource immediately. But Trick Room goes up here. If Kyle has his Blood Moon in the back, this could actually be really scary, right? So I think that could be something very difficult to deal with.
Wow, that lead with this, with the Ursh lead with the Farig threatening the Trick Room, you know, it's like where do you target? Where do you put your resources, you know? And he's set up for a double KO, but it just
oh, and here comes the Ursaluna. Yeah, this is very, I think honestly maybe Sableye coming in would have been a bit better, but the fact that Ogerpon also doesn't have Terra available to it is going to put it in a really compromised position, right? The fact that it can't actually sustain damage from the Ursaluna because there's no Terra available and there's no light screen available is really difficult, right? So you could even try to click double protect here, but there's just so much pressure coming out from this Ursa. I think a Helping Hand plus Terra Normal, Hyper Voice, or even Blood Moon would be incredibly strong into this board state. I don't actually know how Atmosphere can really react to it.
Yeah,
and
the
like
damage
stop
output is just insane at that point with the Helping Hand boost. We'll see here. Follow me.
Yeah, I think this Ursaluna is looking very scary.
All right, they go for Psyshock into the Ogre. Little chip. Blood Moon.
Some damage.
Big Blood Moon coming into the Ogre. That definitely KOs. Crit did not matter. I can tell you that.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I think the big thing is here, at least, like, I mean, if you're looking for silver linings of the situation, right? You can go for a Drain Punch here. You get some damage into the Ursaluna. The problem with the Sableye here is, like, you'd be like, oh, okay, like, now I can Encore it in the Blood Moon, or, like, I can, like, do something like that. It can't use Blood Moon twice in a row, so I don't actually... I'm unfamiliar with that mechanic, if it makes it struggle or not. But the problem is Armor Tail's on the field, right? So Fur Draft is just hard shutting down the Sableye here. We're actually just going to see a forfeit get instantly locked in. I don't really blame, you know, Nate for it, because I feel like the issue here is just... you don't have any resources to stop this Blood Moon, right? Even a light screen, you're probably going to go down to like a Psyshock anyways, which uses the defense stat. So I don't really see any way Nate like comes out of the situation. I just think you can't allow the Urshifu to get that much value. And for what it's worth, the crit probably did make a difference in that situation as well.
Yeah,
right? So
isn't Blood Moon's very bulky, so I mean, just in general. So the close combat, I mean, that's a very powerful move as well. So who knows? We need our people to calc it in the chat maybe or something, but
yeah, I mean, I think too, a big thing here is like, what adjustments do you make going into a game 2 situation? Like, obviously, that's not a preferable way you want your game to end. That was a pretty quick loss, right? It seems Kyle is just really comfortable going with the strategy, like, hey, I'm just gonna blow something up with Scarf, Urshifu, get the Trick Room up, and then my Blood Moon comes in and runs the game. And I do feel like Nate's team does have a bit of a Blood Moon weakness. Maybe keeping his Blood Moon in the back this time, so that way, if you're going to be utilizing your Blood Moon, you can use it to beat the other Blood Moon later on. As opposed to maybe using it up immediately, right? But obviously it depends on what Nate also feels like is his best approach.
And the Ogre did pick up the KO on the Ursh after the close combat came in, but I wonder if he follow me's there on that turn 1, if that makes a difference in the outcome of the game at all.
Yeah, it's just like, the problem is like, I feel like you're just giving Kyle so much free damage, right? And even from Kyle's perspective, like, he doesn't even really have to go into the Trick Room mode. He could keep Chien-Pao Dragonite in the back as well, and that would be incredibly strong, especially since he knows now that, like, there's probably not much desire to bring Sableye, considering how hard-walled it got, in the game 1. But, Nate could also still bring it anyways, right? So,
and just to have Sableye in the back is a risk in general, because, like we noticed earlier, it doesn't have any attacking moves, so it's like, if they focus your attackers down and you're left with Sableye, you just lose, so...
Yeah, well, we are getting into team preview once again, so we'll see if there are any adjustments or if they both decide that they want to go with the same lead and kind of take their chances, maybe say, hey, without a crit, I would have won this game. So coming out from Kyle's side, we're going to see Ogerpon and Chien-Pao, so a complete switch up from Kyle's side, and we're going to see the same lead coming out from Nate's end. So I'm not sure if this is better or worse, honestly. I do feel like the lack of Urshifu pressure is nice for the Ursaluna, but Ogerpon and Chien-Pao is still kind of scary, right? It can still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that is the rock Ogerpon, yeah, okay. So that has the sturdy ability. So you're not going to be able to take it down with one shot. Have to double focus it.
Yeah, I think a big thing here is going to be also too, like, the mind game of, is there a follow me? Is there a spiky shield, right? Do you even want to target into the Ogerpon, or do you just want to focus on the Ursaluna? I do feel like from Kyle's perspective here, like, I feel pretty safe to just click Power Whip and click something like Ice Spinner into the Ursaluna. There's not really much drawback to that. And you kind of just pin that slot really hard, and if a follow me comes out, you still get a free KO, right?
Yeah, that's a good call.
All right, so we're going to see the Terra.
Yeah. Same turn, basically.
Yeah, I mean, the Terra Normal Blood Moon Ursa is putting out a lot of damage, right? So it's still putting on pressure here. I do think that, like, the Hyper Voice is a big threat into both mons. At least you could break the Sturdy on the Ogerpon and then also break the Sash on the Chien-Pao.
Yeah, exactly. They basically have a double Sash going right now. Okay, so you lose Ogre here with the Follow Me.
And there's the Power Whip. Yep, so kind of going for the line that was mentioned earlier, right? Of just, like, the really safe double target into the Ursaluna here.
But this is still good damage into both.
I think
on the Ogre.
I don't think it'll get Ogre under half, but it does do a lot to Chien-Pao, which is good, right? Because now Chien-Pao is kind of just, like, really in range of everything. Sableye here too is really nice, actually, because now you can get up a Reflect to make your Ursaluna even bulkier, maybe able to live that double up, right?
Yeah.
So, and then also we kind of forgot, there's also a Vacuum Wave as well, right? So
yeah, so priority in action here.
Did he target himself with Sableye?
Yeah. I think he's encoring him into Blood Moon here, because that's something you can do so that you can use Blood Moon every turn.
That is actually, that's actually, I did not know the mechanic.
I've never seen it in action, so we'll see if that's what he did.
That's so interesting, actually.
I think he's banking on a Chien-Pao. Okay.
Okay, yeah, because, if gets the priority, I guess?
Yes, the prankster gives it priority.
Oh, wow. Oh, give it Hyper Voice. Oh, I see. That's actually really cool. That's a really cool mechanic. Wow, that is really awesome.
I know you can also do it for Blood Moon. Like, you can use Blood Moon consecutively if you encore yourself. So
that is so cool. Yeah, I'm actually very surprised in all my time playing. I did not know about that. That's actually really, really cool. The fact that you can just keep doing that too, right? Like, you can just click Vacuum Wave here again, get the priority, and then just click, Encore again to get another Hyper Voice off. This is actually really scary for Kyle. I mean, The Ogerpon does have follow me, so you could redirect the Encore. But now actually, because of
He's
the
locked.
armor
He's
kill,
locked,
yeah,
I think.
yeah. Yeah, I think you probably just click reflect here, right? Because Fur Draft isn't really pressuring much. All it has is, you know, that Psy Shock, and you could get a ton of damage off with Hyper Voice, which is like super
Right.
significant here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was interesting. That was really cool. I don't think that they were expecting that. So
I definitely would have expected it from Kyle's side, to be honest with you. Like I was, you know, like one of those mechanics you're loosely familiar with, but then like you see it and you're like, oh yeah, like that's an option, you know, like
Right.
it was one of those. And we're gonna see Ivy Catcher come out. Crit would be really significant. No crit, so this should be able to survive and get another Hyper Voice off, which is a huge deal.
yeah, the Blood Moon hangs on, gets a ton of damage out again.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if there would have been value to clicking Blood Moon here, or even Earth Power, right? Earth Power to KO the Ogerpon, or Blood Moon to try and like maybe do more to the Giraffe. But at this point, right, I do think that there's definitely some significance to kind of maybe preserving it for later. Especially if like Trick Room goes up and you're kind of saving it for once Trick Room goes up to maybe leverage your Blood Moon.
Yeah.
The one scary thing here is you're switching in your Okidogi into a potential Psy Shock. Like in theory, there should be no reason for them to click Psy Shock into it because you know you shouldn't survive. But Kyle could also be like, okay, like I know you kind of have to switch, so I can just click
Okay,
Psy
Nick.
Shock here.
There's the Trick Room going up as well. So
Okay. Yep.
just like you said, basically. So
Yeah,
that
I
cudgel
think.
did absolutely nothing to Okidogi, by the way.
Yeah, I mean Okidogi is just one of those Pokemon that has so much bulk on it, so it's just able to survive like almost any attack and like really not care when it's getting hit on the physical end. Its special side is a bit squishier, but the thing is here is like it really depends. Is Blood Moon Ursaluna even in the back from Kyle's perspective? If it is, which I would assume so because you said Trick Room, right?
Right.
Then it could actually still be really threatening to this Okidogi. All right. Let's see what comes out here. There's not really anything you can do in terms of your Encore and Disable because for a draft is just hard walling you here, right?
Right. It seems like, yeah, it seems like you kind of need to stall these Trick Room turns.
Psy Shock is gonna do so much damage. Wow, that's just so much damage to be taking here. Gunk Shot's gonna come out.
It picks up.
That is really
crit.
significant. I mean, Gunk Shot is just crazy strong, so I don't even know if the crit really made a difference there.
Right.
The nice thing here is at least now you're in a position where like you can at least impact something with your Sableye. I don't really know if Encore Disable's doing that much in this situation, but at the very least, like it can lead into you maybe stalling. But I do feel like if Kyle's Ursaluna is min speed and Atmospheres isn't, this is just kind of a wash game because you could just click Hyper Voice and follow me, and there's really no drawback to it, right?
Right.
You can just kind of run through the rest of the game here.
Yeah. It's not looking great when you have a full health Blood Moon with Trick Room turns left to burn.
Yeah, and the fact that I think a big nuanced aspect of this too is like you normally consider two Blood Moons to be pretty equal, but it's just because Kyle's is Life Orb and it's also using that Terra Normal, so its damage output is just so significant.
Yeah.
It's so hard to slow down in comparison to Nate's, where you know you can switch in some Pokemon that can take these special attacks better. Like it's still
Right.
a reasonable amount of damage you can sustain without going down. So I feel like in general, this is really a position where Kyle has all the momentum.
Yeah, and you're getting Encored into Follow Me here, and then you get disabled. But I mean, does it really matter?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, like the Hyper Voice here should just clean up both, and then obviously you get your next Pokemon, which is going to be that Blood Moon, which is really low on health. I think like your best win con here that you can hope for is somehow your Okidogi is able to survive the Hyper Voice, and then you get a Drain Punch off into the Blood Moon as you click Hyper Voice, and your Ursaluna underspeeds Kyle's Ursaluna. But
Yeah.
from what I understand, like I don't think Nate's is min speed, so I don't think it's going to go like
Right.
that.
Yeah, and it's really that becomes really important when you're seeing so many Blood Moons these days, you know. So
Yeah, especially the interactions, right? Like of the speed stat, it really does make a big difference, especially too because, knowing that your Blood Moon goes before the other, if they're speed tying, like these are really significant things that can impact the game. But I do feel like
Yeah.
this is a very easy Hyper Voice follow me from Kyle.
yeah, we should see Kyle wrap up here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I do think too, like this is a hard matchup for Nate, I think in general, right? Just the fact of like the early offense of like a really fast attacker, then into Blood Moon just kind of running through the rest of the team. But actually, Ursaluna goes
he's
first.
actually Wow,
Okay.
that's a ton of damage.
But the key question here is, does Okie Dokie survive? I don't think it does. I don't think it has the ability to survive here, but we're gonna see. All right,
So
Hyper Voice comes out.
Life or Hyper Voice, we'll see.
No, it goes down. Yeah,
Wow.
I didn't have much faith, but you know, Okie Dokie it's one of those Pokemon that, like, you know, conceptually is really bulky, but then when you look at it, like, just Blood Moon Ursa is so strong, it's really hard to really survive that hit, right? So
Yeah,
I mean, that's important info though for, you know, Kyle and Nate to know going forward if they play each other. The fact that you know, Nate's Blood Moon is min speed as well, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was well played, both individuals, but at the end of the day, the Farigiraf Trick Room tech just was too much.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it highlights a little bit the issues with, like, screens teams in some cases, right? The fact that you need to be sustaining a lot of damage, and when there's tools like, you know, a Life Orb Ursaluna, there's a, you know, Urshifu that can crit you with Surging Strikes. There's just so many things that can break through those screens and kind of ignore that damage mitigation you have. And then on top of that, you're relying on Sableye, which basically needs to get its Prankster moves off to do something, and then you have a Furdraff, right? So it's kind of like you know, it's kind of like the Furdraff saying, good luck, buddy, you know? It's like Ursaluna's just shredding through the rest of the team, so it's doing too much damage, right? So
Yeah, the Farigiraf is really like it's a good mon. I've been seeing it around a lot more. I think the usage went way up in the last couple of grassroots tours as well. So it's not going anywhere.
I just think in general too, you know, the really interesting part of that matchup was the turn 1 of game 1, the crit onto Ursaluna. Had Ursaluna survived, it might have been a bit of a closer game. Obviously, the Furdraft was putting on a lot of pressure, but that did kind of just automatically end the game on turn 1, right? I'm kind of curious if maybe there wasn't even a Terra from the Ursaluna and the Terra had been preserved for Ogerpon, because then Ogerpon maybe could have sat in front of the Blood Moon a bit earlier, right? So using up that Terra resource and losing it really early was super significant and definitely impacted the late game of game 1.
Yeah, that's very true. You burn Terra right away, lose it to close combat, and then if you could have got a Hyper Voice off, or I think he clicked Blood Moon that turn. So like if you could have got the Blood Moon into the Farig, then Trick Room never goes up, and you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just goes to show too, like, how versatile Furdraff is, right? It's kind of like really good on these teams that are both moving kind of quickly with some of their options, you know, like Scarf Urshifu or like, you know, Chien-Pao, Dragonite, these Pokemon that want to move first and are kind of focused on more so outpacing your opponent really early in the game, and then can set Trick Room late game to kind of work with, you know, Pokemon like Ursaluna or other slow Pokemon that you sometimes see with the Iron Hands, Torkoal, those kind of Pokemon. So it's a really interesting Pokemon, and I think it definitely has a place on a lot of teams. And I think Furdraft now in this format has definitely gotten a lot more respect than it has in the past. So
yeah, and even my buddy, he's been running Farigiraf with the Moongus, like Life Orb Farigiraf, and just putting a Moongus out there, and you just like get Trick Room up, and you can spore each slot, and just basically click Dazzling Gleam the whole game and win. So it's kind of a cool new tech.
I think too, like, the concept of Kyle's team is very strong, especially in tournaments like this. You know, where there's like a lot of Tailwind, there's a lot of like other stuff. You kind of have your early game Trick Room setup that's immune to taunt from stuff like Tornadus, that's immune to taunt from other priority mons, and then you have, you know, your Follow Me with Ogerpon to ensure your Trick Room goes up, and then you also have your Fast Attacker if you need to get rid of something early, and just kind of that strategy of like Follow Me Trick Room or like attack Trick Room, and then you lose your attacker, you get an Ursaluna, you get another Trick Room sweeper. It's just really good into all these fast-paced teams, right? And then if you want to vary it up, you can just do Dragonite, Chien-Pao in the back, or like whatever you want, right? So
yeah, you always have that threat of like the ultimate priority, but you also have the threat of slowing the game down and making Torn teams useless, you know, stuff like that. So
yeah, so definitely looking forward to seeing more from this Invitational. I mean, that's it for us this round. You know, I'm sure that we'll be, you know, looking over some more rounds soon, but you know, hopefully you guys enjoyed that match. We'll see you guys after the short break.
bye,
Thank
guys.
you, boys. Appreciate you. All right. You can hear me, right? I got everything set up correctly, right? Again. This is awesome. It's going well. It's going well. Got ya. Unfortunately, bro, that's how we're going to start off. Yo, hey, Vio, good luck. Nino muted. Bro, I can hear the feed. I can see the mic moving. J-Dog, what's up? Put Joe back on. Joe's coming back because Joe said he needed to have a space, and I was going to take over the space. But since Joe's here, I let him and Hemi go. We got me and Hemi commentating. but I just got confirmation that Mike from PokeSports is going to reunion with me. We're going to cast together. Looking forward to it. So we're going to try that out in the next round. And so that'll be fun. We'll have our team sheets ready. I'm just going to find the right feed because Atmo was so nice to give us his feed even though he's streaming. It makes things easy when we just use the direct feed from when they're already streaming. Are you going to say that, Ogre? Bro, I was talking about a specific water ogre pond, all right? Jeez, gosh, you'll never let that down. I'm sorry I called it and you were upset. But all right, I'm gonna get everything ready. I threw a couple team sheets together. I guess I can throw this screen on while we're starting back, but I'll get more team sheets. I'm gonna go prep for the next round. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be me and Mike casting. We're gonna get all set up for that for the next round, and I'm gonna find out what stream match we're gonna do. I'll let you know as soon as possible. Ogre, whoa, not on the live feed. Cam, hey yo. Is there any mods here? Am I the only mod here today? Yo, Kev Deg, thanks for the follow. Ratio, thanks for the follow. We got a lot of follows. Holy crap. I didn't even see all these follows. Oh my gosh. Yo, Zoro, Pokemon Go, Sax. Dude, 8520, Kevin, VGC Ratio. Oh my god, I'm slacking. Man, running an event and streaming at the same time is pretty tough. Crazy Diddy, what's up? Shout out to my boy Diddy slacking. All right, let me put on the nice be right back screen. Hino looking sharp. Yo, J-Dog, thanks for the biddies. I'm here insanely. All right, good. We got the two casters are modding. We do it all, man. We cast, we mod, we run the stream. But I think I know what feed I'm gonna get. We'll see if we can switch it up. Jonzu's always a safe feed. We just saw Atmo, so I'm going to see how everyone's playing, see what feeds I can get. I appreciate y'all, and I'll be right back, I swear. I'll switch to the team sheet list while this screen's going on, but let me play the music. The DMC free music. I'm heating up Chinese. All right, I think me and Mike are going to do the next round, so we're going to go prep for that. Thank you, guys. Unmuted. All right, we're about all ready. Let me get this match going. I got Mike all set up here. Oh, yeah. Let me use the. I'm using the echo. I'm gonna go the other way. At least I know I'm not muted. What's going on, Chi-Chi? What's going on, Coach? All right, so we got Animus versus Ryan coming up. I got the team sheets loaded up. I'm gonna probably bring on Mike and just tell him to start. Hold on, let me get Mike all set up here. Hold on 1 second. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate y'all being here. It's been a lot of fun. This is really exciting. We got two. This is our third round. We still got 2 more rounds. It seems like I got plenty of streams. I was worried I was not gonna have enough streams to access to, but it's looking pretty good. Hold on 1 second. Let me get Mike set up, and then I'll bring him in. Pop out. All right. Watch stream. We're getting almost there. I gotta go to the full view. There we go. And then we're going to have to move you over. Hide that one. Bring me on. All right. Let me unmute. Here we go. Check 1, check 2. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you.
Yes, we're here. All right. No echoes. Everything sounds good.
All good for me.
Oh, you just always speak so softly. I need you to yell at me. No, you died out. No.
Oh no, what happened?
Your mic disappeared. We just got the PokeBros mic, but it's all right. I'm gonna go ahead and tell them to start. But I just want to welcome you on. I'm glad you're here with me. At least I didn't lose your very gentle voice.
Oh, I was vibing to that music, man. That's some good music.
Yeah, that's one. I made sure all the DMCA songs weren't up, so I wanted to be safe. But I'm gonna tell them to go ahead and get started. Let's see. Go ahead and start. And we have our team sheets here. We got Animus versus Ryan. Ryan just qualified recently. I think Animus has 2 qualifications, so this is gonna be exciting to watch.
Very exciting, and both of the teams look really good too. Really strong teams. Seeing Dragonite and Shen Pao, seeing Blood Moon Ursa Luna on Animus' side, and then on Ryan's, you've got Hisuian Arcanine, Iron Hands, the whole Shen Pao thing all over again. It's great.
Oh man, do we have 2 hands? Are we gonna see the Iron Handshake that we like to see so much?
I want to see the handshake, but no, we've got the Furry Giraffe. So
no handshakes.
Love that handshake. So do we get PokeSports in this? Is this
we got the Nino PokeSports. I was hoping to bring the PokeSports bros, the PokeSports boys together, but I'm gonna get you guys just to run your own tournament. We're just gonna call it the Nino PokeSports tournament, and I want you guys to cast it. I want to hear all your lovely voices.
I know. I feel like this keeps happening, where it's like, yeah, we got to bring both the PokeSports in. PokeSports is like, yeah, let's do it, and then Kevin's like, nah, I got it. I'm busy.
Oh my gosh! All right, it looks like they're already through preview. You can you see the feed all right? Do you want me to send it to you?
Yeah, send me that feed.
All right, I guess you'll need that, huh?
I might just need that.
All right. But again, thanks for coming on, Mike. I really appreciate you coming through. And yeah, this feed will be the live feed. I'm gonna transition to it, so they're gonna see what you're seeing. I'll play some background music for us too.
Amazing. So we're right in there.
We're right in there. Here we go. Let's go. Dragonite, is that a Dragonite and a Urshifu? Oh, I thought I was going to see a Chien-Pao, but it's already there for the opponent's side.
It always scares me when I see a Chien-Pao on the opponent's side and 2 physical Pokemon on your side, because it's like, oh no, the Chien-Pao's already there, and now you have 2 Pokemon that benefit from it.
Oh yeah, exactly. It comes as a not a helpful moment for some of the opposing or one times.
That's right. Now, this being the first turn, this could be a very clear Iron Hand fake out into Urshifu, since, of course, the Dragonite often does run inner focus, not getting flinched.
Right. And I'm seeing some running multi-skill too, but good old close team sheet on ladder. I'm like, man, if only I knew that wasn't multi-skill, I would have just faked it out all day.
That's right. exactly. That is true. So taking that U-turn from the Urshifu, we're going to bring in something. Could bring in the Farigiraf here just to make sure that fake out doesn't go off. But, I mean, really, it's always going to hit that slot anyway.
Yeah, I always thought that's what I was thinking. He was going to bring this in some kind of turn, but he's going to get this huge outrage. Isn't enough? No,
That's
he needs
massive
Chin-Pow for that
damage.
outrage. It was trying to use Chin-Pow for the outrage, so it just it
Right.
didn't happen.
Now, the Iron Hands didn't go for the fake out right at the beginning. You could see by the fact that the Urshifu went for the U-turn. Instead, going for the wild charge on the Farigiraf, that's a ton of damage, even though it's not on the water type Urshifu. That probably would have been a one-hit knockout on that Urshifu.
Oh, man. It'd been close. I've seen a couple live those before, so we some of them trained well.
Urshifu is a strong boy. All right, we're bringing out the Iron Hands, bringing in the Chen-Pao again. This is going to be a good situation for the Ogerpon if it does get the chance to attack here. But it's not even going to try it. It's just going to Spiky Shield, stopping that
It always
outrage.
loves that extra damage, and then the outrage going into that slot. So,
Nice.
yeah, it's a nice little chip for it. Maybe now we got Chimpa on the field that can throw an Icicle Crash, but it is able to switch out. It's broken free, so that way it's not locked in outrage. But we do have a Trick 'em Up, and Dragonite should outspeed both of these Mons. So now Animus has a choice whether he wants to keep it in and risk it confusing herself or set Trick Room and get a swap in. So, I mean, Ursaluna Blood Moon I've been seeing it play a lot lately. I saw, I think, a Roller Coaster winning the Wide Tour with listed last night. And then also Jonzu won one of the LCQs with it as well. So it's getting a little more play, I think.
Yeah, seeing a ton of those around here. I've always loved Farigiraf specifically. I think it's just been such a good Pokemon in this evolving meta. Gonna withdraw the Ogerpon here. What are they gonna bring in instead? Oh, that's a Golden Go. That's a Golden Go from Ryan's side. Golden Go, another one of those Pokemon that just does so well in these
Wait,
metas.
Farafigig has Uproar? Did I not even look at this team sheet?
That's so true.
Uproar.
It does. What?
What is going on here?
Champa is going to use Throat Chop, so that Farigiraf is not going to be using Uproar anymore.
Okay, well, I love the throat. I love the Dark's stab move that's not Sucker Punch. It's pretty nice. When you see Crunch, when you see Throat Chop, I think it's pretty cool that, your only Dark move isn't a Sucker Punch. It's finally just straight damage, and you don't have to rely on the opponent attacking. So, I mean, that thing with Life Orb does a lot of damage. So, I like seeing some people, you not use the Sucker Punch or use both, or just have that one Dark move that isn't priority based.
Absolutely. We've been liking to call the Ursaluna Blurst. It's just the Blursaluna right here. So that thing's cool, man. Like it can attack the Golden Go.
It was the blurstest of times.
It was the best of times. It was the Blurst.
Yeah, that's how it went.
Oh, that's great. All right, we've seen terrestrialization on Ryan's end. Oh no, that's actually on Animus's end for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Yes, we're seeing Terra normal.
The
Blurst.
normal Terra. So the normal, the one we usually see on that Pokemon for that extra stab.
That's right. That's right. So Ursaluna is going to use Hyper Voice. That's going to take Chien-Pao right down to Sash. You see how much damage that did on the Golden Go too? Like,
the Dragonite avoids the confusion, gets the double up on the Chien-Pao. We're
that's
gaming.
huge.
That is actually really huge. So Animus is now locked into Outrage again a couple more turns. It's not very effective move when it hits Goldango, and these Hyper Voices aren't doing so much damage. So this Goldango is now at a +2. It's going to go last, but it's going to have a lot of damage. And I don't think what Animus has on the field is enough to knock it out. And then now we have fake out pressure on the Ursaluna now. So
that's right.
Interesting.
So
turn here.
if the Iron Hands goes for the fake out on the Ursaluna, Dragonite will be able to get an outrage off of on the Golden Go. It probably won't take that out.
No, but I guess the outcome here is if it gets this KO on Ironhead, that's going to be a good plus work with this getting this fake, make
absolutely
KO that's coming down, and he does.
Here it comes.
He absolutely does.
That's huge. So at this point now we're going to have a Blood Moon Ursaluna versus Golden Go kind of situation on our hands.
Man, how much damage is this fake out or this Make It Rain gonna do? Is it? Are my calcs correct?
My bet is a lot.
Are we gonna live this? Of course.
No way. Dragonite goes way down to that.
Any reason it zoomed in? Oh, let me fix that. I zoomed in a little too much. I'll fix that. Thanks for letting me know, Talon. Yeah, sorry about that. We'll fix that.
Urshifu coming in place of the Dragonite here. Ursaluna and Urshifu, like it's a very scary day when you've got two bears on the other side of the field.
Man, you got a big bulky one, and then you got this one that just crits you every time it hits.
Yep.
The bear meta.
These are the Pokemon that mess with your team sheets when you type in the URS.
There we go.
No, I'm trying to type in Urshifu. What do you mean Ursaluna?
All right,
so Ogerpon and Golden Go here.
We got the 2v2. Goldango's still at +1. I'm pretty sure Trick Room was still up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Ursaluna has a pretty solid play ahead of it. Being able to go first here, attacking the Golden Go or the Ogerpon could in fact go for a Hyper Voice with Terra Normal, but Blood Moon is also a great option here.
yeah, the risky thing about the Surging Strikes is does he have Follow Me on that set, which he most certainly does. They usually do, so that's the risk we're going to take. Probably not locking in Surging or not selecting Surging Strikes here.
Ogerpon going for the Follow Me. Is this going to be a problem here? Because Blood Moon's going to do some big damage, but that close combat is now hitting essentially nothing if this Ogerpon goes down.
Oh.
Yep. Down it goes.
Okay, well, we got to resist on this Make It Rain if that's what he clicked. It is. I think Ursha's going to live. It is.
Yep.
It could probably take another one of those hits. Goldango's the only remaining Pokemon. And I think, yeah, he doesn't have any remaining Pokemon either. So I think Trick Room is ending this turn.
Yeah, this will be the last turn of Trick Room for sure.
Oh, no.
Urshifu going
We
for
locked
the
into close combat.
Effect. That's right.
Oh, no. We locked in.
That's a tough turn for Animus here. Had he gone for the Surging Strikes, that would have at least been damaged.
Oh,
Knowing right off
no.
the bat that doesn't have enough is going to forfeit there. And that will be game one for Ryan.
That's crazy. So, I mean, if you get the KO first with Hyper Voice or Blood Moon, so Blood Moon KO, so I think it was a hard read there. Oh my gosh. Because, you know, you can't Surging because you're hoping they Follow Me, but, you know, the Ursaluna going first gets confirms that KO, and then you're free to Surging, right? I mean,
that's right.
But I think that maybe was going for maybe a Protect read on the other slot or something like that. GG. So it seemed like Animus had it in the bag, but locked in the wrong slot. There's obviously a reason for the methods of the madness, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. Like let's play in that space, right? If the Ogerpon had gone for a Spiky Shield, then that would have been huge damage to the Golden Go on Blood Moon. And then the Urshifu would have just gone right through the Spiky Shield, KO'd the Ogerpon, and that would have been Dunzo right there.
Yeah, I think that was the call.
Going for the Follow Me instead, that was a good call on Ryan's end.
Yeah. Oh wow. All right. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see if he goes for the same leads here. Urshifu's a tough bring in with the water Ogerpon, so it's like we got to find a way to get rid of that opposing Ogerpon. And then bring in Urshifu to do the damage. Him being Choice Scarf though, when Farafgig sets Trick Room, it's kind of putting him at a disadvantage until Trick Room ends. And I know some of these Trick Room teams that play, they like to set Trick Room first. They get enough damage when Trick Room ends, and then like you've seen Tommy do this before, he brings in a faster Urshifu just to clean up. Yeah,
absolutely. Can I talk about that for a second? I've heard this a couple times today. Farafgig? Is that what we're saying here?
Oh, we didn't see any Farafgig games? We didn't. No, you're busting me. But we got a game to cast. We can't get into this right now.
Okay.
We had the pregame on this, but yes, it is the giraffe-looking Pokemon that I call Farafgig. All right, we got the matches in. Here we go. Chat, don't at me, please. Know who sees
We've got Farafigig and Urshifu here.
Oh my gosh. Well, speaking of Farafigig, we got one on the field alongside the Urshifu. So no priority, no fake outs right off the get-go. No reason to wonder if he's going to switch in or not. I always love Surging Strike the Chin Pow and just getting rid. But a lot of bulky ones will live. So sometimes it forces you to tear the Urshifu. But I don't think... I think maybe Ryan has a reason to Terra, because if he doesn't protect, he's definitely has the risk of being doubled on here.
My question is it worth losing the Urshifu over just to take out the Chien-Pao here? Because obviously your Iron Hands isn't going for any fake out here. You've got the Iron Tail on Animus's side. But if he goes for that Surging Strikes, it does leave his Urshifu open for a big wild charge.
Yes, listen to that. That's why you have to commit to the bit and, you know, maybe center your targeting on this Iron Hands. But let me just call out your partner in crime here, Ray's Nation, telling him I didn't invite. I didn't think he was cool enough. Yeah, I can read the chat on this stream. This is my stream. But bro, I'm telling you, the next tournament's gonna be hosted by PokeSports, and we're just gonna focus on you guys. But anyways, back to the match. He does target the Chin Pao with the Urshifu, getting it down, getting it out of the way. So does Mike call it right, and he goes for the wild charge. No, it's into
but not on the Urshifu, going for the wild charge on the Farigiraf. Sorry, the Farafigig?
Yeah.
Going for the Trick Room here.
But yes,
that's
sets up
going to be
Trick
painful.
Room. And takes a little, not only wild charge recoil, he takes a Rocky Helmet damage as well.
And here comes that Ogerpon. That has been a very scary follow me user in this best of 3.
So you might have to get out of there. Now that he's locked in Surging Strikes, you can force it to follow me and just pin it down. But is it worth, taking more damage from a wild charge and whatnot? Switching in Dragonite's pretty nice here. It'll still do a little bit of chip. No, Iron Hands goes out.
Iron Hands goes back as well. Iron Hands is going to be swapped out for the Golden Go. What a smart play in this situation. I love this. Urshifu is going to come back as well. Going to preserve that Terra. Bringing in Dragonite here.
All right,
now this first turn, it's going to be pretty pivotal here. The first turn that the Ogerpon is out. To see what it's going to go for. Okay, it's decided to go for the Power Whip right on the Dragonite. What a good call.
Great switch.
Great call, swipping in that Dragonite. Here we go.
Yeah, he was willing to see if he was going to stay in and try and go for that Goldango damage, since it does resist and needs a nasty plot. But no, Animus is like, nah, you need to get this Urshifu set up for an end game here after Trick Room ends. The old,
that's right.
Wait for the Trick Room to end and then come in with the fastest Mon left over and just kind of sweep.
Now, it was a great switch to bring in the Dragonite. However, now that the Dragonite's in here, we're seeing that Animus is having trouble figuring out what kind of move he should use from the Dragonite. Is he going to go for the Stomping Tantrum on the Golden Go? It might get Follow Me from Ogerpon. Should I just go for Outrage and hit whatever I hit?
Flip the coin and see if you get the Ogerpon hit, which you're going to want here in this case.
That's right. So back goes Farafigig into Ursaluna. Big old blurse.
I'm a gambling man. I love this play.
Woo! Oh, that's huge.
He hits the right slot. He definitely wanted that slot. Otherwise, the Goldango was going to live that Outrage hit. Goldango is able to get a nasty plot, but now that Blood Moon is in here, the Ursaluna Blood Moon is in now. It's going to be probably the slowest thing that'll be able to go first. But it can take a double hit, maybe from the Dragonite and the Blood Moon. Animus, here we go.
Let's not forget that he did switch in, or he did activate the Trick Room from the Farigiraf earlier. So the Ursaluna is going to outspeed this Golden Go.
But now he has the risk of being faked out or baited for the fake out to bring back in the Farafigig, because you don't want Dragonite to sit near. So it's interesting. Dragonite can't get faked out because it's inner focus. So this Outrage could still do huge damage onto the Iron Hands. So he goes for Protect, not to take any damage from Iron Hands or the Goldango. He does fake out that slot. Is this Outrage going to hit the Iron Hands? D9's slower than
It's gonna
gold.
be
Yeah, I
big
know,
damage
but it
on
goes.
whoever it hits.
Okay.
It does go for the golden go.
It's still a good amount of damage. I mean, good chip, as some of the players like to say. But it's going to take a big shadow ball from the Goldango, and it's going to be enough. So,
Plus
was it
2
worth it? Did we
special
really want
attack
the Iron
overdose.
Hands, or did we want? Was it okay that we got the Goldango down to 50?
I think it's good that we got the Goldango down to 50 because now this Ursaluna has different things that it can be going for.
Yep.
It might be able to go for a Blood Moon here. It might be able to go for a Hyper Voice just to get some spread damage off. It kind of depends on what that second Pokemon is going to be.
Yeah.
I don't think Farigiraf or Urshifu have the power to take a Goldango down from half, possibly with Urshifu,
So,
but not in Trick Room for sure.
So it's not locked in. It's definitely the nasty plot set. So bringing in for
Right.
Gig, you can help hand Ursaluna, maybe for a Blood Moon, and but Goldango has the option to protect here. So Iron Hands doesn't have protect. That's an open slot. So my thoughts is you commit to just trying to get the Iron Hands as low as possible. But Trick Room being up for one more turn is really helpful to help Urshifu come in the game on the next turn. So
Absolutely.
we got
At this point, it is pivotal to take out one of these Pokemon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I know Ryan can be knowing this risk that Animus has and knows his Goldango probably he's calling a Goldango Protect, and he might be free to get some damage off here. So we're going to have a good play right here that's going to probably pretty much determine the match. It's not over yet.
Absolutely. This helping hand will be huge in getting the damage off, especially on this on this Iron Hands, who does have an Assault Vest. So helping hand off on the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
It's a lot
Let's
of
see
damage.
the big damage.
It's a lot.
Here
but
comes
it's
the Nerf
enough.
power.
It is
It's
enough. It is enough. Okay. So we got if even this make it rain KOs both of them. We got Ursh in the back, and it can resist it. I think Animus has locked in this game. Hopefully.
This is the line of play that we assumed that this would come down to. The Blood Moon Ursaluna goes down, the Farigiraf goes down. Now it's down to Urshifu versus Goldango in a non-Trick Room board.
Yep.
So can the Urshifu, Terra Water, take down the Goldango from about 70% HP?
Okay, so I think it's gonna take 2 turns. I think even if he rolls all the high crits, I think there's I don't know how bad the resistance is or how bulky this thing is. It could be enough, and it could be just a little bit shy of it. I'm thinking. You think maybe barely any damage here coming out, and this Goldango's got a free hit?
I think Animus is sitting there with his galaxy brain thinking, does all of my Surging Strikes, is not going to do enough damage? I mean, I have a feeling that is going to be enough. The chat seems to think that Urshifu gets this. We're going to see if Urshifu gets this.
All right, here we go. I mean, I've seen someone live, so maybe it being it looks like it's a little above 50, so at 60%. I can see it surging with the Terra. So I think we left out.
What
but now
about
we got
this,
a Terra on
though?
this side. Is it Water Terra? Are we getting the
Did
trifecta
chat
card?
think about this?
It's Dragon!
Dragon!
Hold up! Oh, the commentators, the chat, we're all surprised. Holy crap, here we go.
That's
It's living.
massive.
It needs another hit. How much is
That's
this
one.
Shadow Ball damage gonna do?
It
there's no
does
reason to make
not
it rain
take
here.
it out.
What do we got? Shadow
Is
Ball.
this gonna do it? It's the Shadow Ball.
No resistance. It's a critical hit! No! It's a critical hit! Holy crap, no! We'll never know
That
if it was
does
enough.
it.
Oh,
Wow.
no!
And with a critical Shadow Ball,
Oh,
Ryan wins 2-0 against Animus.
No
What
way!
an amazing second game.
No freaking way!
What a roller coaster of emotions that
Guys, I thought
last
we
turn
did
was.
that. And we get another surging. Oh, what
Wow.
a game, bro!
That was
crazy.
so interesting to see.
Dragon
Did the
Terror
crit
is so
matter?
good. I thought for sure it was living, and then when I saw the bar go down, I was like, he got a crit. He got a crit for sure. Crit
I will say,
didn't
this
matter.
was a
we got
+1.
We got two ways. We got crit matter. We got crit it didn't matter. We don't know the counts. Was it +1? I think it was +1. It was. It did 1 make it rain, so it was +1. It might have always been enough in that case, but it was at 1. So, but still,
Wow.
I mean, it mattered. It didn't matter. We'll have to check with the players themselves.
I can
but-
tell you what did matter was the fact that Golden Ghost saved their Terra, that Dragon Terra, for the very end of the
Caught
game,
us.
the very final turn.
Caught us all off guard. That was a beautiful play there. And the Dragon Terra coming up in usage, not only for Goldango, but for Dondozo and a couple of other mons using it just because the resistances to Ogre Pawn. And I mean, everyone's saying the Ogre Pawn's not being used anymore. It left. I still think it's good. And chat's gonna flame me for saying Ogre Pawn's still good. Like, we know that, Nino. But there's people saying it's gone. It's left. I don't think it's completely. Don't count it out completely already. But
Absolutely. I need to talk about that. Can you tell me about the Farafa gig here?
No,
Can we just get into that real quick?
Farafa gig for life. You live by the
Farafa gig for
Farafa
life.
gig. You die by the Farafa gig.
Okay. I'm into it. That was a really great game. I'm going right back to this. That was a really great game.
Yeah, good game to finish up with you, and great to have you come on, man. I know I contact you on short notice. I know you're like, no, I'm in. If you need a sub or whatever's good. And yeah, like I said,
I said it before. I'll say it again. For you, anything, man. For you, anything.
Oh, now you gotta embarrass me in front. You said it behind the scenes. Now you gotta say it in chat. Oh.
Nah, that's right.
All right, let's for sure get together with Kevin and get you guys just casting a whole PokeBros tournament. That'd be amazing.
Dr. King 89 real quick wants me to get you to say that big green move, the grass move that sucks HP.
Yep.
What is that move called?
Oh no, Giga Drain.
Vileplume uses it. What about it?
Yeah, it's Giga Gaiga. It's whatever you prefer. All right.
Oh, Gaiga Drain. Okay, cool. Got it.
Man, come on. It's short for gigantic. Gaiga.
Oh,
right?
okay. Yeah, sure.
Oh my god.
It's
all right.
Giga Drain, sure.
You're out of here. I'm kicking you out of here. But no. Thanks for having me on. I'm gonna switch to setup for the next round, and thank you so much for coming on. I'm gonna get our next caster set up. But yeah, man, thanks for being here. And if you got time later, we can sneak you in or have you as a sub.
I might have to peace out right after this, but next time you're doing anything, let me know.
Okay, perfect.
This isn't my house. This is just my studio.
Yeah, guys, it's again, if you don't know who I'm on the mic with, it's Mike from PokeSports. Catch him on YouTube with his better half, Kevin.
Better half, yeah.
And they also do a lot of YouTube content. So if you guys haven't checked them out, please check them out already. And yeah, thanks again, man. I'm gonna go get ready for the next rounds, take a little break, and then we go into the next one.
Amazing. See you later, folks.
See you guys. All right. Yeah, I think that round went a little faster because it was a 2-0. I thought we were going to game 3 for sure. Oh, Fede's 3-0. Oh no. All right. I think we're gonna try this new feed over here. But let me go try and get all set up. I'm gonna see if I can snag Eric and Slim ready on the cast button. And if not, I can bring someone in to sub in for Eric. But let me just get all set up, you guys. Thanks you all for hanging out, chilling and vibing. I really appreciate y'all. We almost did go to game 3, almost. So, all right, I'll see you guys back in a little bit. Be right back. Turn this music up.
like shooting a gun. You take aim and fire.
Going back and forth. What's up? We're ready. Okay, we're all set. We got our feed. We got our casters. Thanks for being patient, hanging out, and waiting. Let's get on to our next round. We're gonna have the same opponent as last round, but we're gonna have a different feed. We're gonna have Peculiar Bears feed. So 2 great players going at it. They're both 2-1. So I'm gonna tell them to start, and let me bring in our casters real quick. They look ready to go. They look nice and snavvy. Camera's on. All right, here we go. Let's unmute. Unmute this. Hey, can you hear me, guys? Hello.
Yo, what's up? How's it
Slim,
going?
you
Yes,
there?
sir.
Mic check.
I am.
Ah, all
Yes.
right. So we got Joe and Slim together. I'll go ahead and go to your guys' view. You guys take it here from here. Thank you guys so much. Here you go.
All right. So, I mean,
Perfect.
we
All
have
right.
two.
So, I
Yeah,
mean,
go for it.
go ahead. Oh
Yeah.
no, I was just saying we're up for our next round, so I'm kind of looking forward to see what we got. Just because we were looking at the pairings like going into the last round, like who do we think we're gonna get and what matchups we think we're gonna have. Because we were talking behind the scenes, like once you get like kind of higher into the brackets, you start to see a lot of similarities between teams. Like certain, most people have we have a Torn, we have a thing. You start to see matching combinations of Pokemon. So I'm interested to see what this matchup is like, as we already know, looking at the team sheets. Goldango's a pretty good feature here that's going to be played in this matchup.
Yeah, I think in general, like when you see 2 Tornadus teams match up against each other, then it really just becomes about like what are the partners around it and how do they interact with each other, right? So like I do think the Goldango versus Fluttermane is going to make like a huge difference in this matchup. I think realistically, the Flutter has more immediate pressure in some cases versus a lot of the Pokemon
Yeah.
on Ryan's side, but then when Ryan gets set up with that Goldango, you get a nasty plot up, you could be putting on a lot of pressure. So I really do think it's going to be kind of a back and forth. Maybe if Ryan can kind of get his Goldango in a position with the nasty plot to get in the right spot and neutralize the Heat Train, it'll be good. But it's really interesting to note both of these players do not have Urshifus, which is kind of crazy in my opinion because it's one of the best Pokemon in the game.
Yeah. That's true. It puts on a huge amount of pressure. Of course, being Troy Scarfed or even whether it's Mystic Water, it just does a lot of damage, especially knowing you can change the weather to whatever just to give that extra boost to Surging Strikes if that's the variant you're rocking with. But looking at the team sheets, actually, the one thing I'm actually pointing out that I think is kind of a little bit of a game changer. Ryan doesn't have a Lando, and on the opposing side, there's a Heatran. Heatran's not really threatened by much here, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah,
Like,
I
I was
think the
just
hard
looking
thing
at it,
is
and I
is
was
like
like, I don't know.
how do you deal with it, right? Because another thing to note too is that Chinpao's not even Sacred Sword on Ryan's side, right? So if the Heatran Terras, the only thing you can hit it with is an Ice move, but then there's still like a lot, like it could just not Terra, right? So it's definitely gonna be a little bit difficult to break through. So
Yeah,
we are getting
and then
into
one
it.
thing,
These players are getting ready. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to see what this lead is because, like, for me, I'm just like Heatran's such a like easy one, but we do see Goldango and Iron Hand as the lead versus Tornadoes, and of course, there's the Heatran. It's not really threatened by much, so absolutely makes sense. But Fake Out is active here, so a little bit of interesting spot. Goldango could potentially go for that nasty plot. So, Joe, what do you think this lead is going to turn out like?
you know, I do think that this is a really smart lead from Ryan's side because at the very least you're pressuring the Heatran with a fighting move, right? And then there's also the potential with Steel move coming out, so it kind of forces it into an awkward position where it doesn't really want to Terra. So we're gonna see the switch here, which is actually really beneficial for Ryan's perspective. If you can even weave in a free nasty plot here, that'd be really significant. But it's just gonna be Fake Out coming out into Flutter.
Absolutely, and the Fake Out, of course, doesn't affect it because it is that ghost typing. As you do see Sunny Day go up, so opting to, boost my presence a little bit with this Flutter main switches with the special attack boost. Now, this is going to be an issue. You may go for that nasty block thinking it was free, but now you're in a bit of an awkward spot just because now that Flutter main is, it really can kind of pick its poison of who it wants to take out here. You can't Terra Dragon here, but yet you can't leave hands there because you're kind of in a tough spot.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if this is even one of those turns where maybe you try and like fish to see where the Terra is going to come out. If you have that Arcanine, maybe switch in for Iron Hands, click Protect, see what the Flutter locks into. I think it would be smart for the Torn to reposition here, just to maybe if you lock into one or the other move, you can at least pin. If you lock into Fairy move, then maybe you can bring in your Heatran and also click a Fire move after that. So whether Goldingo Terras or not after the Protect, it doesn't matter.
And instead, actually, instead of the Torn repositioning, we actually see the Flutter opting to return here, and here comes Heatran. Now the Sun is, of course, active. Tornadus does return, so a double swap here. I'm waiting to see how this turns out, and of course, it is that Landorus getting some offensive pressure, and of course, Intimidate on the Iron Hands because it is a physical attacker. It doesn't really affect Goldango because it is a special attacker, but this is one of those questions where we just see a Make It Rain, just opting to just go on the offensive, taking out a KO. Lando switches in, gets absolutely annihilated for it, and if this is potentially like a Drain Punch or a Heavy Slam, sure, but you've already lost your Lando, and that was a huge turn.
I have to say, it is insane to just click Make It Rain in that position. You're pressured by Shadow Ball or Moonblast, and you just are like, you're not going to target me. You're going to try and switch around and be cute. I'm just going to click the attack button, and it pays off so much. Like, getting rid of Lando like that, Iron Hands now is so much stronger, and also now the Flutter has to lock into something. It can't afford to switch anymore.
Absolutely. A huge, I don't even want to say a read. It was just kind of like a little bit maniacal, but Goldango goes for the Protect here just to see what the Flutter does lock into. And we do see a Dazzling Gleam come out, not going to, well, pretty decent amount of damage just because of the Proto. But Iron Hand should take that fairly well. Heat Wave will come out here. Let's see how much it does in the sun. If it picks up, great. If not, this is a Heavy Slam. No, Heavy Slam will come out. Go into the Flutterman. It's going to do a lot of... And it just KOs even at -1.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. Like, the turn 1 Make It Rain, get rid of Lando immediately. Turn 2, just instantly deleting this Flutterman. I mean, it is so... It's funny because we were saying, like, oh, you're on the back foot versus his Heatran. If you just don't respect the Heatran and you set up in front of it, and then you just attack in front of it, and the opponent overreads you, you can just win the game instantly. I mean, this was, like, almost a masterclass of how to, like, beat the Heatran without actually beating it, right?
And listen, I don't know. A lot of you, I don't know if you've played Goldango, but the Nasty Plot set... What I was taught, sometimes you just have to disrespect your opponent. That's exactly what's happening here, and it's paying off dividends. Now it's Torn versus Heatran. Torn and Heatran versus Goldango, and who knows what's in the back yet? We don't even know, so you're really playing behind the 8 ball here, and I'm not sure how you even... can you bring this back in any way?
I think it has to be like maybe a double crit on gold. That would be the only thing that would give you a chance. Not to mention Bleakman has to connect to begin with. But I think Goldingo might just be bulky enough to just sit in front of it with the Terra Dragon, right? I don't think there's much to pressure it.
Yeah, and you're already boosted, so you might as well just go ahead and get off free damage, whether you go for Shadow Ball or whether you go for a Make It Rain. But we do see the Tailwind come out, opting to go for a little bit more speed control. Heat Wave does come out. It is pretty effective, but with the Terra Dragon, not able to really do much. And now you're just going to have to eat, unfortunately, potentially another, yes, there it is, Make It Rain. And Torn doesn't really like that. Of course, Heatran able to take it, but at this point, you're going to have to do a lot of uphill battling here.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I mean, from Ryan's perspective too, right? You're probably feeling okay. I mean, if you have something in the back that can maybe pressure the Tornadus and get rid of it, or even if you match a speed tier, like you see the, the Tornadus coming out from Ryan's side. If you just set Tailwind here and maybe click Make It Rain, get rid of Tornadus, and then you have something in the back that can damage the Heatran enough, it should be relatively okay. It's not necessarily fully over yet, depending on, some Terra usage, but it is very heavily skewed, I think, in Ryan's favor. What's going to be really interesting is also, is this a fast Heatran? Is this a slower Heatran? If the Heatran's fast and Bleakwind plus Heatwave somehow gets a knockout on this gold, that could be kind of a big deal, right? Because then it could maybe equalize the board state. The last Mon can't deal with both Mons for some reason.
Absolutely. Golden Gold now is back in neutral, so I'm assuming maybe this potentially is just continuing to click something like Shadow Ball. I don't know if this is necessarily the greatest spot for potentially a Nasty Cloud, but the Bleakwind does come out, does quite a bit of damage, and we do see the Shadow Ball, so this is a faster trained Golden Gold than the Heatran. It's able to pick up a knockout on the Tornadus, but we'll probably have to eat a Heat Wave here, but I think should be able to take it, but instead just a Flash Cannon does this pick up, and it does, but now we get to see what the potential last Mon is, and of course, Tornadus is still kind of sitting here pretty decently healthy, but this AV Heatran can do some damage here.
Yeah, and this isn't really the winning play. Like, I think if you're going for the winning play, you fish for the crit on gold. But what I think is just happening here is maybe just kind of hoping to see the back Pokemon at least, and kind of just at least get an idea of like what's gonna be in the back. But I think with this Ogerpon in the back, it's pretty over, right? Because you can just throw an Ivy Cudgel, regardless of Terra. It doesn't really matter here, and then Bleakwind can come out as well.
Yeah, and the one thing about this that really hurts is, remember, Sun was put up a while ago, but Sun ended, and that Solar Beam was right there on the set. Potentially something that could be used super effective. Well, at least neutral versus the Ogerpon, but now it's over, and you're going to have to Terra here. I don't know still if you're going to be able to take that at all. We're going to see the Rain Dance just to boost the Ivy Cudgel damage. And it already has a chance to crit, but with the, of course, water boosted, that's... and it does crit anyway. So, a really aggressive play by Ryan and just taking really control of what was kind of like a little bit of an iffy lead and absolutely turning it on its head. And Goldango put in a lot of work there.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredibly aggressively played game, right? I mean, just setting up the nasty plot in front of the Heatran saying, I do not care, or in front of the Flutter Mane, rather, is a better...
That's pretty bold.
Flutter. But yeah, it was pretty insane, right? You're just saying, like, yeah, you're not going to target me. I'm just going to get this damage off in front of you. You can't do anything about it. It was honestly, like, insane. Like, I guess, actually, it was really well played, but I think it was also a little crazy as well, right? The risk you have to take is insane.
The risk versus reward there, not really in your favor, but it paid off in a marvelous way. It got a little close at the end, but of course, with being able to know that Ivy Cudgel that can crit, and plus Heatran can't really do much damage to you back, it kind of solidified it. But those first couple of turns, absolutely amazing. So going into this, now that we saw how that game 1 broke down, what's the play here? What do you see here that could be a little bit of a better adjustment? Do you hard go for the Goldango to not let that type of thing happen again?
I think you kind of have to, right? Gold is one of those mons when you leave it alone, it can create a lot of issues. And I just feel like, honestly, had Polar Bear pressed his advantage a little bit more, it might have actually put him in a better position long term. Yes, you are giving up more resources early, but you're not allowing the Goldango to set up for free, right? For example, like if you force the Terra Dragon out of the gold early by just clicking Heat Wave and Tailwind, sure, you're sacrificing your Heatran HP, but then your Flutter comes in and clicks Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam, and it doesn't matter, right? Yeah. So I feel like from Polar Bear's perspective, you just need to be playing more aggressive into this matchup. And, the passive, safe, like, good play, quote unquote, got punished immediately just by a nasty plot.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like trainers are ready, so we're going to see the leads come out here shortly. And, yeah, let's see if Goldango is back. But instead, a bit of a whole different 360 here. It is Lando Flutter versus Tornadus and Ogerpon Water. So really drastic change up here. Very, very interesting because, the Tailwind is something that can go off, and of course, Rain Dance is something else. And if you choose to Terra your Ogerpon, you're kind of in a really, really good spot here. So what do you think of the leads?
I think switching in Tornadus for Lando is like a must. You have to try and get your Tornadus in immediately, right, to try and kind of set that tailwind. If you don't, it's like a little bit risky because you can get crit by Ivy Cudgel immediately on your Lando. You're kind of risking a lot of damage. I think from Polar Bear's perspective, you have to play aggressive with this Flutter. If you can take out their Torn really quickly, that would be really nice. Or even if you could get rid of their Ogerpon, potentially would be really nice as well. If you split damage, like we're seeing the Dazzling Gleam being selected here, that's fine. You have to go for Tailwind obviously the next turn, and the Mental Herb does ensure that Taunt won't stop it from getting Tailwind up, which is actually really significant in this matchup, especially when it's Torn versus Torn.
Absolutely. As you do see, Lander is just hard switching, opting not to go for a U-turn just because Ivy Cudgel will do a lot of damage here, even at -1. Tornadoes just come in. And of course, this is a nice shiny version with the esports code. And the Terra is what we're going to see. Now, I'm wondering how much damage you can truly do because you're going to be splitting with Dazzling Gleam here. And of course, Ogerpon getting that Spadef boost, and it does have the Wellspring Mask. So this is going to be a bit of an issue here.
Is it in the Torn? If it goes in the Torn here, it could knock out if it gets a crit. Obviously, if it doesn't get a crit, it might just be close, but it's going to Flutter.
Oh, that's a tough thing to lose there. Of course, with the Terra and then the Rain Dance, opting just, you know what? I know you can't take a KO from me. I'm going to take a KO from you. Because no matter what swapped in, something had to go down. And now you bring back in Landorance, but I don't know really what you can do because, okay, Tailwinds can be matched, no problem. And you just don't have enough damage right now into that Ogerpon. I think even if you Terra, this is looking a little dicey here.
It's a close range for sure. I think you have to maybe Sunny Day here instead of opting for Tailwind so you can survive whatever Ivy Cudgel comes out. I think here you probably want to be going for something like a Terra Blast, either fishing for the KO on the Ogerpon, or you can click Rock Slide, get rid of the other Tornadus, and say, okay, I will have weather control for the remainder of the game, right? I think from Ryan's perspective, a Tailwind's very safe here and just getting attack off, but he goes for Rain Dance to try and counter the Sunny Day, thinking it's gonna go first.
Absolutely. I completely understand the mind game, but Sunny Day does go off. We don't see a Terra, and we do see a Rock Slide, so opting to get control of the weather for the rest of the game, and does get a bit of a crit, but either way, the most important thing is being able to connect. Now, will there be a flinch? That's the biggest question. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a commentator's curse there.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the play here, but to be honest, even though that was a really poor turn, I think from Ryan's perspective, it was actually still pretty okay because now the hands comes in and Lando's in a really awkward spot. So it's locked in the Rock Slide. It doesn't really want to be using Rock Slide in front of these Pokemon, but it kind of has to, right? Because if it switches into Heat Train, it's very safe to just kind of pin the Lando slot with Drain Punch over and over again, right? You could also just go for a Wild Charge, get it down to a 2v2 or a 2v3, I guess, and just kind of preserve your Ogerpon, which we are going to see happen here.
Yeah, Goldango does switch in for the Ogerpon. It can take the Rock Slide fairly well. It can take Bleakwind fairly well. And once again, since you're locked in, okay, that's not too bad of damage. Now, the question is, will this be Wild Charge? And I believe, it's actually the Drain Punch. So opting to get some HP back doesn't really do too much, but I mean, all you have to go against is Bleakwind and Rock Slide. So to be honest, this is a pretty good thing. If you had potentially Wild Charge into the Tornadoes, you give a free switch into something like a Heat Train that's in the back.
Yeah, I think throwing out Drain Punches here is 100% your best move. If you can catch a Heat Train swap, it'll put you in such a good position. They're only really clicking Bleakwind and Rock Slide in front of you, so it's not really that big of a deal. I think you have to try and Drain Punch call where Heat Train comes in, and then maybe click Make It Rain just to start getting damage and get, a Polar Bear down to his last 2 Pokemon. And that would put Ryan in actually a really decent position, all things considered.
Absolutely. And we do see another Rock Slide come out. So just opting for a little bit of damage that it can do. And we do see a Shadow Ball go right into that AB Heat Train. Does quite a bit. It's a critical hit, so it does a little bit much. And another flinch, so that potentially could have been a Drain Punch, but the world may never know. And Goldango just gonna use some of that leftovers, and it's kind of a odd spot because you're taking a lot of damage. Rock Slide's not really doing too much, but Heat Train at least is in a much better position to finally do something here.
I think the only problem is here is how do you get rid of this hands, right? Like if Make It Rain and Drain Punch comes out into Heat Trend, how do you stop that? Because right now I don't believe Tailwind is up on either side, so Goldango will go first, right? So if Goldango gets a Make It Rain, hits the Lando or hits the Torn on switch in, if Heat Trend Terrors, it's going to take the damage, and if it doesn't Terror, it's going to die to follow up Drain Punch.
Yep,
which is pretty rough.
This is a really, really tough turn, and plus we do know this does have heavy slam. It is at neutral, so it still will do quite a bit of damage because it is super effective versus Heatran, even though the ways are kind of different. We do see just a protect here coming out from Goldango, so opting to scout to see what the play is here. If this is a potential Drain Punch into that Heatran, it's going to be devastating. Rock Slide does come out. Does it hit?
Oh.
Iron Hands avoids. This is a huge turn. Heat Wave comes out. This is in the sun. It should.
Is it going to burn?
Iron Hand. That is the biggest question. No burn,
no.
and you see the Drain Punch. And ladies and gentlemen, that should all but solidify because Lando now cannot switch. It is locked in the Rock Slide. All you have is Torn, Lando versus the world. I don't know how you beat Goldango at this point.
They love to say when there's a rock slide, there's a way, but I do not think there is a way in this situation, considering the Goldango has lefties. It's going to be passively recovering. All it takes is one Make It Rain to go off and one Wild Charge to go off, and the game's pretty much over. So I think here, at this point, if you're, Polar Bear, maybe you're just thinking like, okay, if I play this matchup again, what can I do? And kind of hoping that your resistance is going to be good enough to even make cut, right? Because it is a hard top 8 cut, so not all X2s will make it, to my understanding.
Absolutely, but either way, a really, really well played match there, and it was basically the battle of okay, who can get their steel type in a better position. It was Heatran versus Goldango, but Goldango always seemed to have a better positioning wise versus Heatran than anything. Heatran tried to come in every time, but just always being forced out. Even though game one, it was getting a little cute, and that's kind of when Goldango just kind of went crazy. But game two just couldn't get off to a great start because the Ivy Cudgel turn 1 really put a stamp on, okay, I'm taking control of this match.
I think the fact too that I think we underrated the Goldango a little bit in the matchup because obviously Heatran is really strong and it can put on a lot of pressure, but Goldango is Goldango, right? So and its typing is insane.
Yep.
So once the Lando locked into Rock Slide and Tornadus was on the field doing nothing, it was really awkward. You're able to throw Drain Punches to try and catch switches, and even though Heatran got in safely because of the flinch from Lando, it was still really awkward because it's like, okay, if I Terra Fairy, I'm gonna get hit by Make It Rain, and if I don't Terra Fairy, I'm gonna get hit by Drain Punch, right? So at that point, it was kind of just hoping that like either the Rock Slides would bail you out or like a Heat Wave burn would bail you out, right? So
this is true.
But
I mean,
it was a good set.
And matchup in theory seemed pretty well. I mean, the one turn I think that really kind of like was unexpected, but it just kind of like hurt a little bit was definitely just the Rain Dance Sunny Day play, because trying to anticipate, oh, you're gonna try to change the weather, I'm gonna put that back up. But either way, in the end, like you lost Torn, but it didn't really play a part in it. So kind of a little unfortunate there, but it was a really, really, really good match. And Goldango proving why, hey, if you need a mon that can really kind of shut down a lot of nonsense, Goldango is that one that can do that for you.
Yeah, I mean, it is really interesting, right? Because Goldango just has such good natural synergy with a lot of these Tailwind partners. Iron Hands being able to enable it with Fake Out. Then you have the Tornadus being able to set Rain Dance to protect it. And then Ogerpon with Follow Me. You just have so many ways to enable that Nasty Plot setup. And so many tools to deal with the counters that Goldango has anyways. So I felt like Ryan's team, even though on face value it looked like the Heatran was really threatening, there were a lot of tools to kind of neutralize how effective it was. And if you played aggressive enough and you got rid of some of the things that threaten Goldango, it was a lot easier to position it.
Absolutely. So one of our matches where we don't see an Urshifu, and still it doesn't matter. Ogerpon Water reigns supreme in this matchup with Goldango, of course, in hand. So that's it for this match. And we have a couple more matches coming up, so everybody stay tuned. We're going to get a more clear definition of what cut will look like shortly. Of course, thanks to Nino, PokeBros, of course, having this invitational. It is, the second one? Because I believe we both played one of these before, right? This is like the second time? Yeah. So good on Joel. And of course, shout out to everybody being here. So Joel, let us know what our next match is. And for us, I mean, you guys can just wait and hopefully we'll get our next match as soon as possible. Maybe it'll go as quick as this one did. I don't know.
See y'all later. Stay tuned.
See, this is the part where it's funny because I know Joel is doing like 5 different things. So we're going to sit here for a while.
All right, thank you guys, appreciate it. Oh. All right, can you hear me now? Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Let's get this going. The cutoff is crazy. We should have just chilled with the boys. All right, we're bringing Eric in finally. Eric is ready. He's gonna cast with Joe because Joe's got some streaming on his side to do. So we're gonna get set up with the next match. I think I'm gonna get a new feed. I'm going to get my 5th new feed. We've gotten 4 different feeds, so it's been pretty nice to have a new feed every round. I'm going to reach out to one player that I want to get on the next round. Hopefully they'll say yes. Otherwise, I can always resort to my older feed. So just give me where the tie. We went a little loose look today. I wanted a black tie. I'll go try and find it on the next break. I need the next black tie. So we're going to get Joe and Eric on, and then we are going to go get the next round. So I'll be right back, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be right back, I swear. Let me cue the music. It shouldn't take long. The next round's almost over. Check the pairings if you want to see what's going on with where we're at. Top 8 cut. It's not X2. We're just taking the top 8. That's a good idea. I thought about that too, Dr. King. Caster battle. I mean, we're running good on time. All right. We're about ready. Woo. Need some coffee. All right. Thanks, guys. We're getting there. Oh, I'm on the delayed mic. Put on the right headsets. All right. We got our next matchup. We got Sablei's Point of View. Sableye VGC. So this is a cool one. Sablei's a great player from Canada. Always love watching him play. Very skillful. And we got Joe and Eric B on the mic. We got them comboed together. So everything's looking about right. I'm going to go ahead and tell them to start. Start up. Good luck. Have fun. All right. They're going to start playing. I'm going to bring in our casters. And I might get pizza. I'll DM you and let you know. All right. Let me bring the boys in.
I hope you cue this in soon.
Boys,
Oh,
I'm right here. Don't
Yo,
worry. I'm here. We got you.
We're just seeing them
live
get into
faces.
preview. We're like,
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm going to transition right to you guys. Go ahead and take over. I'll show your face until the game starts.
All right, cool. Yeah, so, here we are, Eric. We're here for the win and end. It's between Phoenix and Sableye. We were kind of discussing this before. It's definitely more of a make or break for Sableye. I think for Phoenix, his resistance is a little rough, so it's not looking like he will be able to squeeze in. Obviously, we don't know for sure, but yeah, Sableye, this is definitely make or break, right? I mean, he doesn't have the res to make it at 3-2, so he kind of has to win this match.
Yeah, this is a huge match for Sableye. Very interesting matchup we have here. Sableye with the team of Landorus, Therian, Heatran, Amoonguss, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and Roaring Moon. Meanwhile, Phoenix having the team of Ninetales, Baxcalibur, Wellspring, Ogerpon, Rillaboom, Heatran, and Landorus Therian. We were kind of talking about this matchup earlier. There's definitely some threats from both sides, from both players. A lot of Pokemon that can do a lot of work in both of these matchups. I think from Sableye's side, in my experience with the Ninetales matchup, definitely leveraging Heatran and Iron Hands is going to be a big deal here. But I do think that one Pokemon that can kind of go crazy is that Baxcalibur, since you're just stacking so many defensive boosts on top of it, and Terra Poison can be a pretty tough barrier to break through. As we're getting into our first turns here, we have Ninetales and Heatran as the lead from Phoenix. Meanwhile, Ryan gonna stick with the old reliable Iron Hands and Heatran lead.
Yeah, I do think that Heatran is going to be very impactful in this matchup, especially too from Ryan's side. He's using the Life Orb Heatran, which is going to be outputting a lot of damage. It can pressure the opposing Heatran. It can throw Heat Waves out into the 2 Ice types. Obviously, less so wanting to do it into Excalibur. But I do think the Iron Hands and Heatran lead is probably your best lead into the Snow teams. We are going to see a turn 1 Protect here. Probably going to see Protect from both Pokemon, wanting to stall out the Protect and just not, or the Fake Out and not trying to get hit by it. I do think like what happens next turn is going to be more impactful in the match, right? At this point, I think Phoenix is just trying to get in a position where he can get up Aurora Veil, kind of keep his team safe and relatively, healthy or taking less damage. And Ryan really needs to crank up the offense to try and break through that.
Yeah, Ninetales obviously in a position where it can get faked out. Both Pokemon being in a position where they both can get faked out. So I like the turn 1 play of just scouting the fake out, just protecting health on both of your Pokemon. And Ninetales is the fastest thing on the field, so it will be getting a free Aurora Veil. I mean, the sort of the wrinkle with these Snow teams is that Ninetales kind of becomes a dead slot in a sense once it clicks Aurora Veil, because both of these Pokemon do have attacks that can KO it quite easily. But, this Aurora Veil obviously setting up yourself and the rest of the team for success. But I'm curious how the 2 Heatran are going to play here. If one of them is possibly going to burn the Terra, or maybe both of them, as they are both threatening super effective damage. Sableye is running the Life Orb item, so definitely going to get a huge bump of damage there as Protect comes out from Ryan's Heatran, as the Aurora Veil is coming out from Alolan Ninetales, so we're going to be getting that nice special defense and defense boost for 8 turns due to the Light Clay item, as we see Will-O-Wisp come out from Heatran into the Iron Hands. So Iron Hands not going to be doing a whole lot of damage this turn or at all for the rest of the game, and either attack into either of these Pokemon definitely, Ninetales eats that so comfortably with the burn, the Snow boost, and the Aurora Veil boost all stacked on top of each other. So I'd say that was a pretty good turn for Phoenix right there.
I think the key to this matchup is really just being able to kind of work in that damage and kind of over time kind of power through that Aurora Veil, but being able to make the read on the Wisp there is really significant, right? The Hands is a very crucial resource in this game, especially too because it can pressure the Excalibur in the back, depending on what Terras are thrown out, and you're probably not that happy from Ryan's perspective to at least see such a low value turn from yourself come out, right? You didn't really do that much to Ninetales. You're still going to have to commit a Flash Cannon into it if you want to knock it out immediately, and also you protected your Heatran here, so now you're kind of forced to Terra it to put yourself in a good situation. And the Ice One coming out here is actually going to provide a lot of value, right? I mean, it's pretty safe to assume that Ryan's Heatran is going to be a bit more offensive, considering it's a Life Orb item. So the speed drop is really significant in how the 2 Heatrans interact with each other.
Yeah, so obviously Ryan's Heatran being a little bit more offensive makes it more likely most of the time to be the one that has to burn the Terra first. But instead, the opposing Heatran just going on the defensive. Ninetales actually getting off the Icy Wind, like you said, is fairly significant because now you have the speed advantage guaranteed over the other Heatran, and Ninetales can still stick around, can still throw off another Moonblast, or maybe come back in late game. I guess my biggest concern for Ryan's end is that you're obviously getting damage mitigation stacked and stacked on top of you, but at the same time, Phoenix has to be very mindful of these Aurora Veil turns, as too many passive turns could maybe allow Ryan to get enough chip damage across the entire team to the point where maybe once Aurora Veil goes away, there could be a big breakthrough that happens in the late game. But now we're going to see the Terrassalization coming out from Phoenix's side, going to also be on that Heatran, so it's up to whether or not Ryan decided to read this. But even then, like, the Aurora Veil is going to mitigate so much damage, so it honestly doesn't matter what either Heatran goes for. Ninetales Moonblast fires off, critical hit into the Heatran. Luckily, no special attack drop on top of that, as the Magma Storm goes into the Iron Hands. Not a whole lot of damage, but the trapping effect and the residual damage from the Magma Storm definitely going to come in clutch later on as Earth Power into the Heatran. So Ryan not quite calling it there. Heatran going to be easily able to take that Earth Power now that it is Terrastalized, and Drain Punch. Iron Hands gets a little bit of health back, gets the KO on Ninetales, but now a new Pokemon gets to come in. And that Pokemon, it could be a lot of very, very threatening Pokemon on this opposing team. Perhaps Excalibur, perhaps maybe Landorus could come out here. Like, there's plenty of possibilities that Phoenix can go into now that they have the opening to bring in a new Pokemon, as Iron Hand gets hit by the Magma Storm damage on top of the burn damage, so slowly being chipped down.
Yeah, I think like a key thing here is really how you're going to be leveraging your Heatran with Flash Cannon into the opposing Heatran. There's not really too much that the opposing Heatran can do besides Earth Powers, but because there's so much chip down on the Hands and the Heatran, it does really put Ryan in this awkward spot where it's like, do I want to be giving up as many resources like as I am now, because realistically Baxcalibur could probably just take a KO, and then Heatran can also take a KO as well, which is then leaving Ryan down to his last two. And you don't really want to be doing that versus a Snow team when there's still obviously a Baxcalibur there. There's a ton of Pokemon that can really just capitalize off of these two Pokemon in front just being removed.
Yeah, Baxcalibur going for the Icicle Spear here, the loaded dice, going to ensure that there's at least 4 hits, and Baxcalibur with the Icicle Spear going to get the KO easily on this Heatran. So opting just for straight damage just to eliminate the Heatran. I like the decision there. Heatran still probably one of the most damaging Pokemon on the field. 4 hits, easily able to clean it up there. As Earth Power from Heatran, not enough to KO Iron Hands, but you know, obviously Iron Hands having that residual damage, even with the Drain Punch, that does absolutely 0 damage to an Ice-type Baxcalibur in the snow with the Aurora Veil up. But snow does go away, so Baxcalibur will be losing that Ice Body recovery and also the defense boost, but I think it's still in a pretty good space there with the Aurora Veil. Let's see if burn damage in combination of Magma Storm is able to get rid of this Iron Hands here. And unfortunately, Iron Hands will be taken out by the Magma Storm, and that just leaves Ryan with 3 Pokemon against 2 very healthy Pokemon from Phoenix.
I do think that Flutter and Lando are probably like the two Pokemon you probably don't want to have out in this situation, which is funny because Flutter is a little bit better because you can pressure Baxcalibur, right? Like the Terra's already come out of the Heatran, but the problem is like I feel like you're just allowed to throw out Magma Storms here. Your Heatran is relatively healthy. You have like you're behind Aurora Veil. You're not really pressured that much. You can throw out a Will-O-Wisp even if you want to be safer and you don't want to miss a Magma Storm into Lando. It just feels like there's so many tools from Phoenix's perspective, and this is kind of the interesting thing about the matchup is it does feel like if Ryan can't break through the Ninetales stuff early enough and get enough significant damage on the team that he's just going to fall behind, and then Baxcalibur, as you mentioned, and then Heatran are just going to clean up the game and just run through. So I do feel like because you haven't even seen the last side, the last Pokemon from Phoenix, it's a little tough, right? And Protect just comes out here.
Yeah, Baxcalibur feeling pretty threatened by the Flutter Mane, not able to Terrastalize. The double Protect here, probably just going to scout what Flutter Mane decides to go for. I mean, now that Heatran doesn't resist fairy moves, it's pretty free to either click Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast. Moonblast might need the extra power bump just to ensure the KO on Baxcalibur through the Aurora Veil. The Rock Slide coming out from Lander is kind of a last-ditch effort, as it is also going to be choice locked into a move. So we are going to see Moonblast come out as into the Baxcalibur here, and Rock Slide from Landorus. So Heatran still in a position here where it can throw off a big Magma Storm, but the one concern here is potentially accuracy, and I'm pretty sure there's not a whole lot on Phoenix's team that is going to want to take this Moonblast other than Baxcalibur.
Yeah, I do feel like in general, the Baxcalibur here, even if it does take the Moonblast, as long as your Heatran's allowed to actually get the move off, it's going to be doing enough damage to kind of advance your board state. I do think that Double Protect is smart. You get to at least scout what your opponent wants to do, and then you can kind of react to it appropriately, get some leftovers recovery. But we will see the Magma Storm miss, which is huge because every turn that you're not landing a move with this Heatran is another opportunity for you to get flinch or crit through the screens, right? The one silver lining to this is now the back Pokemon, whatever it is, gets to come in, and if it does have a positive matchup, well, no, Rillaboom's probably your best case scenario to have in the back versus these two.
Yeah, Rillaboom is definitely probably the best Pokemon you could have in the back, because now you have potential Fake Out, you have potential priority moves, strong grass moves in general that can just easily just delete either one of these two Pokemon. But that's the thing is that we have to contend with inaccuracy and we have to contend with Rock Slide flinches, both of which are very, very good tools to help Ryan swing back into this game. Yeah, Heatran protecting this turn as Landorus goes for a Rock Slide here. Rillaboom not going for Fake Out this turn, so it is going to be leaving itself open for a Rock Slide. It dodges the Rock Slide! That's actually huge. Now, if it can hang on with this Moonblast, yeah, that's doing no damage. This thing is Assault Vest. Yeah, Woodhammer easily going to clean up Flutter Mane. So Rillaboom dodging the Rock Slide, a key avoid there, gets the knockout on Flutter Mane, and I think Phoenix is in a prime position to take this game 1.
Yeah, I just think over there, right, going for the Woodhammer makes a lot of sense. You know, your Rillaboom's pretty bulky behind screens. At this point, your Heatran's going to be able to get some extra recovery if you just protect it. You could have even double attacked there, I think, for all things considered, just to try and, like, maximize your chances of getting damage off. As soon as Rock Slide missed, though, the game was done, right? Because at that point, you just don't have any way to win the game. You're falling behind in terms of damage. Like, what are you going to do? Rock Slide flinch every turn as Heatran's healing 12%? It's not going to work out. And I do think that, like, this was a very clear, a very clear showcase of how strong the Hail team is, or the Snow team is rather, into Sableye's kind of team. Even though you have the Heatran, the fact that there's another Heatran on the other side that can prevent you from clicking the fire moves you want to click, the fact that there's a Excalibur waiting in the back once the Heatran's gone, or Terrad, it's a really hard matchup to break through, right? So I do think I would maybe prefer to see a lead that's a little more focused on dealing with that Ninetales Heatran lead, and then keeping your Heatran in the back for when you've gotten rid of the opposing Heatran.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Ryan here is that like you're not going to be trading damage favorably the whole game, which is kind of balances entire game plan. And then you sort of position yourselves in good late games with Pokemon like Fluttermane or your offensive Heatran or potentially a DD Roaring Moon that could just potentially clean up KOs like once your opponent's been beaten down enough. But the problem is that Phoenix with Aurora Veil is going to be trading damage a lot better, and yeah, like you just don't have the ability to remove something like Heatran, which can obviously put a huge dent into Ryan's team. And then you can, get your intimidates and all your cycling like as much as you want. But if you're just not winning the damage trades, you're not going to be winning the game because Vio's team is just going to stay healthy. So I'm curious to see how Ryan's going to stop this. I mean, like obviously the key is maybe just trying to mitigate the effect of Aurora Veil as much as possible, but there's no real way to disrupt it. So I mean, I'm curious what Ryan's solutions is going to be here.
I think it's less of a try and stop it and more of a try to outlast it, right? I think the difference here is just you can't let your Iron Hands get burned for such low value. I felt like also the Heatran it was playing very over safe. I don't think you can afford to play safe in this matchup if you're Ryan. You have to take risks, and it just felt like the Heatran just going for a protect and letting the Iron Hands get burned was just such a passive turn. And like once that turn happened, you could really feel the momentum shift in Phoenix's favor, right? It was just kind of like this overwhelming presence you couldn't get rid of. But as I mentioned, keeping maybe Heatran and the other threats in the back, we are going to see a complete inversion of the game one. We're going to see the Lando and Flutter in the lead against the Ninetales and the Heatran this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a much more aggressive lead from Ryan's end, as you do now have two Pokemon that do outspeed Ninetales. So potentially you could stop Aurora Veil from going up here, but like obviously Vio can see right through that and potentially try to switch. But I mean, these are two very powerful Pokemon that don't have a lot of great switch-ins for either Stomping Tantrum or Specs Moonblast. But then if you decide to double target into the Ninetales, you're leaving Heatran alone. And that either means a huge Magma Storm potentially into Landorus, or it means Fluttermane potentially... Well, actually, Fluttermane's a little bit safer here because there is no Flash Cannon in favor of the Will-O-Wisp. So I guess like Heatran, it's still a little bit safe in this position, but we're going to see here on this turn to see how Ninetales is going to take this first turn, as Heatran going to go for the Terra Fairy instantly, just in case that Stomping Tantrum comes out, as Fluttermane also going for the Terra Fairy to try to get the Moonblast here, as Stomping Tantrum goes into the Ninetales, gets a good amount of chip damage.
Probably gonna KO.
Yeah, with the double tap here from Fluttermane, probably didn't even need the Stomping Tantrum at that point, because that is Specs, Fluttermane, Terra Fairy, Moonblast, one of the most powerful special hits in the game. Ninetales absolutely stood no chance. So there is a stopping of Aurora Veil here. So Aurora Veil not going to be a factor in this game, as Heatran gets a big Magma Storm off into Landorus. Not going to KO, but that residual damage going to be ticking on it as Landorus gets trapped in this very position. But the awkward part about Heatran here is that now that since you've Terra Fairied, you now do not resist the Moonblast. And I think that removes basically every Moonblast resists on Phoenix's side at this point.
Yeah, I think the key here is just, when you stop the Aurora Veil from going up, it obviously makes the bulk from Phoenix side way less threatening. Now, there is the potential of a fake out coming out here into the Flutter, which is, kind of threatening. I do think as well, Heatran can kind of just play it safe here and just click, like, Protect as well, if you want to maybe click Protect Woodhammer again. But I do think just clicking fake out here and clicking something like the Magma Storm is very safe. So, we're going to see Stomping go into Rilla, not really that significant. And if Magma Storm connects here, it's actually kind of scary, I think, for Ryan's side. But it's going to be an Earth Power, value in getting the chip off instead of potentially missing. But maybe Grassy Glide is now in range to KO it, so.
Yeah, I do like the Stomping Tantrum into Rillaboom there, because we saw, because of the Assault Vest last game, how well it was able to take Moonblast, and potentially now, since Rillaboom is the one that can't protect on this board, you kind of have a free double target into it. But now with these Pokemon so damaged now, Rillaboom can just kind of pick a target to Grassy Glide, especially since neither of these Pokemon can protect. And, neither Iron Hands or Heatran is interested in switching into this board. As Grassy Glide goes into the Fluttermane, that is going to be an easy knockout. So even though Fluttermane had basically its pick of Moonblast targets for the rest of the game, unfortunately not able to stand up to Rillaboom's nerfed Grassy Glide. As Landorus goes for Stomping Tantrum into the Heatran, even Terra Fairy, that still does a very healthy chunk of damage. Earth Power into the Landorus, obviously not going to do anything, as Landorus is a flying type. But Phoenix finally on the board with a KO on the Fluttermane.
this is kind of what I mean about the matchup being really hard, right? Like, even if you get ahead, you get rid of the Aurora Veil. The fact that you had to trade your Lando and your Flutter to kind of do that, it's still putting you behind a little bit in the damage trade. Now, for what it's worth, there is a silver lining to this, right? You do have your Iron Hands and your Heatran coming back out. Now your Heatran's actually able to pressure the opposing Heatran really hard, but since you committed your Terra to Flutter, you can't actually Terra out of the Earth Power weakness, which is really significant here. Not to mention the fact there's still a full health Rillaboom that can be throwing Wood Hammers into hands to soften it up. I do feel like this is still a really tough position for Ryan. It really is going to be about, can I get the turns proper? Like, can I guess right what my opponent's going to do? And then on top of that, do I even have enough resources in the tank to do so, right? So can I make the right calls and also hope that my opponent doesn't have enough to stop me?
Yeah, I think this is where the extra chip damage on Rillaboom is really going to come in handy, because luckily this Rillaboom does not have high horsepower, but you do get a free fake out into it this turn. The critical hit is certainly going to help. Flash Cannon into the Heatran Protect. But yeah, like you were saying, like, it's still definitely an uphill battle for Ryan at this point, but there is a chance that a well-played Heatran can potentially swing this game back into Ryan's favor. Now Heatran doesn't have the ability to protect. You know Rillaboom doesn't have an option to KO your Heatran, but obviously you do have to be mindful of clicking Heat Wave in front of another Heatran, and Rillaboom being Assault Vest, I think that still might be in range to take it. So there's a chance that Rillaboom might be able to hang on and get a strong attack into this Iron Hand. So we'll just have to see how Ryan plays out this Heatran. Obviously does have the firepower to finish off the game. Flash cannon into the Heatran. That's it. Yeah, with the Life Orb, Heatran gonna go down there. So there's one KO for Heatran. But now this does leave Rillaboom to get a free attack without the fear of having to take a fire move here. So Heatran going to get damage from the Life Orb recoil. Rillaboom going for the Wood Hammer. This is going to do a very healthy chunk of damage to Iron Hands. But now Iron Hands able to get a Drain Punch into Rillaboom. That's still a good amount of damage. And now going to get some of that much needed HP back. And we'll just have to see what Phoenix has left in the back.
It doesn't really make a difference if Vax is in the back. The game is pretty much over. If Vax is in the back, it can't touch the Heatran, right? Heatran's just able to kind of sit in front and wall it out with its typing. And I think honestly, like, it is probably Vax Caliber in the back. Phoenix probably didn't feel it needed to deviate. But it's Lando. Okay, well now I think it's actually completely in Phoenix's favor because, you know, yeah, Sableye can't even Terra out of the ground weakness on the Heatran. Iron Hands is completely susceptible. I think you just kind of have to hope that Phoenix like overreads and targets into hands, because if you just go for stomping into Heatran and just click Woodhammer again into hands, it's so safe and it's like almost a guaranteed win basically.
Yeah, but if you leave Heatran alone, it has the option to throw out a powerful Heat Wave. So, I mean, like, it does kind of come down to a read here, but, like, the 2 double tap into hands is basically free. So, yeah, the Grassy Glide, oh, yeah, that's easily, especially with the critical hit, that is more than enough chip that you need to get rid of. Yeah, ignores Heatran. Landorus is able to take this Heat Wave in normal circumstances, but a critical hit could be the end of Landorus here. Let's see. It's going to take out the Rillaboom, and Landorus eats it comfortably, but does get burned. Oh, but yeah, that's... I don't know. How much HP does Heatran even have? It's like close to full, right?
Yeah, close to full. Well, here's the thing, right? So this is, I do think that this was a bit of a mistake from Phoenix's side. As I mentioned, like, I do think you should always be throwing the stomping into Heatran for this exact reason, right? Hands is at worst clicking Heavy Slam into you and getting a little bit of baby chip into your Lando, but you don't really care, right? You can't allow Heatran to get the burn onto you, and if it survives here, the game's over.
Oh, it just barely takes it! And the Flash Cannon, that's going to seal up the game for Ryan. What an insane ending there. Yeah, like you were saying, like, it does, like, it almost feels like a read, but, like, the Stomping Tantrum play into the Heatran allows Rillaboom to potentially get a Wood Hammer off into Iron Hands, and that easily could have been the difference. And Landorus, even if it's Stomping Tantrum into a Protect, has its pick of a KO next turn. And like you said, Iron Hands isn't threatening anything, so... yeah, maybe a slight miscalculation from Phoenix there, not throwing the Stomping Tantrum into the Heatran and then getting punished by the burn. Oh,
it just goes to show, like, see, in Pokemon, I feel like you have to do your job to kind of mitigate the risks of, like, certain turns, right? So you could sit there and be like, okay, like, I can Stomping this hands because it can't protect, and, like, you know, maybe my opponent protects or whatever, but, like, there's always a chance of a burn. There's always a chance of a crit. So, like, why even chance it? Because a crit Heavy Slam into Lando wouldn't lose you the game, but, like, a crit or a burn Heat Wave could potentially lose you the game on your Lando, right? So I feel like there, like, you have to target into the Heatran with a stomping. I mean, if you're Ryan, you're feeling amazing. You're like, oh, this is awesome, you know? Like, Pokemon just rewarded me. I will say, I do feel like from Ryan's perspective, this is pretty difficult still, because even though you played as well as you could. It came down to you getting a burn and your opponent misplaying a little bit. I do think Ryan has to find like some mix of the two approaches that may work more effectively. I don't know if stopping the Aurora Veil from going up alone is enough to like win the game.
Yeah, because we saw last game how close it came down, even with like you were saying last game, like how many resources you have to dedicate just to get rid of Aurora Veil, and even then, like VO, that like the Phoenix, like their team just has so many opportunities to capitalize on Pokemon that are not targeted. So yeah, I mean, like it's one of those situations where like it wasn't a 100% game losing play, but instead of giving yourself the 100% chance to win, you gave yourself the 90% chance to win, and the 10% difference being that burn chance. So we'll see how these players are going to adjust. So Ryan leading Heatran and Landorus in this game, so not electing for two Pokemon that are faster than Ninetales. So a pretty safe Aurora Veil opportunity here from Phoenix side, barring no Rock Slide flinches potentially. But yeah, it looks like we're going to have an Aurora Veil game here.
I do like this lead though. It is pretty smart because the nice thing is that Heatran and Ninetales both can't tear out of their weakness in this situation, right? So like if you throw a Flash Cannon into the Ninetales and you throw a Stomping into Heatran, regardless of which one tears, you're always going to be able to pressure the other one. Now there could be a read here, potentially even a Protect Blizzard play if you're expecting them to really commit into targeting your Heatran. Probably clicking Aurora Veil here is your safest play, like Aurora Veil Protect, but there's always rooms for reads, especially when you feel like you have the matchup advantage. But we are just going to see the Terra Fairy come out here.
Yeah, that's the kind of the trade-off with playing offensive Heatran, is that if you are playing in a Heatran with something like a Shuka Berry or the ability to throw up Aurora Veil like this, you kind of do have to play the slightly more scared one. But I don't hate Terra Fairy in this matchup. I think it'll be useful in the long run, as Ninetales throws off an Icy Wind here. Going to be lowering the speed of Ryan's Heatran, and Iron Hands just making it even slower as the Flash Cannon, goes into the Ninetales. So not electing for Aurora Veil. That critical hit didn't matter. But that just not electing for the Aurora Veil this game. So once again, Ninetales had the option to try and set up Aurora Veil there, but instead forgoes it for an Icy Wind. We'll see if that speed drop ends up playing a bigger role later in the game. But yeah, this is a huge opening for Ryan here because of how important that Aurora Veil was in game one.
I think the key was also like Phoenix was maybe trying to make the read of like, okay, you're going to keep Lando in, you're going to really fixate on my Heatran and double target it. So I'm going to go for an Icy Wind, try and punish that. But that play is so risky because it doesn't allow you to get your Aurora Veil up. If you lose the screens for no value, it's putting you behind, right? And the fake out pressure here from the hands also means the Rillaboom is kind of forced into clicking fake out as well. So I do think overall this is actually a pretty decent position. And fake out actually goes into Heatran. So that means Iron Hands is kind of open to do what it wants here.
Yeah, so there is no fake out from Iron Hands this turn. Instead, it's going to have to eat a Will-O-Wisp for free. Heatran finally getting its act together on the accuracy department, being very clutch with those Will-O-Wisps as the Drain Punch goes into Rillaboom. Basically chip damage at that point. Like Iron Hands, yay, you get to heal the burn damage off, I guess. But now, like, we saw how impactful that burn was in game one. So it's kind of, you know, another damage mitigation strategy that Phoenix has, and limiting the effectiveness of that Iron Hands can potentially prove very, very good for Phoenix. But obviously the key Pokemon in this matchup is Heatran, and we'll have to see what Phoenix decides to, how they sort of decide to maneuver around this position.
Yeah, I do feel like in this position, if you're Ryan, you're not feeling the worst because at least you were able to get the Ninetales without that, you know, without like having to let the Aurora Veil go up. And also too, you still are pressuring the Heatran a little bit. From Phoenix's perspective, this might be a little bit awkward because you can potentially catch a switch if Iron Hands decides to switch out. But also, like, do you want to Wood Hammer into Heatran, right? Do you want to try and get rid of the Heatran, or do you want to play it a bit safer? I like the switch of Landorus here. You're able to get in something that can pressure both the Rillaboom and the Lando with either a U-turn or a Stomping. The question is, what did Phoenix do here? Because if he doubles into... Okay, well, he didn't double, so... But if he doubled into Lando, it could have been, like, significant, and it could have switched around the momentum a little bit.
Yeah, Landorus, I like the switch into Landorus here, but obviously not really a Pokemon that wants to take a hit from either of these two. But obviously the Protect there being a good call out for the Earth Power going into that slot. But yeah, but the Terra Fairy Heatran also sort of enables this Rillaboom to be doing a lot more damage, because now you can just throw Wood Hammers into it. You know, Phoenix still has the Terra option open, so does potentially, now since you've burned Protect, you also have a potential Stomping Tantrum plus Flash Cannon play, but you do have to keep in mind that there is an Icy Wind on the board. So this Fairy Heatran on Ryan's side is slower, so the Heatran does have the opportunity to just knock it out with that speed advantage. And Landorus, I mean, still not exactly safe here. Still has to pick its moves correctly if it wants to do anything or potentially pivot out. Yeah, the Heatran going to switch out here. Let's see what comes in. It is going to be a Landorus from Phoenix as well. I like this switch as well because obviously you do have the switch into Stomping Tantrum, which is nice. And you know, if Landorus goes to that, that's basically nothing that it's doing on this board. Heatran recognizing the threat of the opposing Flash Cannon, going to be switching out back into the Iron Hands. Let's see what this Landorus is going to go for. The U-turn into Rillaboom does a good amount of damage, going to allow Landorus to pivot out here. So Ryan doing some really key repositioning here, does have a fake out back on board, and potentially has the opportunity for Fluttermane to come back in and start throwing off some very, very powerful fairy type attacks. But it's going to switch into Woodhammer? Oh, okay, it hangs on. Yeah, that Intimidate, super clutch. Yeah, Flutter able to come in here.
Coming in here is still kind of bad though, because you're gonna get hit by Grassy Glide, right? Even if like you survive the Woodhammer or die to it, I think you actually would prefer to die in some situations, because then you could at least get in a position where your Heatran could pressure the Heat Wave onto both. I'd actually argue this is a pretty bad position for Ryan, because regardless of what you fake out, the Lando or the Rilla, one of them is going to move first and KO your Fluttermane, right? And if you switch out either of them anyways, you're going to be taking chip on whatever's coming in, which you don't really want. So I do feel like from Ryan's perspective, maybe this is just a situation where you kind of cut your losses, maybe try to KO the Rillaboom, and maybe switch back into your Lando to get the Intimidate down and not let something go down. I think that would probably be your best bet here, just so you don't lose your Flutter for free, and you can maybe have it for later once Grassy Terrain expires.
Yeah, I think bringing in the Fluttermane may have been a bit premature here for the reasons you just said, like the Grassy Glide still being on board, Landorus still having the speed advantage, able to just click Stomping Tantrum into whatever. But Fluttermane, Ryan obviously recognizing this, going to be switching out Fluttermane back into Landorus, so another Intimidate goes down onto the Rillaboom slot. I think Ryan did target down the Rillaboom here with Drain Punch. We saw how little damage that did the first time as the Grassy Glide goes into Landorus, so not too much damage there, but some critical chip damage sure for later in the game. The Drain Punch actually missing out on the KO on Rillaboom, and this Heatran being able to switch in for basically free here. So Rillaboom having an opportunity here to potentially either switch out, maybe preserve Grassy Terrain, maybe preserve a fake out on the board, or maybe just able to get another Grassy Glide off, just getting some more damage.
I do feel like in this situation, the one issue that you have is that, like, because the Rillaboom didn't go down, now that's later fake out pressure, later Grassy Terrain that you can set up. The nice thing is that Heatran's at least pinned by the Stomping, maybe forced into a Terra, but I think a Protect and a switch into Lando is pretty safe here. It's pretty low risk, and then Lando's still pressuring whatever else comes out anyways, right? The Heatran's low, Iron Hands is burned. So I do feel like Lando, from Phoenix's side, could easily run over this game because of just, like, how the board is set up.
I agree. Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Phoenix right now is getting rid of the Stomping Tantrum immunity, because like with that you have the ability to keep cycling Lando in and out. Heatran being Terra Fairy at this point defensively doesn't even matter, because I'm pretty sure Stomping at this point is able to knock it out even without the type effectiveness. So Heatran, I think the Terra Fairy is pretty safe here, because you know you have the ability to just get a free attack off if you want to try and target down that Landorus. But we saw that Ryan's Landorus going to be going for the U-turn, recognizing how important it is to being able to keep cycling the Intimidate, and you know just keeping the Stomping Tantrum immune around on the board. Iron Hand's going to be coming back out, so you do have a fake out on board. I'm assuming Ryan's Landorus is going to be the faster one here, considering it is the Life Orb variant, probably a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more speedy there, so threatening the opposing Terra Fairy. And we saw how much that Flash Cannon was able to do in the last game. Magma Storm, yeah, catching the Iron Hands. That's one thing I think we haven't talked about yet. The potential trapping effect of Magma Storm is going to be very annoying for Orion to try and pivot around, because even though he still has 4 Pokemon left, you know, you still love the ability to be able to pivot your Pokemon around. So Iron Hands just being stuck in here as a burned Iron Hands that can just kind of get Intimidate cycled and damage for basically free is not a good thing to have at all.
For what it's worth, I mean, I do think that Ryan does have some pressure in this turn. The fact that you're putting a fake out and a Flash Cannon into Landorus kind of forces it to switch, which then gets Phoenix down to his last 2 Mons, which is pretty significant. Now, Phoenix can make a read here and say, okay, I know that you're going to do that because it's so obvious and I can't protect that I'm going to, you know, obviously do something else. But he actually leaves Lando exposed here. This could be really significant.
Let's see if he makes the
Does
read.
it get KO'd is the question, right? As long as it
might
survives,
be close.
it's better.
Flash Cannon is going to be close, but he does make the correct call, so it's going to go into the Landorus. Oh, it just barely hangs on. Oh, that's a huge survival for Phoenix, but Landorus taking that much damage is obviously a huge, huge deal. But yeah, Iron Hand's going to be taking that chip damage from Magma Storm, going to be taking the burn. But yeah, that missing out on the K-out is huge.
The question is like, how do you stop just the stomping earth power here? I guess hands could survive in theory, so if you wanted to play it super safe, from Phoenix's perspective, you could maybe like U-turn out, sack off your Rillaboom, get back in your Lando to put on more pressure again. But I do think that Ryan has just enough tools where he'll be able to squeeze this one out because Heatran obviously is pressuring the opposing Heatran. If he can get rid of the opposing Lando, it puts you in an incredibly good position. And Stomping does go into Heatran as well, so this is an incredibly good turn if the Lando goes down.
Yeah, we'll have to see if the Heatran is able, or the Iron Hands is able to get an attack off. Yeah, as the double actually goes into the Heatran with the Magma Storm and the Stomping Tantrum. So Iron Hands will be able to get a heavy slam off. Burn, that doesn't matter. That's able to get the knockout. And now Phoenix back down to their last 2 Pokemon. Meanwhile, Ryan still having all 4. And as we saw, Phoenix's last Pokemon is that still very heavily damaged Rillaboom. So it's going to be able to get grassy terrain back on the board, maybe recover a little bit, but like with that little HP remaining, it's basically a 4v1 at this point.
Yeah, so hear me out. I think this is what Ryan has to do. He's going to switch out his Heatran here because he can't afford to let it go down to any combination of like Grassy Glide or like Wood Hammer or whatever. So for him, it makes sense to switch. Now, what Phoenix can do is make that call out and say, I know you're going to do that, so I'm going to fake out your hands and I'm going to click Magma Storm directly into your Heatran to cover for the switch. If he does that, then he might have a chance because he can at least kind of get the Heatran in an awkward situation where like maybe he can Grassy Glide it later on. But he has to make the call right here, right?
Yeah, and also Magma Storm does have to hit. So instead, just the Grassy Glide into the Flutter Mane switch in. That's going to be an easy knockout. Probably going to knock out the Heatran as well. And I think right here, you just have the free Earth Power into the hand. So you're able to score 2 knockouts here. Ryan's Landorus is still rather healthy, but now that you have... is there another fake out on board here? No, so you have Heatran and Landorus coming back in. So even with the Intimidate, Heatran is still kind of threatened here, but I'm not sure. I don't think we've ever seen the speed tiers interact between the two Heatrans, so we don't. Yeah, like we've had these two facing off the entire set, and we still do not know which one is faster. Like Life Orb, I mean, I'm a timid max guy, but you know, not everybody might be a timid max speed guy. So you know. Like, we still need to figure out which Heatran is faster.
By the HP numbers, I think that Ryan's Heatran is faster because its HP is like so low and vest on it.
Right.
So I think Heatran is faster. I think going for a Protect here is smart, and throwing a Stomping in the Rilla to get rid of it guaranteed is good. I think the heads up play here is clicking Magma Storm into Lando, so that way you're not getting double targeted with the opposing Heatran. So in case you lose the speed tie, or if you're faster, then you can go for 2 Earth Powers and KO, right? It is, like, I think at this point, it is really just going to come down to whether he clicked Magma Storm or not. Which he did, click Magma Storm. Does a KO.
Needs a critical hit to KO.
It does KO. It's going to KO.
Oh, with the extra chip. But here's the thing. If we know Ryan's Heatran is faster, we saw how much Flash Cannon did to the opposing Heatran. I think Life Orb Flash Cannon is enough to KO a Heatran from full. Or from at least slightly full. I think the chip damage that's present on the Heatran, but the Life Orb actually does do a lot to help these calcs. From full, it might be close depending on the investment. I think you need this Flash Cannon to KO. Let's see if it's enough. Life Orb Heatran. It lives on a sliver!
Oh my
gosh! And Phoenix! And the Earth Power going into the opposing Heatran. And Heatran lives on 12 HP! Oh my goodness! The absence of Flash Cannon ending up being the nail in the coffin for Phoenix. Oh, Ryan having the ability to go for a second one, and that's going to be the game for Ryan. Sableye VGC will be advancing to 4-1, easily cruising their way into the top cut. Wow, what a set.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Ryan, I would be thanking my lucky stars on the game 2 because, that was looking really over until, Phoenix decided to double target the hands there. But, game 3 played excellently, Ryan managed to work himself into a position where he was able to kind of clean up with his Heatran. And it's so interesting, the nuance between the Heatrans, right? The fact that you can't Flash Cannon the other Terra Fairy Heatran puts you at such a disadvantage, I think, in the late stages of that game, right? And if you don't get enough value out of Auroraville, I think had Auroraville been up in that end game, actually, that could have made a big difference because a lot of Pokemon were taking way more damage than they had to, even with the fake out Flash Cannon, with the Rillaboom taking the Drain Punches over and over again, right? Like, there was definitely a lot of damage mitigation that could have been done, but it was an excellently played set. I think, especially that game 3 was super close, and I think Phoenix definitely having a bit of the advantage there, but Ryan managing to make the tools he had to work, especially leveraging that Heatran with Flash Cannon that Phoenix didn't have access to.
Yeah, the absence of Auroraville being super huge there, and I think it definitely probably would have made an effect on some of the damage trades that occurred in the mid game, so potentially could have put Phoenix up in a position there. But yeah, the the speed interactions between the Heatrans and just like not having Flash Cannon. I know like it seems like Flash Cannon might be one of the more droppable moves on Heatran at this point in the meta, but like I don't know, with all these Terra Fairies going around, you saw just how effective Flash Cannon was in that matchup, especially when both Heatrans opt for the Terra Fairy. So very, very good stuff to Ryan. Very, very good stuff to Phoenix. Very well played on both sides. That is our last round of Swiss, guys, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back for top 8 of the Nino PokeBros Invitational. So we'll see you guys in a bit.
Take it easy, guys. Peace.
God, I clicked the button. You guys saw me click the button. I hate muting myself. I just can't always have an open mic all the time. I want to talk about the ads getting played at the end of the game. Oh no. All right, I'm not even looking at the ads, but I'll run them. Can't hear you. Okay, it should be good now, guys. Nino going off. But yeah, appreciate you guys so much. I'm setting up the next round. So I'm out with 2-3, but also happy to be a part of it. Dude, Vio, thanks for joining. It was awesome having you on. It was a great match to watch. Again, thank you to Joe and Eric for commentating. Everyone, the commentators went really good. That hype at the end too. So, all right, let's go into top 8. I guess I can show you. Also, can we move the player names out of the bottom left? So yeah, I just was trying that out. So, oh man, Sierra's account. Ah. All right, let's go look at top 8 real quick. I already got my feed ready. You're muted. I got it. Thank you. Sorry. I'll make sure. All right, let me open this up real quick. Let me make sure we got the feed. Okay. Okay, send feed. Starting next round. Let me look at top cut real quick. Standings. Let me see. I can show the screen right. Yeah, the game scene. All right. So here's our top cut right here. I guess I can turn on a little background music. Am I still listening to the right feed? Yeah. See you, Joe. Thanks, Joe. You did awesome, man. Appreciate you. So we got Fede. Fede's 5-0, and he's streaming right now. He's doing awesome. Let me go ahead and hide these logos, too. Yeah, we might not even put those names up in the next round. Sableye winning his chance in top cut. Animus, we watched his match earlier. Kazuki, the Japanese player. Peculiar Bear making it in top cut. We also have his feed as well. Ryan, number 6 spot. Mava, number 7. And then Mondo BGC scrunching in at 3-2 top cut. Atmosphere and Marco Fiera right at the bubble 3-2. Resistance just wasn't high enough, unfortunately. But yeah, here's your top 8 cut, guys. Got a couple Spanish, got 2 Spanish players, 3 Americans, 1 Canadian. I think 4 Americans total. So, dang, he was in top cut, and then Sableye knocked him out. So, we'll get the teams up right now. Let me get Eric's feed, or let me get Eric and Slim on the desk right now, and let me get the feed already, and I'll be right back. Thank you, guys. Let's get right to the casters. They're about ready. Let me switch you guys right on. We're going right into it.
Wait.
Yeah, I just
I'm definitely...
my brother, PokeBros.
Boys ready? Coming in a little hot, so here we go.
That's
Coming in
good,
very
let's do it, yeah.
All right, take it from here, guys. I'll transition when they start the game.
Perfect. Oh, okay. So, Eric, man, we got a heck of a matchup in top 8. We have Mava versus, of course, we all know and love. We did see, what was this, round 1, I believe? It was Animus. Everybody knows it is the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Did they play already, or are you just talking about Animus being on stream?
Just Animus. Animus did
Okay,
play on
yeah, because
stream
I know he's been on
versus
stream
Atmosphere.
before. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So taking on Mava in first round of Top Cut here. Mava sporting the very, very classic Tornadus, Regidrago, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Rapid Strike, Urshifu, Rillaboom, Golden Go. Actually rocking Specs Golden Go rather than the traditional Nasty Plot that we're used to seeing. But Animus using a lot of token conventional Pokemon here as well. Farigiraf, Dragonite, Shenpao, Urshifu. But the clear difference maker of the team here being the Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So you do have the Tricker map option. You do have some fast Pokemon like this Dragonite and Shenpao, one of the most common leads ever in BGC this season. So it's going to be matching up against the Ogerpon Hearthflame and the Regidrago.
Interesting lead here just because Regidrago doesn't really like dealing with something with like Shenpao and something else because, you know, its best move is, of course, that Dragon Energy, which is based on your HP because it works like Dragon version of Eruption. So Hearthflame can potentially follow me if that is on the team sheet. I'll have to check because we kind of came in a little hot. But either way, Shenpao Dragonite is something that does a lot of offense. If you don't call these turns correctly, it can just immediately blow something up off the field, as we do see the Terror come out. So it looks like Animus is opting to just go, you know what, full in offense. You know what Shenpao does, you know what Dragonite does, so something is probably going to get nuked off the planet here.
Yeah, I was going to say that Regidrago does have the option to Terra out of its ice weakness and potential weakness to extreme speed or neutrality to extreme speed. But Ogerpon clicking the follow me here, going to be supporting that Regidrago. I'm pretty sure, oh wow, that is a clean knockout. I'm pretty sure Ogerpon is able to take that normally. So that crit actually being a huge deal as Ice Spinner is able to land into Regidrago, actually just scoring a clean one-hit KO. So Animus able to take out 2 Pokemon on the very first turn. I'm trying to sound like the Pokemon Stadium announcer guy, but yeah, Animus just taking 2 KOs on the first turn of the game, and this forces Mava to bring out Rillaboom and Urshifu, the Choice Scarf Urshifu, so not even the option to protect against this Dragonite Extreme Speed. And wow, what a turn, a first turn from Animus there.
Absolutely, and the beautiful thing about it is, this is what this lead does. This is what it's meant to do. I don't know, like, even if you know what your matchup is, even if you just want to put on pressure, it doesn't matter. You can just see, like, what, Shenpao Dragonite, and you let your opponent figure out a way to deal with that. You see the, yeah. Now, the big thing about that is, you did allude to it earlier, that potentially, if trained correctly, Ogerpons are meant to take that hit. So then there wouldn't have been a double KO, you would have had a double tap, and a Dragon Energy at full power would have hit both, of course, knocking Shenpao to Sash and doing a lot of damage, though it's not super effective damage, to Dragonite, and would have made a huge difference there. But, of course, when you get crit and you just lose 2 KOs, there's not really much room for you to come back from, but an explosive turn 1, and if that happens again, I would like to see it, because I do think Ogerpon takes that, and then it's a whole different game we're talking about.
Yeah, like, there's not really a whole lot on this team that can stand up to extreme speed plus a hit from Shenpao. Like, and especially like you said, you could be prepped for Shenpao Dragonite as much as you want, but the second something like a critical hit or something like that goes awry, like they can just run over any team. It also doesn't help that, you know, the Tornadus, the Terra is Dragon. It's not something like Ghost. There's no Ghost Terra. There are 2 Steel Terras, so like you do have the option. And Shenpao does not have Sacred Sword, you do have the ability to defensively Terra in front of it, but that was just a very, very unfortunate first turn. And we don't even get to see the rest of the game from that. Like, that was the quintessential definition of taken down on the word go. That's what they used to say in Pokemon Stadium. That's what came to my mind just there. But we'll have to see how Mava's going to adjust to this. Like I said, we don't have we don't have a
gonna be funny.
lot. Yeah, we don't have a lot to stand up to extreme speed. That's the main wrinkle here. Is that like, you know, normally you're seeing these Taurens with Terra Ghost or like something else with Terra Ghost, or you know, we do have 2 Steel Terras, but like even in normal Chen Pao Dragonite circumstances, you have Chen Pao that's able to cover that with Sacred Swords. So, I mean, I'm curious how
I'm looking
how
at the
Mava's gonna
team,
do.
and I think the only thing Goldango? Yeah, Goldango is like your only, like, hey, okay, I don't get hit by extreme speed. But then you also have to worry about, okay, does Goldango do well into the rest of the team? Because you don't want to bring him on just to be able to take E-speed.
I think it's
throwing.
fine. I think
Like,
Golden
Dragonite
goes...
is the quintessential essence of Isekai Mack Truck type thing. Like,
Right,
it doesn't
yeah.
matter what's in front of it. Once it hits it, it's going to be destroyed. You just have to find a way around it. If you can neutralize Chen Pao to help mitigate some of that damage, that's your best bet. As we're going to see the leads come out here. So let's see if we get another Mack Truck going. But it is Ogerpon and Regidrago, so the same leads here. And a little bit of difference here. So the Cornerstone Ogerpon here and Chen Pao.
Yeah, I saw Animus make this switch up in team preview, and I'm curious actually what the game plan here is with the Ogerpon here. Obviously, you do have the super effective Ivy Cudgel into the opposing Ogerpon, but you know the speeds here working out is like you do have Chen Pao that's faster, so you're gonna get the hit onto Ogerpon first rather than, you know, one way or the other, like, you know, being able to get the KO with Rock Ivy Cudgel, and then, you know, obviously being able to get the KO into the Ice Spinner, into the Regidrago like we saw last turn. But, you know, from Kyle's side here, you know, you also do have the Follow Me option. Obviously not going to do anything in front of the massive Dragon energy that is being put up here. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff you have to think about, because obviously if you double into the Ogerpon, you have the option for Spiky Shield, and you know, you just could just get hard red turn 1. But Chen Pao going for Protect, Ogerpon also going for its own version of Protect, Spiky Shield.
All right. And I like that play because it's very neutral turn. You're trying to scout and see what's the play here. Everybody's just kind of...
Wow.
And it's protects all around. Because,
all right,
you know, after the explosive turn 1, this turn's a little different. So everybody's kind of like, okay, I'm not sure what's going to happen, so let me just kind of scout and see what's going on. And you know what? And it makes sense. I like the play. And now you can kind of do it again because Regidrago's free to get a protect off this turn because it failed. So you can kind of scout and maneuver. I mean, you're free to go for another Ivy Cudgel here into potentially the Cornerstone, or go for a grass move. There's a lot of options here as we do. Ooh, we get a nice sneak peek that Animus does have Trick Room in the bag.
Yeah, it does have the Farigiraf option in the back. The thing is, like, obviously in normal circumstances, you see a Pokemon that just protected, and you're like, ooh, free double target. But at the same time, in this situation, there is a read that could be made from Mava's side. It's like, okay, well, they might be protecting my Regidrago to protect now that I've already burned it. But no, instead, we're going to see the Ogerpon click Follow Me. Now, the intended play last turn was to Follow Me, take some damage off of Drago so it gets a free Dragon energy, but now Ogerpon finally able to take both of the hits this time, so now this does free up Regidrago to go for a Dragon energy. Let's see how much this is going to do.
Absolutely massive. Love the animation there. Does a huge... Oh my.
Wow, yeah, the double sash.
This is the power, because of the sturdy, of course, if anybody doesn't know, this is the power of Dragon Energy. Like, as long as you're at full power, you get off so much damage. It really doesn't make any sense. And here comes the Urshifu. This is exactly what you want, to continue to apply more offense. It is that Troy Scarf, so you kind of just like, all right, cool, what do you want to bring in? It doesn't matter. I'm kicking Surging into literally everything, and I'm clicking Dragon Energy, into literally everything. And there's not really much that Animus can do about this.
Yeah, I think this is kind of what he was going for in game 1. Like, you get the huge Dragon energy off, you sack your Ogerpon, and then you're able to bring out a threat like Urshifu that just gets to pick Surging Strike target. And as we saw, there's Farigiraf and there's the Urshifu Blood Moon, so definitely not good switch-ins for like any of these attacks coming out here. So, I mean, I think the idea here is that you want to Surging Strikes the Chen Pao, obviously, as the one super effective hit into the Regidrago, and like you don't even have to click Dragon Energy here because you're going to be underspeeding the Ogerpon, but instead Regidrago clicking the Protect here and just going to let Urshifu take its KO.
Absolutely. You do see a U-turn come out, and I like the repositioning, choosing not to get overly aggressive, knowing that, you know what, I'm in a really good spot, I can take my time, and just kind of, instead of getting a double KO and you potentially put yourself in a bad spot versus, oh, I can't just neutralize Trick Room, because Terra hasn't been burned yet. So there is a lot of different ways out of this, but instead bringing in Rilla, knowing you can get out Fake Out, you can do some good damage, and you can take any hit that Ogerpon wants to give out. And that surprisingly did quite a bit of damage actually because of the terrain boost, but kind of impressive. I won't lie to you.
Yeah, I do like the play there because I think if you are Mava, you do want to hit into Chen Pao to obviously remove the biggest threat to Reggie Drago. But the problem is if you just launch Surging Strikes there, you're leaving yourself open to a Power Whip. So obviously Urshifu a massive threat for the late game. So it's a good idea to preserve it here. Now you have a Fake Out on board,
This
so you
is
potentially
interesting, actually. Sorry to cut you off. I just noticed most Farigiraf are the Terra Fairy. This is Terra Fire, so it can get hit with Dragon Energy. I just noticed that. That's a huge difference that a lot of times you normally don't have to deal with. So Dragon Energy is pretty free here because it cannot Terra Fairy.
Yeah, it's also a good thing you did cut me off because you cut me off in the middle of a silly thought where you have Fake Out in front of the board on a Farigiraf. So that's my bad. But that is a good point there. This Farigiraf not being able to Terra Fairy makes it so it is basically free to take a Dragon Energy or any Dragon attack. So it's not going to be able to be completely immune to it. But I mean, I guess on the bright side, you do resist Rillaboom's attacks, and yeah, I do like the Terra here because now if you Terra Steel, you are resistant to the Ivy Cudgels rather than neutral and potentially opening yourself up to more damage through a critical hit. But the Terras are going to be coming out from both sides, so we'll see how these players are going to play out this turn.
And we do see the Terra Fire come out. So I'm wondering what was the choice and reasoning behind Terra Fire when something like a Farigiraf normally likes to. There's certain things you want to have to. Wow, that does a lot of damage. The Power Whip, and of course with the boosted terrain, doesn't help. Farigiraf taking quite a bit of damage still, but of course not at full power, so able to take that very well. Now the question is, what do you do here? Because this is probably going to be a Wood Hammer, but because of the Terra Fire, it works out actually perfectly, and Trick Room is going to go up. So now this is the age-old problem because we know what's in the back. That bear, it's a with what's on the field right now, I think it kind of has a field day a little bit about what's going to happen these next couple turns.
Yeah, unfortunately, now you can't Terrastalize it, so like you are taking super effective Grassy Glide. So you are able to get some pretty sizable damage, but Ursaluna is a very, very bulky poke. Oh my gosh, okay, I'm completely forgetting that there's a Farigiraf on the field. My bad.
Yep.
I'm completely forgetting that there's no priority. So like, yeah, everything you said about Ursaluna, 100% true. It's not really threatened at all here. You kind of just get to pick your target and just kind of get to blow something up.
Absolutely. And it has Helping Hand, so
yeah,
I don't
it's not
know
like
if you have many. Ogerpon is down, Urshifu has horrible Spadef. You're kind of in a spot where you have to sit here. I don't know if Rilla can take any hit from Ursaluna. If it can take one, then you have a chance. But right now, as long as Helping Hand is clicked, or even if it's a double tap into that Rillaboom slot, I don't know how you get out of this because I don't think Reggie Drago really can do enough here. But if you're Mava, I think you kind of have to double attack.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Rillaboom is Assault Vest, so, like, you can't Terra the Blood Moon, so you might need a little bit of an extra damage bump in order to get possibly a knockout onto the Rillaboom. My idea is that you could potentially double into the Rillaboom since you don't have the priority threat here, so you could have just, like, Hypervolt. Wow, okay, never mind. Forget everything that I was going to say. The critical hit definitely mattered on Reggie Drago, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, Rillaboom, obviously. Wow, and the disconnection. Yeah, that's probably going to be curtains here, as Animus is going to take the very, very clean game here, unless the disconnection was not intentional. But like, I think the writing was on the wall.
Just because, just based on board state and what it's
like you had Urshifu in the back, like that was not a Blood Moon resist at all.
Yeah.
So yeah,
there's very few things in this format that is a Blood Moon resist, to be honest with you. But yeah, just having the Farigiraf, just being able to stop priority, really makes a world of difference. And being the Terra Fire, if it was a Terra Fairy, it makes a world of difference because you resist the Wood Hammer. So it was a tough go, and I really like how it played out in the beginning, the first instances of the game, because exactly what we expected to happen turn one of game one is exactly what happened here. But the main difference is that what was in the back was a little different. And Trick Room, there just unfortunately wasn't enough bulk where you're going against an offensive team like Reggie Drago to really withstand that amount of pressure if Trick Room ever goes up.
Yeah, that's the thing is like it, in those kinds of situations, it's kind of easy to get overwhelmed. Like, okay, Mava putting themselves in a good position. You have the big Dragon Energy turn one. You have the Urshifu that's able to click a button. But then, like, I think crucial mistake there is that you kind of put yourself in a position where Urshifu is like, okay, like it's probably the best Pokemon on the field in terms of getting damage on everything, but at the same time, it's threatened by the Ogerpon, so you kind of have to switch it out. And now you don't have anything to threaten Farigiraf in the back that can Terra Fire to avoid being KO'd by Rillaboom, and then it gets free Trick Room off, and then Blood Moon just gets 4 KOs. So like Animus doing a really good job to not get caught up in the early game disadvantage, rather than just, you know, biding his time, setting up Trick Room, and then just letting Blood Moon do the rest. So very, very well played from Animus's side. I mean, that just shows like how insane Blood Moon Ursaluna can be, and how good of a partner Farigiraf is for it, because like as someone that has struggled against Blood Moon teams in the past, one of the best ways you can deal with it is, you know, having priority, basically either fake out, Grassy Glide, like all these different things that can help you stop it and mitigate it under Trick Room. But you add Farigiraf next to it, suddenly there's nothing that can stop it unless you have something slower than it, which, you know, not a lot of teams that are not prepped for Trick Room are going to have. So, like, in this situation, when you have no Blood Moon resists, you have
none.
Yeah, you have no options to take moves from it. So it's just able to just completely run through the opponent's team.
Yeah, and even something that does like, oh, okay, you know what? I can take one hit. Yeah. If you can somehow take that with Life Orb, yeah, I'm just going to click Helping Hand just to ensure you don't take that. So now, the funny thing about the way this matchup kind of went, I know it's a little like foresight's a wonderful thing, you know. If you knew it was gonna end like this, there was a potential double KO. Remember that turn of the U-turn? That was a potential double KO where if Urshifu stayed on the field, then you're forced to bring in, oh, I take 2 KOs, then Farigiraf and Blood Moon have to come in, and I still have Urshifu on the field. You can't protect. That would have made a little bit of a different ball game there. But I understood it, trying to get some repositioning because you don't know what's in the back. But like I said, hindsight, right? Because if you pick up those two KOs, then Urshifu just wins. Like, you can't Terra. Like, you just kind of win. You just double tap everything, you know? So, very interesting play. But either way, shout out to Kyle and shout out to Malva for making it to top cut. But it was a good match all the way. And Regidrago, we've seen, like, what, 2 Regidragos today? And Regidrago's kind of making an appearance. So, if you don't have something for it, you got to watch out.
Yeah, I mean, also Ursaluna, I definitely have seen a couple of those in brackets. So that Pokemon
goodness.
definitely, Ursaluna stocks rising up, Regidrago stats rising up, Farigiraf stocks rising up. Like, all these Pokemon got to keep on your radar. We still got a whole lot of the season left, so if you're looking to build some new Regi teams, keep these Pokemon in mind if you're either wanting to build them yourself or if you want to prep against them, because they're huge threats in the current metagame. But that is going to conclude our top 8, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We are setting up the top 4 match just now. We're going to cut back to Nino real quick, but don't go anywhere because we'll have top 4 of the Nino PokeBros Invitational coming up next.
All right, I got it now. The button's broken. It's not my fault. I clicked the button, and it doesn't work. Is it still clicked? All right. Anyways, as I was saying, very silently, Animus is starting his top 4. We're waiting for a Sableye or Peculiar Bear to finish, and then we're gonna get one of their two feeds for the match against Fetty Campo. Fetty's undefeated. He's won all 5 Swiss rounds. He just won his top 8 round and scammed out of the pokey suit. Bro, I always wear the pokey suit. I wanted the black tie affair. The poke suit's at the dry cleaners. So, all right. Thanks for bearing with me while I'm muted, guys. I swear I clicked the button. Don't even at me. What else did I say while I was muted? Yeah. So we're just gonna take a quick break. I gotta thank Eric and Slim for casting. They did an excellent job. It was great for seeing them together live from Nino's Man Cave. Gotta switch it up. It's all good. Yeah, so I don't want to give away the surprise, but it looks like me and Hemi are gonna be your top 4 and finals matchup. So we will get it going. Slim always gets. Slim casted the most of everyone. He casted with Salty today. He casted with Joe, and now he casted with Eric. So, yeah, glad to have him around and sponsoring him. So, we're going to bring me and him in next. I just need to find out what feed I'm going to get, but I will get that all set up. But thanks, guys. It's been fun. The invitation, we do it once a year. But like I said, snag your invite next season. We're going to have a lot more invites available. We were only able to officially give out 36 invites. We got about 27 players that made it up here today. Some couldn't make it from schedule restraints, so we'll make sure we give them a bigger head of a time so that way they can plan for it. I'll let them know a month ahead. But yeah, Tommy, I'm going to make sure Tommy gives away some invites. And I know Rose Tower has been tallying up my tournament, so maybe we see a Rose Tower Invitational coming up because we give out Rose Tower points, so all those tournaments should go to that. So we might see another, high quality tournament with only the players that have qualified for that. I didn't even know about this till last night. Well, yeah, it's just every tournament we do that you win, you get an invite to the Invitational at the year, and we always try and do it up, bring in casting, hype the matches up, get some quality commentating with everybody. Assuming I start doing more tournaments, can I potentially earn an opportunity to offer invites to the winner? Of course, yeah. I think that would be fun. I think it would make people fun to go search for an invite. I mean, Cowboys are bums, bro. The Cowboys stay winning. I'm not gonna ask to get it. I'll earn that opportunity, man. If you're not a PokeBro already, we're throwing. So, all right, let me get this next match set up. I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you, Nino, for having me. Eric, you're awesome, dude. Thanks for coming in and making it work. You're amazing. Some people were DMing me. I won't give out names, but they're like, the boy Eric's legit. The boy Eric's legit. I was like, all right, calm down. All right, I found we knew he was good. But all right. Yeah, Eric, everyone thought you did a great job, so keep it up, man. Hope to see more of you. And you guys are a good combo too as well. All right, let me go to this starting screen or this coming back right screen, get the match set up. I'm already watching Animus's game here on the side. I'm getting a little distracted watching this top 4 match. It's pretty cool. But we're going to save this match for the next one and whoever makes it into finals. So thanks again, guys. We'll be right back and play some music for you. Nice and mid-loud. All right, thanks, guys. We'll be right back. I'm going to hit the mic button. Don't let me forget when I come back. All right, I clicked the button. We should be heard across the world. Gotta get Hemi on in a second. Testing. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. You're in. We got top 4 match ready. It's gonna be Peculiar Bear versus Fede Campo. I got Hemi on the mic. Let me bring his feet in so we can see his beautiful face. Let me unmute him first. Unmute. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
There he is.
All
We
right.
out here. We made it. You made it through the day.
You made it. It was awesome. It was super cool. A lot of good battles.
Everyone's having fun. Join in. We got this match. Oh, let me send you the feed. You don't have the feed yet? Let me send you the private feed.
I can just watch the.
Here,
your
this is
stream,
so
I
you don't
guess.
get delayed. But can you go on the tournament and get the team sheet? Because we got.
Yeah, I'm in here right now.
Okay, sweet. We're good.
All right. And we're watching Polar Bear, right?
Yeah, we're on Polar Bear's Peculiar Bear's side. I'm gonna go ahead and tell them to start so we can go into it when they're ready.
All right. There's no Piplup on either team, right?
Let's
just make
no,
sure.
you're banned. That's it. I'm done with
I just
you.
wanted to make sure really quick. Just
Oh
checking.
my gosh,
All right,
dude.
yeah, there's none.
Dude, I don't want to hear this right now. Mr. Spide Ups.
That was so long ago. That was like my first week on the game.
Oh,
when
that
that
one doesn't.
happened,
That
man.
one doesn't matter.
It doesn't count. We're talking last week.
Oh my gosh. All right, I told them
All
to
right.
start. Let me go in their room and start. All right, they're picking teams. All right, we're in the right spot.
And you sent me the feed.
I sent you the
okay.
feed. What's
Whoa, this
the
is
matchup
cool.
looking like here?
Oh, let me turn it down a little bit here. All right, there we go. All right, so mental herb on the Torn. That's kind of interesting. I'm gotta look at Fede's team sheet here.
All right, well, I'm just gonna slowly announce we have a feed in Top Cut. So either way, we're gonna have a feed for Top Cut. We're gonna be able to stream it. I'm pretty pumped up about that. But
Yeah, that's awesome.
Let me bring up the sheet separately. So yeah, Peculiar Bear. I think he was on stream. We saw his feed earlier. He had the Water Ogre Pond, the good old Fairy Heat Ran. He does have Solar Beam. That's interesting. I mean, I think I saw that earlier, him trying to pull out that move. And Flying, Choice Scarf, Landorus, Terra Blast, Rock Slide, U-Turn, the standard setup. But he also has this Choice Specs Flutter Mane. So...
And no flutter on Fede's side.
No
so
flutter?
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Goldango instead, I think.
I think this is the first time we've seen Fede's team on stream. He's been killing it. He hasn't lost yet. He's 6-0. So this looks like that standard team. Husini Arcanine doing work again.
Yeah, Husini Arc is extremely overpowered. We're seeing it all over the place these days. I mean, let's be honest. Didn't it win the last 2 regionals as well?
I think it
Or
won the last 4 regions.
the last 4. So very good track record. So I guess if you don't have it on your team, you're throwing.
All right, let's see this. We got the gameplay. Let's go to it. Looks a little zoomed in, but we'll be fine. You can see it all right?
I can see it, yeah. They both lead in Tim and Amoongus. So kind of interesting here. Except I think that the Arc is just in a better spot. Kind of forces a Terra on Amoongus.
Man, we got 2 Among Uses. You thought the Among Us was dead, and here it is. Both opposing sides. It's so cheap.
Oh, it's
Everybody
so
hates
good.
it. You're not even
It's
playing
so
Among
good.
Us. You've never even
I've
played
never
that.
played with it on my team. I've never used it. My brain doesn't work that way. For some reason, I'm just hyper O all the way.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
But I
man.
guess you can see. Maybe I need to change my playstyle.
I like Pokemon that go to sleep. That's pretty nice. All right,
The
that should be a
U-turn
better
comes in.
team.
No Terra out of Polar Bear's Amoongus. So could get Flare blitzed here. Yep. Boom. Ooh, it lives.
It lives.
That's crazy. Okay.
Dude, this thing is
Interesting.
gonna pop its citrus berry. It's
Yep.
gonna get regen health.
He's gonna
after
get
this turn.
cycled out. Yeah, he's gonna get cycled out, and he's gonna be over half health again, which is
He was.
completely
What was he
busted.
doing? Oh wait, hold on.
Oh,
They
that's a
spored-
really good turn.
They were
actually.
calling the Terra, and they flare blitz
Yeah.
into it just to make sure if it didn't, and then they called a spore, and this stays and takes the
Very-
hit and ends up sporing the opposing Arcanine. Okay, this
That's
is
actually
interesting.
big.
This is
That's
crazy.
actually big.
We got crazy gameplay already. These two players are really good. Peculiar Bear, and then we got the Goat Fede. Holy crap.
Because Arcanine just goes down here to Ivy Cudgel, right?
Yeah,
So it
it's-
ignores Rage Powder. Can't
There's
be
no
spored.
way you
so
tear a Sleepy Mon. You
I
definitely-
really like the pre-spore here on the swap because it's just obvious that they're gonna swap.
Oh, you
know?
think you saw that? That's what you saw?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. So they SD here because it's literally free to SD, and then they just spored the Torn swap because it's free.
How much does this do? A little bit,
A little
bit
under
of chip.
half.
Well under half, but we got
There you
another
go.
Sleepy Mon, and we got a
Amazing.
+2 Ogre Pawn. Yo.
It's like you either lose Arcanine for free or you swap Torn, and
Wow.
that's just a really heads up play
This
by
culture
Polar
just
Bear.
goes off, and then does he heal anything back? Any kind of damage he does, he just heals on back.
Yeah, he just gets a free cudgel in. Ooh,
Doesn't
no
kill.
crit. Oh, it is SD. I was gonna say I thought that was a crit, but it did sword stance. So it's actually gonna get like a bunch of health back here. It'll get like 90 HP. Ooh, big crit out of Amogus actually.
Oh, that was pretty big, but the pull and puff.
It'll be
recovery
over
is
half
goated.
again. Yeah,
Oof.
it'll be over
Okay.
half. So you just do the same thing basically.
Right. And then
Here
don't,
again.
don't let him get a crit this time. He
Ooh,
does get the
Torn
wake up.
wakes
He goes for
and
the,
he's
he goes for
faster.
Tailwind. He
Ooh.
goes for Tailwind. Doesn't even go
Interesting.
for an attack. Gets everything faster.
Okay.
That means this. I mean, not too much because the Mungus is just.
Oh,
gonna go
that's why
first like
Torn
ours.
is faster because of
The prankster.
was
Exactly.
using a prankster move. Yeah.
I thought it was gonna go for
Oh.
Liquid Storm too, but it goes for Amoongus here, and then the Amoongus fully heals up.
Now you have a full health ogre +2.
Oh
Or
man! But
plus
now the opposing side is Fede. Fede now has the speed advantage with this Urishifu, but they just easily Rage Powder, or even they don't have Follow Me, so they can't pull over the water moves, which it's not even gonna do right now. But this Hornleech is big.
He's preserving the Amogus for later.
I like this play.
Sacking the. He probably goes close combat into the ogre pawn here. Let's say. We'll see though.
Yeah, I think.
No,
I think
Because
we're
you
just
can't win the
sacking
game if
Landa.
you. Oh, he's not Scarf. He's not Scarf. Okay.
He gets to
He is
protect.
Mystic Water, so he has access to CC and Surging. So
All right, is this a pull and puff on the Lando slot? It is. We're trying to
Yeah,
KO the
pull and
opposing
puff.
Amoongus.
yep.
So we have a Hornleech
Okay.
there, and then Amoongus comes
Swap
back,
back
in. Ooh.
And it's over half health again. So now it's like much more of a.
No
threat.
way!
Okay,
Taking the
Yep.
dub early! No way!
All right.
All
Polar
right,
Bear's cooking right now.
Holy crap. Peculiar Bear. I always thought it was
Is it
Polar Bear.
Peculiar Bear?
That's what the
Oh,
Q's
okay.
for.
I'm sorry.
Dang. Dang.
Yeah, I really just think like the spore on the switch in was just the deciding turn.
That
It's
was
like
a
that's just
crazy
so.
That was just well
It's so
played.
heads up.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I'm amazed.
And then to U-turn out into your own ogre because you know that spore is threatened there. Just really good.
Living the Flare Blitz is huge. That defense
Yeah.
hold on.
I
the
mean,
Amoongus,
another
you can
reason
take a
why
Flare Blitz.
Amoongus is just completely busted. It
just
lives
takes
a
the
super
Flare Blitz.
effective recoil move. Like,
Yep.
yeah,
And then pop
completely
his-
busted, but hey,
It is what it is. You should be really playing Among Us. I like it.
yeah. I might have to throw it back on.
Throw
to
it
be
back
honest.
on. You
Actually,
never-
I've never used
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Throw what
Someone
back on?
teach
You
me.
never even played it.
Someone teach me.
Bro, where's the
I know
space
it's-
background? We just got the blurry laundry
You
on
guys,
the couch
oh,
now.
am I on screen right now?
Yeah,
Oh, look at me, I
bro,
didn't even
we're
know.
always on screen when there's no gameplay.
Oh, okay.
You just zoned
Yeah,
out.
no. I just Discord Nitro, guys. This is not a paid promotion, but if you have Discord Nitro, you can get backgrounds.
Bro, I had a change of heart after seeing the Gujinsu of ads. No, I already played all the ads. The ads are all played, bro.
Dude,
I
how
played
many
him
ads per
during
hour?
All right, let's go to the gameplay. Here we go.
All right, here we go. Goldango and Mungus switch up here. Can't get spored. Ooh, the Heatran Torn.
He ain't getting two Pokemon sport this game.
So here's the problem that Fede faces here. One of your mons is going down.
Oh,
you
yeah?
know, it's like you Terra one and save it. The other one is vulnerable, right?
Oh, man.
So
I like the lead Heat Wave on this turn. He was kind of peculiar. Looks like he was reading into that and was totally ready for that.
you could go protect Terra, the Mungus, and Spore, like the Heatran. That would be like your only way. I feel like.
It's like there's no way that
You know what I
Fede's
mean?
letting
Because it's like
Spore
then
all
you
his
still
mons
have
again.
your Mungus.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't KO Heatran in one turn here. So
Does Fede even have what's Torn set? Torn set is Tailwind, Rain Dance, Bleakwood, and Protect. And like someone said earlier about the Weather Wars, yeah, one has Sunny Day and then one has Rain Dance.
So I think this will be the Terra Dragon. Yep. Terra Dragon. It's Heatwave is, even though it's resisted, it's still gonna do a lot.
It's gonna do a little bit, not
I think
much.
they click Sunny Day here. Yeah,
Ooh.
they click Sunny Day, so you get that boost. Is the Heatran Life Orb? I didn't even check.
Ooh, nasty plots. Okay.
Heatran is Assault Vest. Okay.
Need some burns. No burns. Okay, Goldango's
Okay,
at
so that
+2.
does a manageable amount, and Torn isn't like a huge threat to Goldango here.
Okay, but we have a fake out pressure on the field. We didn't set Tailwind. How are we gonna take these make it range +2? Or even
Looks like
Shadow
the Ogre
Ball?
swap. Yeah, Shadow Ball +2, I think.
Yep, Shadow Ball or make it ring. Nasty plot, and he's leftover set. Goes for Protector.
They do resist Make It Rain with Ogre.
Oh.
Yeah, the Shadow Ball's the good play here. That's gonna do a ton.
It lives.
Doesn't quite KO.
But takes the
But
slap.
Ogre can't KO on the way back. Ooh, the double up. Wow, that's big.
Oh.
So yeah, I think a Shadow Ball might KO Torn. I'm not sure on that.
Well, I see the reason for maybe getting rid of Ogre Pawn, because you know it's not going to be able to do anything to that Goldango. But now, what do you have for the Goldango?
It's basically like the Goldango can protect here again and get even more lefties recovery if they want.
Ooh, I like
They
this.
do have Flutter in the back with specs.
I like this. It's going to get the booster from the specs.
Yeah.
Or the
It's going to be doing a
photosynthesis,
lot of damage.
And it's got
Yeah.
choice specs. Holy crap.
I
And
think
now,
you just Dazzling Gleam Bleakwind here. Yeah, Terra Fairy Dazzle Bleakwind seems like the play.
That Amoongus is living, though. I mean, even with the
Yeah, it
Bleakwood and
lives.
a
It
Dazzle,
lives, but well, it might not live the double. Like
It's-
because a Goldango will be dead. So
This is a read here. We got to respect
he's trying
the
to think
Goldango.
here.
We have to
He could protect Spore. That's the thing. So like he's not swapping out. You don't give up the +2.
No, you have to go for
but,
this.
Like you just die here unless you Spore the Flutter. I think he spores the Flutter.
Okay, protect on
and protects.
Goldango. Protect Spore on Goldango is kind of crazy. I think that's the play Fede's looking for.
You got to kind of pray for a Bleakwood miss or Bleakwind.
I mean, Shadow Ball and then the Terra, I guess. Nope. So,
So
yeah,
you
Shadow
protect
Ball.
Spore is coming in.
Yeah, Shadow Ball and the Bleakwood may have been enough. Oh, it goes double protect. Hold on,
Ooh,
this
the
changes
double
things.
Protect.
Kind of-
That's weird. He's
they're-
maybe scouting.
Yep, they're seeing what he locks into. So now, ooh, this Among Us still knows it's living. So now Among Us gets to just choose what it wants to spore. Because even with the Bleakwood and the Dazzle, we're gonna do some
Maybe
damage.
Tailwind turns as well, though. Maybe he's waiting out Tailwind turns here.
And we don't have taunt on Tornadus. So Tornadus just says Bleakwood, Tailwind. I think we go for Bleakwood, Dazzle.
He never Tailwinded, I don't think, actually. Now that I'm thinking
No,
about
he
it.
never Tailwinded yet.
No, he didn't. Yeah, it's just Sun. Okay, so I don't know. I think you go for Spore on that last turn if you're Fede.
I think that's what he was trying to see. He's locked into Shadow Ball or he locked into Dazzle. He sees he's locked into Dazzle now. So
because you're slower than Flutter with Goldango. So like
I
you
don't
just
think Goldango
basically
stays in here. Yep, it has to come
Yeah.
out.
You
So-
basically, yeah, okay. Arc resist. This will
This
still
is
do a
tough.
decent chunk, I think.
Yeah, we needed to lock into Shadow Ball maybe, and I think that's what they were kind of seeing. But with this Among Us Live, and like I said, something's going to sleep unless we get a crit on this Bleakwood.
Look at that resisted damage is just
Oh,
crazy.
we do get a crit on Among Us,
though.
but it
Okay,
pops the
yeah, that's
berry.
big.
We need
Ooh,
another
I
crit.
think it might be in range. Maybe not. This doesn't pick up, I don't think.
We need another crit.
Ooh,
No, not
Among
enough.
Us just completely busted.
We are getting some good damage on the Arcanine, but I think
Spores the flutter.
Yep.
That's big.
So now we have the Bleakwood play. We have to hit
I
our
think you
Bleakwoods. And
Swap
I think,
Goldango and Rock Slide.
well, Arcanine
maybe?
has extreme speed, so it has the choice to extreme speed the Flutter and just let Tornadus see if it can get a KO. I don't even think Bleakwood KOs Arcanine. It KOs Among Us. So, I mean, I think you just go in E-speed and get some damage off before the potential
You think?
KO.
I was going to say you swap Amoonguss for
I mean,
Goldango,
Rock Slide
and
seems
then
good
just
because
click
you know,
Rock Slide.
yeah, because you know Flutter's taking a turn of sleep here for sure, so you'll get past the speed and be able to get a Rock Slide off. So,
And it is banded arc, so I think
Yeah.
Rock Slide will most of the time pick up on Torn.
that was illegal.
Okay, so here we go. Goldango. Because Goldango could potentially get a... Okay, Iron Hands. Alright, that's smart. I like it.
I think he's going for Rock Slide here.
Okay, you need Flutter to stay asleep next turn then, if that's
he
the
is
case.
he is locking into Rock Slide.
Yeah, okay.
This shouldn't kill. It should live.
Yeah, it does about 70%. Yeah,
Yep.
okay. And then they lose photosynthesis here. Not that that's like a huge deal because it's still Specs Terra boosted.
Flutter needs to
They
wake
can
up here.
fake,
Yeah, they can fake out though. They can fake out the Flutter.
but
That's the
he is.
problem.
Yeah. The Flutter can get faked out. I think that's probably the safer play is to fake out the Flutter no matter
Yeah.
what.
Just
And
gotta
then-
pin them on.
because the Torn isn't really a threat offensively.
Yeah, not even a single target Bleakwood can hit it to kill the arc. So.
I don't think that it's enough.
So yeah, definitely a hard pin on Fede's got on the Peculiar. So it's just kind of, do you just let your Flutter go down, or do you try and go for a wake up next turn and save it in the
Yes,
back?
Heatran in the back, so he's gonna save Flutter.
So now we're threatened by Drain
Swap the
Punch.
Heatran. This is kind of okay though, I think.
You could even Dre punch the Flutter and just say, forget it. Nope, goes for fake
Yeah.
out. That's fine.
Yep, into the Flutter smart for sure. Ooh, he could. He just Rock Slides here. It's still gonna do a lot to Heatran. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, it doesn't KO Torn though. Okay, interesting.
All right.
So
hold
here I
on.
think you just you probably just double attack.
Drain Punch definitely threatens Iron Hands. So I mean, we're just hoping for a Flutter wake up. If you're Fede, you put Iron Hands back in the back again to save another fake out turn maybe, and just rotate in and get a KO here with Arcanine, because I don't think Heat Wave. I mean, Arcanine goes first, so it's definitely taking out Tornadus. Oh, pulls the Arcanine in the back.
Okay.
Among Us
Amoonguss
comes in.
You could even cycle Amoonguss again here because Flutter's asleep in the back.
We need a big hit. We get a big hit.
That's
we
huge.
get the Among Us switch, and that's a non-crit.
That's
That's just
huge.
normal damage. In the
Yep.
sun. Heat Wave comes out. Can we
Ooh,
get a burn?
Single target, massive damage.
No burn. Drain
But
Punch
the Drain Punch
KOs.
is gonna bring back a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Dude, that Heat Wave did a lot. Wow.
We definitely needed the burn here. Now we got everything to rely on this Flutter wake up now. But the problem
Yeah,
is with
basically.
switching Arcanine back in the back, you're open to extreme speed now. So
Yep,
now you can just
he-
relock into E speed instead of Rock Slide.
Yeah, Fede played this really well. I think you basically E-speed the Flutter here and just wild charge the Torn and just GG's.
Dang, we're going to game 3. We need a fast-paced game. Game 3.
Yeah, and I think Peculiar Bear knows.
Yep.
Yep, going to game 3. This has been great. Wow. Wow, that was
Ooh.
such like a slow like chip down game.
That was really well played by
Cool.
both of them, and that position in the back. I mean, he could have positioned either way, but Arcanine seemed like the better choice. Now that you've cleared the board, you know, blocking into extreme speed can secure the win. Well played.
Yeah.
Did let Peculiar Bear get a head in early with 2 sleeps. So I
Right.
don't know. Did the Among Us do much this last game? I mean, did he kind of pin it hard enough where he has to make a counter here, or he just tries to work in what he worked in game 1 again? It's gonna be tough.
I think it comes down to the lead. You know, it's like that. It's just so important at this point that you can't make any mistakes. So if you get behind, then it's gonna be tough to come back. I did, I did like how Fede just sacked his Amoonguss. Like he was like, okay, we might as well let the Amoonguss go down. We get E-Speed in the back, and that's the win con,
Right.
basically. You know, it's like if we have E-Speed, we win. So let me just let Amoonguss die for free, basically. You know.
I can imagine
So-
that sunny day along paired with a Choice Specs Flutter, and then you throw a Tailwind on it. Man, that must pack some some punches some people aren't aware of, because it's just with those 2 boosts, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure like it can OHKO like most Landos and like all just like Terra Fairy Dazzle Sunny Day. Like it can OHKO like a bunch of Landos and stuff.
It's crazy just to
So-
see that on Tornadoes, but all right, here we go. We're going into game 3, top 4. Winner goes to the finals. Waiting in
Who's waiting in the finals?
Animus. Animus
All right,
playing.
cool.
We've streamed 2 of their matches, and they're waiting in the finals. We have their feed to broadcast, and yeah, it's all gonna come to this match right here.
So for this lead, it's the same lead as game 2. I think that if you're Fede, you could Terra Water, the Shroom, and go for Spore into the Heatran, get rid of the threat for a couple of turns. You could, but then you just have to protect here. So, otherwise, Terra Dragon is safe again.
Yeah.
But Amoonguss could take a Sunny Day Heatwave here. You know, like you might as well just click Sunny Day Heatwave here. Either way, I feel like.
Oof. So
Let's see if that's what he did.
I think we're gonna see a Terra Dragon again, and maybe hope for a burn.
Yeah, Terra Dragon is just safe. It
Yeah.
only does about 30%, which is crazy.
And not even burns won't matter on Goldango, but it'd be nice to get
Yeah.
a burn on Heatran or Iron Hands here. If he gets a burn off this Heatwave, that'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, a burn on Iron Hands is basically like just GG's.
Goes for Bleakwood. Gets the nasty plot off. I think they want
Okay,
to do a
Heatwave
little
miss
more
would be
damage.
big. Okay, they both connect.
Burn.
All right, that's manageable.
No burns. Okay.
Yep. I like it. I mean, you're not in a horrible spot if you're Peculiar Berry. You just did some chip damage, but you do have the fake out pressure now from hands. So you have to pay attention to that. And then how much is this Shadow Ball gonna do? It is Assault Vest Heatran, so
Yeah,
like
it's
Shadow Ball would do a decent amount, but not a ton.
this issue's coming up again where this Heatran can't Terra Fairy because then it'll be weak to make it rain, but it can Terra Fairy to get a Terra Blast off, so it could actually do a super effective hit on the Goldango. So, but it actually doesn't even have Terra Blast, so it's just got Solar Beam, Earth Power, Flash Cannon, and Heat Wave, so it doesn't really have a super effective move, which is why it probably, goes and switches out. in this
Yeah, and I
case.
could see hands just going straight for a Drain Punch into that slot as well right now.
I think this is familiar to what happened in game 1.
And hands is going for a Drain Punch follow up into that slot.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's a kill. Oh, it lives. It
No,
holds on.
it doesn't KO.
Okay.
Dang, that's got to be a bulky hands. Make It Rain still just does a ton though.
Now it's +1.
Yeah.
Man, Fede in a good spot. Uh-oh. It's looking tough.
Yeah. It's basically like Goldango resists both and hands resists Torn. So you can't really KO either slot here, so you're just in a kind of a rough spot.
This Dragon Goldango is actually doing work.
And I didn't see if they had Flutter or not. I think you have to. They did have Flutter in the back, so it's like you can deal with Goldango at some point. You know that.
You gotta just position it in correctly, maybe.
Yeah. Going for some recovery here for Warren Leech.
I think
Not
the
gonna be
Killer Bear's
enough.
actually getting set up here. 'Cause
He could be
now-
waiting for Flutter to come in.
Yeah, because now we get the free switch. Oh, that's not what we wanted.
He actually lives that.
We didn't want to.
I think this is okay here. I think this is okay here. Oh, he
my-
bolt switches Oman so that he can rotate out.
What? This is wild.
Yeah. Just in case.
Just in case he protected, but now that he doesn't.
Then you
wanna
don't
hit-
waste a turn.
We didn't get the free switch in the Flutter. Maybe we're gonna get
That
a
is
free
genius.
double switch. Oh no, this is crazy.
Yeah, but you're faster. I feel like here you're faster than Goldango. With Ogre and Torn. So it's like you could just double attack here and like hope for a crit.
Well, we got super effective damage for Among Us now, but this Bleakwood hitting is
Something's
big.
going. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is just a double KO. Like no matter how you look at it, you can't pollen puff Goldango. That's like the one downside to his ability. So like you can't give him health back.
Yeah, I wonder
so
if you just protect and then just make it rain right now.
probably. That seems like the best play. I mean,
Because
I don't
Bleakwood won't
see.
kill Goldango. And you just try and I mean,
Yeah.
you try and get this double KO, so you get 2 people in for free, and then you just have to come back. Goldango
He
comes.
actually swaps.
Ow. Okay,
Did he
Iron
call
Hand.
the swap? Ooh, he's gonna get some recovery here. Hands is gonna be pretty weak.
Oh man, but we got another fake out turn for the Flutter, which is interesting.
I think he may have just pollen puffed himself here.
Ah, the
Ooh, a
Bleakwood
miss out of the Torn.
Not on the
Amoonguss
Amoonguss.
avoids. That's huge. I think
No.
it's just pollen puff into hands here.
That's crazy.
Oh, he spores the Torn. Okay. Interesting.
Chill, Scarlet, chill.
Interesting.
I thought
What'd he
Puff
say?
would work.
Oh, you can pollen puff gold? Oh, okay. Thank you, Scarlet.
Leave it to chat to help save the day as usual.
Appreciate it, man. All right, so
He went for Spore. He went for Spore. What are we gonna do now?
I mean, do you need Torn? I think he's thinking he needs Torn maybe later.
Man, switching to Flutter's crazy here.
That's a drain punch call.
Is it?
He's trying to call the drain punch.
Does he spore it
see.
just to cover?
You spore? I don't know if you spore the ogre slot. That'd be crazy. That'd be wild.
No, not yeah. I mean, you cover for the drain punch and the switch.
You could just yeah.
Oh,
I mean, this is intense.
Goldango's back
Okay,
in.
this is actually better
Does he spore?
for.
Does he spore the Flutter? He pulling
Okay, he
puffs
does
it.
pollen puff. Here we go. We get to see it in action here. It does work. Confirmed. The
Alright,
the
Goldango just
wait.
protects.
Oh, it's
spores here.
because it's an attack, right, Scarlet? So you can't like swagger a Goldango or something.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. You can't parting shot it or something.
Leave it to the Scarlet set you straight.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right.
All right.
Goldango definitely protects here and just spores the Among Us or just spores the Flutter. It's
Yeah,
tough.
but Heat Wave plus Terra Fairy Dazzle seems
Ooh,
like it's enough. to
Heat
me.
Wave is pretty nice here.
Do you even have to Terra?
I guess
the
the
question.
Heat
I
Wave
think
is
Heat
the
Wave's
Heat Wave
enough.
and the Dazzle is pretty nice.
Yeah.
All right, does he do
They
it?
need to live. Like Fede's probably praying that he lives here, and then he's gonna spore. You really
Okay.
want to spore the Flutter here, so that Goldango can work.
Here we go.
If Amoonguss
We need a
dies,
big
it's not the
Heat
end of the
Wave.
world.
In the sun, no miss. We get it.
Connects.
We
He's
KO.
done for.
Woo!
Yeah, done for. Wow.
It's a
Did
crit.
not matter on him.
I don't
It
think
didn't
that-
matter. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter. That
There's
was
no
big.
way.
Okay.
Not in
So-
the sun.
Here's the thing. Now that you haven't sacrificed your Terry yet, not only is your protosynthesis worn off, unfortunately, you're still specs. Oh, we got extreme speed. Now we're not a threat to extreme speed and fake out anymore. So,
Yeah.
but we are a threat to this rock slide. Rock slide we know doesn't KO. So it
Does
looks like
Dazzling Gleam pick up? I think he's gonna cycle out Sack Torn and pick up Moonblast potentially here. Because I don't know if Dazzling Gleam picks up
you want
the
to Moonblast the
here.
Goldango and just Earth Power the Arcanine. And what's that swap?
You might
he
as
has in?
well. It's just Torn. I think he's gonna swap Torn in for free and just sack it.
This is a good game. Holy crap!
Yeah, high level of play for sure.
All right, Tornadus comes in. Rock slide misses.
Oh my gosh, Torn
Tornadus,
avoids. Is that actually good or bad for? Ooh, wow.
Okay, we get rid of the arc though. We get rid of the arc.
Nerves of steel right there. Arc goes down, easy.
Oh no. Okay. I forgot to bring my notebook out. What's the last mon? It's Iron Hands. That's right. Okay.
Iron Hands.
Oh, we don't have protect. Oh.
He's attacking with both
Oh
mons
my
here,
gosh.
which is smart.
No, he wins. He takes
He
the
quit.
win. He takes the win. No way.
No way. That was
Terra
crazy.
Fairy
I think
GGs.
Fede knew that the Moonblast in the back was it.
Dang.
That's
We
crazy.
got two. We got Animus and Peculiar Bear. I guess we'll just keep taking Peculiar Bear's feed since it's got it. All right, we'll stay on his feet.
Dude,
since
that was
you're in finals.
crazy. I'm like,
Wow.
man, like you don't see a lot of Okos, you know. It's
That was
mostly like
crazy.
chip damage.
Great
Yeah.
game, man.
Super close.
All right,
Could've
it's
gone either
finals
way,
time.
really.
Let me put finals in the stream tag. Let me page the Discord. This is crazy. Oh man.
I thought
So-
Puff would work. Yeah, Puff works, guys. That's my bad. Puff works.
Damn, that match was fun AF to watch. One hit KO.
Yeah. It's been an amazing day. A lot of high level play. A lot of good casting. And yeah, happy to be a part of it, man.
All right, good join. You know where to get the sheets
I
at?
should have worn my PokeBros shirt.
Bro, you already wore it this week. You need to get your
That's
PokeBros
true.
suit for the next regional. We decked
That's
out.
true. You didn't let me know. You're right. I do need
Bro,
a Poke suit.
You should
we
already.
should both be wearing
you should
them.
already know.
Yo, Fede Raid?
What?
Big go. Yo.
No
GG's,
way! Thank you for playing so much. Oh, you played so good. Fede, thank you so much for joining the Invitational. It's an honor to have you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for watching the Invitational. And that was a good match to watch. Really high level play from you guys. And congrats on top 4, man. That was still awesome. You made a heck of a run. Big raid. But now on to our finals. We're gonna see the guy that took down the monster that is Fede. We're gonna watch him go against Animus. On the other side, we're getting ready to stream it right now. But I appreciate you guys sticking around and watching this last match. We're getting it all set up right now. What was the last thing I was going to do? We got the feed already ready to go. We go right into it. This is sweet, dude. Are you pumped?
It's ready already?
Wake
All right,
up.
here we
Of
go.
course they're ready.
All right, hey.
Pull up the match if you need to pull up the team sheets. I'm
All right,
just
let me
going to
pull
make
up the
sure
team
Animus
sheet.
is ready.
Animus versus Peculiar Bear.
Yep.
Final.
That's the final.
Okay, Animus is probably just chilling, waiting.
Okay, I don't have to send the trophy overseas now. I have to send it to an American. So otherwise it was going to be a really high cost in shipping. Bobby Leviathan
So you got bailed.
is the real deal next time. Invite him. Tell him to play at my tours. Just qualified for the big spear pillar. I'm going to get one of those. Super sick tour. Thank you, you die. Thank you guys all. Appreciate you guys stopping in. USA. USA. All right, easy, Dr. King, easy. All right, let me run this quick ad, get this out of the way. Me and Hims are just going to be setting up for the next match. Appreciate you all. Just let me get this so these ads don't come up during finals, and we get them out of the way now. This was some S in the class. Nice work. I know. I'm glad we got to stream every match. Every match has been streamed. Last Invitational, I think I had a big issue with not enough people being able to send their feeds over.
Okay, and they're both in the chat ready too, so should start soon.
All right, sorry, we're just setting up the next match.
Animus is running D-Night Pow.
Yeah,
Love
dude,
to
he's been
see it.
crushing it. I was watching him play his top 4 match. It was pretty awesome. Gamefire,
Love to see
hello.
that.
CM, hello. Agent BMO, thank you. All right, I'm gonna make a new room, just out of security for the tour. That way, there's no like worry about anyone screen peeking or getting to the pass feed and watching the gameplay. So I'm just gonna get us a brand new room real quick, and then I'm gonna set it up. 1 second. Let me make sure.
Okay.
'Cause I want them to have a brand new room, so just at the safe of security and all that.
Yeah, I don't even know how you're doing that. That's pretty cool, dude. You got like the secure feed.
Yeah, it's better than Discord. I know you got a dope Discord that you can do that for, and it's just easier for you to stream that high quality. All right.
Yeah, shout out to the Discord.
Let me just let him know to do a different feed. Send your feed here.
And you're gonna send me the new one.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Dang, it's so quiet. I guess I should have made a started stream or waiting screen. I'm just we're gonna get in a new feed right now. I'm getting distracted here.
I was just looking at the metagame for the Tourney. Ogre's still around. We've seen it a lot today.
Yo, I just got off work. Good to start the tour over. We good to start? Nah, the tour's over, man. Oh,
Two
man.
down dozos today. People trusted in the dozo. It had a rough run. Wait, no, this one was tattooed dozo. But... Rip dozo.
All right, making a new password so everything's secure. And then we'll be good to go.
Amoongus. Number 2 on the leaderboard, Amoongus.
Ogre not leaving for a while. This version of Good in Company was slow. Yeah, maybe it was good we were just chilling. My 2 kids, proud of y'all. See, are you supposed to be reading these Diddy messages?
Yo, Diddy, my guy. What's up? Nah, I appreciate everybody in the chat today. Y'all were amazing. Hanging out with us all day for the PokeBros Invitational. How many have you done, Nino? Is this your second one?
This is my 3rd one. The 3rd one.
Your 3rd one? Alright, well this one was a banger. So
Thanks, man.
hey, hi Ledge, my son.
Got no sound for some reason.
I'm leaving. No, Ledge, stay, bro, stay. These are gonna start giving out CP. That would be cool. That would be so cool. Hi, Sam.
Maybe
Yo,
I have
what's
a
up,
sound
dude?
on
How
a
was the
different
stream?
channel. That's why I can't hear it.
Well, you could play Team Star Grunt or something in the background. Chad, thanks for the 10-month streak.
Yo, Shadmaster. Yo, bros. What's up, Zem? Shout out the Glizzy Tours.
Yeah, shout out the Glizzy Tours as well. We got a few Glizzy competitors in here. Sable Eye. Who else? I don't know. Animus? No, Animus won Kazuki and Baba, I think.
Got it.
Does a
I
Fortnite
got the
win
sound.
reward an invite to the Nino Invitational 4? Yeah, it does, Ledge. I too would like to know. Yeah, it does. It does. You just have to post your win in the Discord. And it has to be 10 kills or more. And you're in. Just got a 4-win. 8 kills doesn't do it. Right, it's close, but it's not enough. It has to be on the OG map, yes. Eight kills is good, though. 8 kills is solid.
All right, we got our
Even
feed all
two
ready
more.
to go. You ready for
Alright, did you
this?
send it to me?
Oh, no,
You
I
didn't send it
haven't.
to me.
I'm not sending it to you. You got the team
Oh, man.
sheets?
Throwing. Yeah, I'm ready. I
Alright,
got the
sweet.
team sheets
There's the
up.
new feed. Brand new feed.
Alright, cool. I got it. I'm in.
We're in. All right, we're
Well,
on our finals
in.
match. We got Dragonite Pal on the opposing end. Hemi, how you feel about that?
I love Dragonite Chien-Pao so much. I mean, it's literally like I'll never get tired of like Terra Normal and just E-speeding like an Urshifu and then following it up with a Sucker Punch, and just nothing feels better than knowing that your opponent cannot move like before you. It's the best feeling in the world. So I don't think it's going anywhere, but
Well, Peculiar Bear's pretty balanced team with Tornadus, Flutter, Lando, Heatran, the Water Spring, Masked, Ogre Pawn, and the Amogus. Seems like really balanced, really set up slow play. And like we just talked earlier, we watched Peculiar Bear's last match. This Choice Specs in the Sun Flutter is crazy.
yeah, it's crazy damage. The output is insane. I was talking to actually James Evans, King Villager. He was like, you can also just helping hand E-speed like Terra Normal with D-Knight as well with the Farig. So like that's yeah. So that's like basically you could like one-shot other Dragonites doing that. You can like do a ton of damage to like anything with the helping hand. That's actually more of a boost than the Sword of Ruin. So kind of cool.
All right, we got our match. Let's go into it. Let me play this sound. We got the sound. We're good.
Lando Flutter, Giraffe, and Rock Ogre.
Our
Okay.
finals match, baby. Here we go. PokeBros
I
finals.
think they're gonna set up Trick Room here. They're gonna follow me and Trick Room here, probably.
I'm gonna announce in the
Because yeah, do it. Ping everyone. I'm assuming that they have Blood Moon in the back, and they're just gonna go for a Trick Room. Follow me here.
Make a cool image. All right, boom, it's live. All right, is the flutters out? The U-turn damage
Okay, don't
comes
follow
out.
me. You can actually just take care of the flutter here potentially if you're Rock Ogre.
The Dazzling Gleam's not gonna be enough, is it?
I'm not
Unless
sure
he moon
here.
blasted it.
It's gonna be very close. It's not enough.
Almost
And
gave.
then
It's
the
not.
Ivy Cudgel. But also, okay,
Ooh,
that's
wait.
not enough either. Setting Trick Room here isn't necessarily the best thing in the world for you.
Oof.
Amoonguss gets to move before anything else, basically, so. But you could follow me the Spore threat and maybe just go for, what does he have on the Farigiraf here? You could go for a Psyshock into the Flutter, potentially.
Yeah, that Among Us is gonna have. We'll see how slow it is. I mean, I don't think there's any way the Farafigig is gonna outspeed it. It's definitely going to sleep. You know it doesn't have safety goggles. It actually does have safety goggles. Never mind, you can't.
Oh
spore
wow,
that
it is
slot.
goggles.
So
Alright, so you
have
can't
to.
spore the Farig. Yeah,
Yeah.
Amoonguss is kind of useless here. You could. Yeah, I guess. Animus is actually in a very good spot here. I'm
Pulling
thinking
puff's
that.
enough.
Okay,
That's
Poland
enough.
picks up though. That's
Okay.
something that we overlooked.
So now the Ogre Pawn does KOs the Flutter.
It's
for sure.
faster than Flutter here. Yeah. Whoops. Sorry about that, man.
Oh, it's that exact time. Every
yeah,
time
it's
Hemi's alarm goes
5:53.
off.
I don't know why I have an alarm for 5:53, but I do.
Pull and puff. All right, Flutter down. The most strongest outputting damage player is KO'd. This
Ogre's
waterfall-
also -1, so
Yeah.
you could ruin Ogre's damage output completely here.
Okay, yeah, Flutter
But
coming
is
in,
it-
it seems pretty safe, right?
Flutter coming in. Flutter's dead.
Ogre Pawn.
Flutter
I'm
KO.
sorry.
Yeah, Ogre, yeah. Ogre just KOs the other Ogre, I feel like. But it comes down to speeds here, too.
I wouldn't mind the Lando either. Like you said earlier, it's getting the Intimidate off, and basically it can resist that rock damage.
Yeah, but he doesn't get to attack until after the...
Oh, Hemi, are the
Ogre
Hot
thing.
Pockets done? Was that what that beep was?
Yeah, the Hot Pockets are done. Yeah. I gotta go grab them really quick.
Yes, Cornerstone Ogre is in the finals, getting played, piloted by Animus versus Peculiar Bear on this viewpoint that we have right here.
I think you Terra Water here to avoid the Hyper Voice damage.
You want to spore
And
some
then you
stuff,
just go
man.
for a Cudgel.
I want to spore some stuff. Peculiar Bear, my God! He's here. He's in the Nino PokeBro Invitational Finals.
I like Terra Water Cudgel into the other Ogre, but I think you spore the... I think you spore the bear here.
Vamos,
Instead of protect.
Gio. This is
But
pretty...
you're taking
Go
a
ahead.
risk by like you don't know if you're faster or slower, I guess, than the bear.
Right. Depending if this is a 0-speed Among Us, which, you know, I would think it is. And it just goes for Spore on that slot. Is that what he did?
No, he just protects the Amoonguss.
Blood Moon is goggles. No, the Farafigig, which got KO, was
Farigiraf.
goggles. It's gone.
Farafigig is crazy. All right, Terra Water coming in.
There it is. Does
Get the special defense
the
boost.
bear is definitely not protecting when he's Terra, so we're gonna see some Blood Moon or some Hyper Voices. We see it protecting Among Us. We don't know if it's slower or not yet. The Hyper Voice comes out. No. Follow
Alright,
me
the
first.
follow me for the Spore.
We resist some special defense. This helps. So we definitely get this KO.
I think it's big that they actually protect there.
I
Pick
didn't
up on
see
the
it.
Ogre,
Oh, that's good. Resist.
and you get rid of the Spore, the follow me Spore immunity here, and then Amoonguss can freely spore
Is it
the
full health?
bear. No, it's about half.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, this
We're
picks
good.
up for sure.
All right.
Yeah, I
Peculiar
think that's a
Bear
good
get
call
the kill.
because if you spore there, you take the risk that like they just did, they follow me, and
Yep.
then you just spore into a grass type. And you
Yeah, that was a great call.
take damage for free there.
So now we know this
What's the
this
set on
Dragonite
Ignite here?
does not have the famous aerial ace. It's the Aqua Jet boys like us.
I think you click outrage here.
Ooh.
If you're D-Knight, I think you just click outrage hyper voice, and then like
we spore that Dragonite insanely then because we know
or
it
you
can't
could
protect.
blood moon the. I mean, you could blood moon the Ogre Pond, and then outrage goes into Mungus for sure. I don't know. I'm trying to think what you do here.
Sorry, I just banned somebody. All right, we get the block.
I just saw that. I was like, what happened? Sorry, I just banned somebody. All right. Oh man, the blood moon does come out into the
It's
Mungus.
enough.
Okay,
Holy crap!
I don't think it's enough. Oh my god!
It destroyed the
crazy.
Among Us.
All right, so if you're looking for an Amoongus counter, we found it, folks.
Oh, outrage into the spiky shield. Holy crap!
He is on the Blood Moon Life Orb. Okay, so Life Orb. I think that regular Blood Moon.
The
I'm not
timeout.
sure.
No, timed out. Timeout. Go crazy. He timed out. Oh my gosh.
Wait. Oh, he timed out.
We're too busy laughing about the guy that got banned. Should have been Spore in the first slot. That's what we thought. I don't. With the Polar Puff was crazy. That was not the strat. He definitely pulls, and he went before. He went before the Ursulina, not the timeout.
Yeah.
Not the time. Not like this.
That guy just paces Twitch in there like.
Why?
Click it.
Bro, who
That's
are you?
funny,
Like it's like the dude that wants your team.
Yeah, that guy wanted my team bad. All right, what do you? Let's log back in here. What do you do? To deal with this Blood Moon, just clicking Hyper Voice. There's not much you can do. Okay, they both hang on. Dragonite should be faster than both. Yep, Outrage goes in for free. Boom.
I guess maybe we wanted him to outrage the Ogre Pond, so that way he could have got a Rock Slide and maybe got the double KO. But now he just gets the single KO on the Blood Moon.
Knowing that
it doesn't even get it!
Oh, he lives.
Oh,
wow,
no,
that's
but dimensions
bulky.
are normal though. Dimensions are normal,
it's
and
over,
that's just
it's
game
over, it's
anyway.
On the game too. GG's.
Dang.
Honestly, like Blood Moon is so completely busted. I can't believe that I can just Oko Mungus. It is Life Orb though, so we got to give a little 30% extra, but or 0.3.
My man, Blood Moon. All right.
But that's just crazy to me that it lives the Terra boosted cudgel like that.
We got Animus taking game one. Peculiar Bear, we've seen him play behind before. He secured his first win against Fede pretty quickly.
Yeah,
played a rough game two, and then adapted real well for game three. One game until Nino World Pokemon Champion.
Yeah, they better go into their Twitter bio. Whoever wins, they should go into their Twitter bio for sure.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the Nino PokeBro World Championships. I'm your caster, Nino with Hemi, and this is all of our participants' hard work going into the last finals of the whole year. We've had over 32 tournaments to bring it to about 22 people who fought for this nice trophy that I'm gonna have to directly ship to them.
Wait, are you showing the trophy? Let me see.
It's in the bag.
Here's the trophy.
I can't get it out of the box.
You haven't shown it yet?
I have to ship it out.
Come on.
This is the
We don't
third
even
one
know what
we've
we're
given
playing
away.
for.
This is the third one we're giving away, but it's either going to Animus or Peculiar Bear. And Animus is one game up. Here we go. Third time an American has won this invitational. So Mastermark won our first one, And then I think
Master Mark won the first one.
Master
Can you
Mark
see?
gamed on
Can
the
you see
first
my
one.
screen right now?
No, you blurred everything out, bro.
Oh,
But
my bot or one of my mods, Prisky,
oh my
made
god,
me this too, so they can
Prisky,
get this
out
one too.
the glizzy
The
invitation,
double
bro.
tropes.
Get
It's
it off.
missing an eye.
Get it off the screen. All right, I'm hiding it. We're back to the game.
Chance with the eyes.
Bro showing off his glizzy trophy.
Yo, that's sick. Thank you, Stitchy.
All right.
All right.
Here we go. Lock in. We got the Flutter Lando lead again. Okay. Farafigig is winning the Invitational? Holy crap. No. Just marker in the eye. It's fun.
You know, took that off the screen. I'm dead.
Why
All
did
right, well,
they
I like the
spell it
scarf
right?
Ursh is faster than Lando, correct? If they're both scarfed, like Ursh's gonna be
does
faster.
actually outspeed outspeed a max speed Lando. So yeah, he's up by like 7. I think Lando's 90 and Ursh is like 97.
Okay.
So it gets out early. U-turns out into the Flutter. Flutter takes a little damage. It looks like maybe we're going for a rock slide and a stomping. Hold on. Do we double the Farafigig? Is it enough?
I think in this
It's
situation
enough!
you have to.
It's enough.
Yeah, they didn't have the follow me threat.
Oh.
So, yep.
All right.
Trick Room's basically off the table here.
Yep, big time. That double up was
And
crazy.
you're in a very good position now if you're peculiar. Ursh's threatened, like, I think Terra Water Surging Strikes would take down Flutter and you could Blood Moon the Lando potentially. I'm trying to think what you do here. Terra Water Surging into Flutter and then just click Blood Moon into the Lando slot. I think that's what you do.
And we don't... This actually kind of works for Kyle. Peculiar Bear versus Animus. Yeah, Animus is up 1 game right now, so...
Yo, we got the Size Spam Goat in here as well. What's up, Angelo? How you doing, dude?
No! We got the goat here. Farafigig is crazy. Bro, don't... Everyone's...
I CC the Flutter right now. General Ledger.
Oh, crazy.
Top 16 sack, by the way. Alright, Amoonguss swap in. Seems okay. Take the Surging. I think this is Terra Water Surging into the Amoonguss. Oh no, he goes Terra Normal. He's going all out here.
He's going in.
He's going all out.
Animus trying to lock in the trophy here. Oh, the Surging does go into Lando.
Oh my. Okay, that's going to pick up even at -1.
It's going insanely into that Lando.
Immensely.
Immense.
The triple crit, immense. Into the Lando, picks up the KO.
Blood Moon KOs.
Blood Moon!
Yes, no.
Here it is!
Bro, not
That's
again.
crazy. He called the swap.
Oh no.
I guess it doesn't matter like what you put in that slot. Like you just Surging Strikes the Lando, Blood Moon the Flutter.
Damage. That Blood Moon does too much damage. Alright.
Yep. Does Flutter live a Hyper Voice Life Orb? Is the question. Because like if they live, you can follow me, Moonblast.
It's gotta live this Surging. Oh, but he has Follow Me, right? I remember this Ogrepon doesn't have Follow Me. No, it doesn't.
Oh, it
does
has
not have
SD.
Follow. He has to just Horn Leech it, and it's just gonna be difficult here. This pressure on this Flutter main is huge.
Yeah, Blood Moon is insane. I'm sold on it. I'm using it tomorrow.
Weren't you already using it?
I tried it a couple times, but I didn't give it enough respect.
Bro had his
Thing's completely busted.
Ate it to bare meat, bro. Blood Moon is crazy.
You double the Blood Moon here and you win. Actually,
Ursa
if you're,
and Ursh, a scary duo.
If you double the Blood Moon here,
that's
okay,
huge.
Okay, yeah. You
It's
just double the Blood
huge
Moon.
if you actually double the Flutter. If you Flutter Ivy Cudgel,
This Dazzle's gonna hurt so bad no matter what here.
no way. Did we double?
Yeah, I think.
No, we didn't double.
Well, they dazzled and then Ivy cudgeled the bear.
He
So
ain't
they did
trust the
technically double.
process, Nino.
I don't know if it's enough.
You tried to get him on He tried to get you on Bear for the last regional. You didn't trust him.
Nah, Didio giving the team with no spreads. All right, here comes
Hold on.
Okay, this is enough.
Hold on.
This is enough here. Can the Bear hang on?
Hold on.
Oh my, it's
Still
enough
gonna
this
be
time.
tough. This Scarf Urshifu's still a threat because now, I mean, it can't log into close combat. It just has to some way get rid of this flutter.
I don't see how you can win the game if you Aqua Jet. You have to Aqua Jet, and
He knows he doesn't have
you
follow
can't
me.
lock into AquaJet.
You can't log into Surging either. You have to.
How do you win?
This is crazy. I don't think.
How do you win?
I don't.
If you're.
He's got it.
Animus.
He's got it.
We're
going to game 3.
now. Yeah. Okay, game
What? This is crazy.
Wow. The
There's
comeback insanely.
The water absorb was gone.
There's no water absorb.
He tear it.
Verse was Scarfed? Yeah, Scarf.
And then the Nina World Champ. It's 1-1.
That was crazy.
It's 1-1. Let me transition back to the feed.
Because if you kill the Blood Moon there, they can't really
not
touch you.
Scared? Oh, what a handsome casting duo. Nah, game 3.
Melody!
Yo.
My guy.
Ursh
Pan
was
like the
scarfed.
spray!
Yeah. Ursh was scarfed. Animus's Ursh is scarfed. Wait, then why did he just Surging last turn? There was no follow me. And he apparently already terrored,
Instead of
right?
swapping. I think he hadn't terrored that turn yet. So it was still water absorbed when he swapped. And then he terrored that turn. Like, because he knew he wasn't Surging.
Yeah, I think
basically.
Surging would have been the play.
Because if you lose Blood Moon,
there's no way. There's no way, James. He has the sheet. We have the sheet.
If you lose Blood Moon there, Ursh is stuck there. Ursh goes down there no matter what to Dazzle.
No follow me.
I'm not sure.
Animus has the follow me. The follow me Ogre Pawn, but Peculiar Bear has the water Ogre Pawn. No follow me. Ivy Cudgel, Hornland Leech, Swords Dance, Spiky Shield. No team error yet, so it hasn't been. I don't think it's a team issue. Yeah, it's Jolly Urshifu, Fluttermane Liz. Flutter took Chip, so I think it was a favorable KO. I mean, if you switch to there's no chance you KO versus a chance. We got a game 3. Let's not be upset. Let's not be upset.
Also, James was the Ursh -1 at the time, too.
All right.
I don't remember. It could have been -1 from
I wouldn't have it any other way. Finals game 3. Here we go. How we starting this match off?
All right, here we go.
Game 3 is going to be cracked. Okay, we got Lando and Ogre Pawn this time.
Okay, so here the Scarf Ursh is kind of threatened by Hornleech.
Yeah, so
but
it's like you can't go for...
He's faster than the Lando, right? So you can tear the Lando to live here.
Money
He's
on
thinking just
Giraffe.
full damage.
I guess I should put a prediction here. All right, hurry up. I'm going to throw up a prediction. Animus or Peculiar? Put your money in before it's over.
Okay, here we go. Terra Water. That's what we've seen every game out of them.
1 minute. 1 minute bet. Put your prediction money in. Giovanni Cheesecake is really good. All right.
Okay, this is gonna pick up on the Lando. You basically just lose Lando. For
We already
free.
got a Cudgel Terra. Surging if
Surging
real.
if real.
Yay, that's my code. Oh, we got some bias in here going on. Are we getting
so
the
Cudgel's
crit?
gonna come in.
We kind of need this crit. It's not a crit. Trick Room comes up. Uh-oh.
All right, so now basically the Blood Moon just needs to get in.
Uh-oh.
If you're Animus.
But now we have the Spore chance. I don't think... Now we're not going to make the mistake we made game 1 where we misclicked the Spore. We're going to Spore the right slot. Trick Room's up. I would think Mungus has to come in here.
I think you swap in a Mungus, you Spore the Urshifu slot, and then you could also follow it up
It's
with
goggles for Affigig, so it's kind of a pin position. That's why I think James is calling out the side
Then you
shock
could-
with the uproar. And so he already teared too, so he can't spore the Farafigig. So this is an interesting situation we're in. It's tough. The Among Us
Ooh,
is
you
kind of
could
pinned.
sword stance.
The trick room, God.
You can spore the Urshifu slot here. Because
can,
Ursh
but
isn't threatening either slot.
I don't think you live a side shock. It's gonna be pretty close. I don't know how big. Is it a one-hit KO? Is it a roll? Farafigig doesn't do anything. It goes away. Farafigig.
It's
is
for Rigorath. It's for Rigorath.
I
All right, let's get it. Let's not get it twisted, bud. All right. The spore goes into the Ursh for free.
No.
Now you can also spore the D-Knight next turn.
Swords Dance is
You
crazy.
could technically SD again here and spore
Oh wow.
if you wanted.
Do you go for extreme speed then instead?
I mean,
It doesn't do anything.
otherwise you're going to sleep. Like you're going to sleep if you don't extreme speed here.
Wow, this is crazy. You have to
It's a
switch
free Horn
You have to
Leech.
switch Farafigig back in to the Dragonite slot. 100%. And
Yeah, it's
I think-
actually that's true. They do
and-
have the defense.
And they read it. They read it. They play for
Wow.
both. They play for both.
Yeah.
Whether it came in, it was getting cudgeled. If it didn't come in, good coverage by Peculiar Bear. Really good safe play to make. You cover for the switch, and you just cover for the Dragonite going for an attack. Holy
Yeah, this is
crap.
great.
This is a crit. This does pretty good damage, and it is. It does through the. Oh no, it's not a crit. The Swords Dance damage does
That's
that much.
the SD.
A crit would have
Yeah,
killed.
it's crazy.
Oh my god.
Sword Stance Ogre is so nasty, and it's got the Terra
Oh.
boost.
Uh oh. Uh oh. What's going on here?
Now you can.
Dragonite went to sleep one turn, so it can wake up next turn, and Ursh can wake up next turn, but it's the slowest thing on the field being Scarf.
I think you Horn Leech and then Pull and Puff the Dragonite slot in case the Farig swaps back in.
Man, this Among Us is popping off again.
Because
Dude.
Horn Leech, I feel like Horn Leech is better just because in case they swap in the bear or something, and
Yeah.
like it
I
just eats a
I
Horn
almost
Leech
think
plus
you double that slot. But I think you're scared the Dragonite's gonna wake up with an outrage and take out your guy.
Yeah,
I think you
that's
have
true.
to cover for that. Because you don't want to lose the Ogre Pond yet. Ogre, it does wake up. It did go for outrage. I don't think it lives this without Chin Pao, and it does. It does live. It pops the berry. This cudgel's gonna be huge here. I think it's gonna definitely KO being +2. Oh, he goes for cudgel. He didn't. Oh,
Yeah, I
he goes
think
up
you
to the
Horn
Dragonite. I thought he was gonna go Horn Leech the Ursh. He
I
just
think
saved-
he's not. He doesn't. He's not worried about Ursh, right?
Is there
So
money on the line here? No, they just get a trophy sent to them.
it's
Nino
like Ursh
PokeBros
is still
Invitational
locked
trophy.
in.
Ursh
Ursh
does
is
wake
locked in.
up, and it doesn't. It lives. It lives these surging. Wow.
Yeah, so you don't worry about Ursh here at all. That's actually the right play.
Dang.
I was overlooking that.
But Farafiki comes back in. It can't KO the +1 special defense Ogre Pawn. It doesn't have Protect, I'm pretty sure. So we're still. He just could Rage Powder and just hit the Farafiki again. And Cudgel doesn't do contact, so he doesn't take Rocky helmet damage. He's locked into Surging.
Yeah.
Woo!
You basically make him swap the. He has Blood Moon in the back, I'm assuming. So
Yeah.
it's like you can freely just Horn Leech that slot now. I think.
I think it goes for it.
He
then
can't
covers for the
protect.
side shock.
He's trying to get some regenerator on Amoonguss. I think he sees the win con as Amoonguss and Ogre endgame,
Mhm.
and he wants to get a little bit of health back on Amoonguss here.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of this Urshifu because it has to swap out and do a close combat. Among Us goes out first because it's first to go. Does the Urshifu
He's basically
come
thinking.
out?
He's basically thinking like, okay, let's get the regenerator. If Flutter goes down, it goes down. It doesn't really matter.
All right, we get to see what's in the fourth one. It is Ursa
And
Luna.
then, yeah, Blood Moon it probably just dies here. To
Calls the
Leech.
side shock. Takes it okay. Yes. Horn Leech is crazy. It did a one-hit
Horn
KO.
Yeah,
Oh,
Hornleech just Okos
no!
here. Yeah, crazy damage.
Okay.
I mean,
hold on though. Twin dimensions are back to normal. Ursh comes back in. It can't. It's in that situation again where it can't lock to close combat or surging. All they have to do is KO the Farafigig, and Ursh is locked in whatever slot it can't KO. This
yeah,
is
it's
crazy.
looking like it's over here. If I'm gonna be honest, I mean, you just Hornleech into the Ursh, and then it's for Rig versus Amoonguss and
Wow. Yep, you just
Peculiar Bear just absolutely cooking.
yeah, because close combat. I don't even know if close combat even KOs Cudgel. Oh, okay. He's going for Terra Water on Urshifu, I'm assuming. No!
Yeah, but
Terra Fire!
okay.
It's going to resist the Moon Blast! Hold on!
Alright, we'll see. Hold.
Close combat comes out. I don't think it's enough. It's not enough. Hornleech picks up insanely.
Wow, that's not even close to enough. Hornleech 100% Okos.
Oh, he Moon Blasted the Ursh! Did he Ivy Cudgel the Farafigig? No, he Hornleeched it. It's not enough,
It's still just too much to do for old Giraffe Rig. Sorry, menacing.
Side shot KOs. It's a crit. But he just cuts.
It's a crit.
It's a crit. Bro, this is crazy. What a comeback.
Wow. Insane.
Geo takes it, aka Peculiar Bear. My
Crazy.
third invitational PokeBros champion.
Insane. Very well played by both.
I gotta get his address and send his trophy.
Wow.
Cancel.
Deserved. Amazing.
Awesome job. Congrats to Peculiar Bear. That was awesome. Our Nino PokeBros Invitational 2023 World's Champion. Give him a round of applause. That's awesome.
Very well done. Very well done.
Oh man, we did it. Let's see.
That was super fun, man.
Right
what a
on.
day, guys.
Now-
Put a 1 in the chat if you had fun today. Let's do that.
And now we reset. We get more invites, and we do it again next year.
Yeah.
year. Same thing.
52. The next time we'll have 52 tourneys.
We're trying to have
right?
we're trying to hit 52 tourneys. We're gonna at least have a tournament a week offering an invite. So there's gonna be plenty of invites up for grabs. Let me go ahead and congratulate Peculiar Bear for winning it out. Great run. And that's about does it for us.
Yeah. What a day.
All right.
It's not even
Thanks,
that late. It feels
I know.
later.
We ended pretty well. The rounds.
Yeah,
were
thanks
pretty
for
fast.
having me, man.
The rounds were
Super
pretty
fun.
fast in between, but yeah, man, thanks for coming on. I'm gonna close things up here, and we do it again next.
Chat.
Get him on stream for an interview. All right, let me see if I can get him. Let me see. If I
Yeah.
can
All
get
right.
him.
See you guys.
All
You
right.
know, thanks again, man.
We'll see you
Yeah.
later. Let me pay out everybody. Woo! What a tour! What a run! Pay us. All right. Manage. Choose prediction outcome. Polar Bear. Whoa! 10K, 14K. That's a lot. Peculiar Bear. Pay us our dough. Yo, Pagalia, thanks for the follow again. All right, I gotta send him his trophy. I gotta get his address. All right, yeah, guys, that's gonna do it here. We're gonna wrap it up here. I won. Good job, boys. That was a lot of fun. Good stuff. We made it through. I was nervous to do it. Now I'm gonna go do the top Mons used and make the announcement. The Mons used and the finalists. top 8. I'm going to go ahead and announce it on Twitter. But thanks again for everyone coming here. Let's find someone we can raid out to. Wait, there's a trophy? Yeah, there's a trophy. I thought he knew. So yeah, that's the best part about it. You get a Nino PokeBros official trophy. So let me play this music. Play us out with some music. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. This was awesome. Hope to get on a bunch of more people next year. And thanks to those that qualified. Thanks to those that always come play on our tournaments and support us. Appreciate it. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Absolutely fantastic stream. Nino, casters, and players. Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks to those that hung out. Congrats, Peculiar Bear. Thanks, Nino, and the PokeBros. Thanks for the stream, guys. Yo, Torola. Yeah, guys, thanks for all the follows today on Twitch. If you haven't followed already, please do. Notify you when I go live. Here's the YouTube. I stream the match to YouTube as well. If you're not subscribed to there already, just subscribe there for notifications. So if you're on YouTube, I can catch you on Twitch or YouTube. And yeah, that does it for me. Thanks to everyone that hung out today. It was a lot of good casts. It was cool seeing Salty in the morning. And then he left us. But that's okay. We get through it. Let me see. Who do we got here? And I guess we're gonna raid Salty. Since Salty helped us out this morning, we're raiding back over there and tell him thanks for the tour. When we'll let him know we're all finished. I know he's gonna probably be streaming there for a while anyway. So I'm gonna send you guys over there. Pay it forward to Salty, always helping us out, being a good guy. And there's the pairings. Good setup, Nino. You didn't throw. Oh my gosh, Nino Progress. Do you stream? Where we can find you more? Yeah, guys, if you didn't watch the beginning, catch the VOD. The pairings will show all the matches and all the teams. It shows the metagame too as well. But yeah, now time to go relax. Play some more Mons. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe I might bring the Quillfish. Maybe I won't. We'll see. Thanks to all our competitors, everyone that came out. It was epic. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning.
Nino PokeBros.